Chapter 1516. Dragonhead, Li Junjian has arrived. The Heavenly Dragon sect member surnamed Meng led Li Junjian to the iron-masked man's thatched hut and bowed. Last year, Li Zishuan had used gunpowder to flatten the summit of Snake Spirit Mountain, so the huts that the 7 cultivators of Virtue sect had built on it were naturally gone. The Heavenly Dragon sect had only moved in at noon today, so there was no time to repair the huts, so they could only erect a few thatched huts. You're dismissed. The iron-masked man nodded and said indifferently, "Yes, Dragonhead." The member surnamed Meng clasped his hands and left. "I hear that you have something very important that you wish to hand over to this god? Take it out." Once the member left, only Du Yi, the iron-masked man, and Li Junjian were left in the hut. The iron-masked man turned to Li Junjian and sternly said, "Correct. But how do I know that you're the dragon head of my sect?" Li Junjian fearlessly raised his head to the iron-masked man. In truth, his mind was already in turmoil. He had never imagined that the Heavenly Dragon sect would choose to settle down on Snake Spirit Mountain. Yes, he knew that this place was called Snake Spirit Mountain because he had another identity, commander of the 100 Cavalry Department, Li Junxian. The name Li Junjian was just something he had made up on the spot to infiltrate the Heavenly Dragon sect. Although Li Junxian had not personally participated in last year's Snake Spirit Mountain battle, he had sent people to help Li Zishuan find the location of the 7 cultivators of Virtue sect. It had been nearly a year since the 7 cultivators of Virtue sect's destruction, and Snake Spirit Mountain had long ago vanished from the memory of the people. For the Heavenly Dragon sect to choose Snake Spirit Mountain as their base, Li Junxian had to admit that this was an excellent choice, as the people of the imperial court would never have thought of this place. "Impudent! You dare to disrespect the dragon head in front of you!" Du Yi, who was standing at the side, shouted, paying respects to the Venerable One. Li Junxian first clasped his fist and bowed to Du Yi, and then he bowed to the masked man. "Since Venerable One says that Sir is the Dragon Chief, then Sir must be the Dragon Chief. This subordinate has never seen the Dragon Chief's true appearance, and the item in this subordinate's hands is of great importance. Thus, I had no choice but to confirm the Dragon Chief's identity." The metal-masked man gave Li Junxian a profound glance as if he wanted to see through him. After a long while, he finally said, "Hand over the item. If it's really as you say, that it's an extremely important item, then I'll spare your life." Li Junxian hastily bowed. "Many thanks, Dragonhead." After saying this, he took out a book with a blue cover from his bosom and raised it over his head with both hands. Reporting to the Dragon Chief, at noon today, Sir and Venerable One left in a hurry and left this account book in a secret room of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. After you left, the Imperial Court sent an army to encircle the Heavenly Dragon Temple. This subordinate felt that this account book must be of great importance, so I took it with me and charged out of the encirclement while the soldiers were unprepared. However, this subordinate was worried that something might happen to the account book with me, so I asked around for Dragon Chief's whereabouts, wanting to personally hand the account book to Sir. Now that I've finally met Sir, this subordinate can finally rest easy. The metal-masked man's eyes were like lightning bolts. He first coldly glanced at Du Yi, and then he turned to Li Junxian. "You're saying that the item in your hands is the account book of my sect?" Li Junxian bowed. Reporting to Venerable One, when the subordinate picked up the account book, I subconsciously flipped through a page and saw that it said that Jin Wanfu, the manager of the Yanhuang Bank of Xinfeng County, had paid a tribute of 4,000 Tang Yuan in the 2nd month and 5,000 Tang Yuan in the 3rd month. Thus, this subordinate guessed that this was probably the account book of my sect. But this subordinate did not intentionally flip through it. "Dragon Chief, please forgive this subordinate." "Hand it over." The metal-masked man could no longer suppress his anger. Li Junxian carefully took the account book and walked up to the metal-masked man. As he got close, Li Junxian sensed powerful ripples of energy. He couldn't help but be confused. Logically speaking, shouldn't the Dragon Chief of the Heavenly Dragon sect be a powerful martial artist? How else could he convince the masses? Or could it be that this person's cultivation had already reached the martial grandmaster level, so he couldn't sense any ripples of energy? While Li Junxian was confused, the metal-masked man took the account book from his hands and began to seriously read through it. Someone, bring Zhang Liang over. After a short while, the iron-masked man confirmed that the book in his hand was indeed the original version of the Dragon Sect's account book. He couldn't help but throw the book at Du Yi beside him. Dragon Chief. The Heavenly Dragon Sect guard outside the thatched hut was confused, but he still bowed and received the order. A few moments later, a middle-aged scholar walked in and clasped his hands. Dragon Chief, you were looking for me? Although Li Junxian appeared unperturbed, his mind was in turmoil. He had met this Zhang Liang a few days ago, and this man had another identity. He was the judge of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, responsible for managing the affairs of the sect's disciples. Li Junxian had never imagined that the judge of the Heavenly Dragon Sect would be called Zhang Liang, and he found this name extremely familiar. Now that he thought about it, wasn't this the county magistrate of Lan Province's Yong County, wanted by the imperial court? Li Junxian didn't know if the two were the same person, but this was enough to make him take him seriously. Do we let him see? Let him see the foolishness of his actions. The iron-masked man angrily pointed at Zhang Liang. If he knew the modern term pig teammate, he would have mercilessly called Zhang Liang a pig teammate. This was because if this account book fell into the hands of the imperial court would be able to use the contents of the account book to search for a golden horse. Step by step, the Heavenly Dragon Sect's wings would be cut off, and the Heavenly Dragon Sect would become a bird without wings, unable to fly high even if it wanted to. Zhang Liang was at a loss. He didn't know why the iron-masked man was so angry. Du Yi came over and handed the account book to Zhang Liang. He whispered, Magistrate Zhang, this account book is related to the life and death of Dragon Sect. You can't be careless in the future. Zhang Liang looked at the book in his hand in alarm, and when he opened it and saw its contents, he said in disbelief, Impossible! Impossible! I clearly carried this account book with me. How could it be here? Even at death's door, you're still playing dumb with this god. If not for my sect's disciple, Li Junxian, this account book would have already fallen into the hands of the imperial court. Zhang Liang, oh Zhang Liang, you bastard, are you thinking of using this chance to transfer this account book to the imperial court so that you can obtain an official position and continue to bully men and women? The iron-masked man roared, his eyes brimming with killing intent. It was clear that he wanted to kill. Dragonhead, this subordinate has been wrongly accused. This subordinate was born a member of the Heavenly Dragon Sect and will die as a ghost of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. This subordinate would never betray the Dragonhead and submit to the imperial court. Dragonhead, please judge clearly. This subordinate has always carried this account book with him, and this subordinate does not know how it ended up in the Dragonhead's hands. Dragonhead, please judge clearly. Sensing the cold, killing intent in the iron-masked man's eyes, Zhang Liang hurriedly got down on his knees and begged for mercy. You still refuse to admit your guilt? Li Junxian, tell me, where did you find this account book? The iron-masked man angrily harumphed as he turned to the silent Li Junxian. Let's return to the Dragonhead. This subordinate found this account book in the basement of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. Presumably, Lord Judge was careless and forgot to take it with him. Li Junxian stepped forward and clasped his fists. Nonsense. You're speaking nonsense. You're lying. This old man clearly remembers that I took the account book with me when I left. Stop making false accusations, or else don't blame this old man for being rude. Zhang Liang was exasperated when he heard this. Li Junxian pursed his lips, a timid expression on his face, but he did not retort. What he said just now was naturally a lie. As a judge of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, Zhang Liang naturally could not have left something as important as the account book at the Heavenly Dragon Temple. He truly had taken the account book with him when he left, but he had bumped into Li Junxian as he was leaving the temple. What sort of expert was Li Junxian? Wasn't it easy for him to steal something from a weak scholar who didn't know any martial arts? Thus, Li Junxian had managed to steal the account book that Zhang Liang had taken with him. Fortunately, Zhang Liang had been in a hurry and had not had time to carefully examine Li Junxian's appearance. Otherwise, he would definitely have suspected that Li Junxian had stolen his account book. Enough. The iron-masked man saw that Li Junxian did not retort as fear of Zhang Liang's authority and did not dare to retort. Thus, the iron-masked man angrily said, "You left the account book at the Heavenly Dragon Temple and almost caused my sect to suffer an enormous loss. Seeing that my sect member Li Junxian brought the account book back, this god will not kill you this time. Although I can spare you the death penalty, you cannot escape punishment. Men, drag Zhang Liang away and break 2 of his fingers as punishment." Yes. 2 Heavenly Dragon sect members walked in and dragged Zhang Liang off the ground. Zhang Liang began to weep. "Dragon Head, forgive me. Dragon Head, forgive me." The iron-masked man waved his hand, indicating that the 2 Heavenly Dragon sect members should hurry and take Zhang Liang away. A few moments later, a wretched scream came from outside. My hand. My finger." Inside the room, the iron-masked man turned his gaze to Li Junxian. After a long while, he said, "Li Junxian, you said that you took the account book and escaped from the encirclement of soldiers. Does this mean that you know martial arts?" Li Junxian's heart trembled as he hastily bowed and replying to the dragon head, "This subordinate's family was poor when he was young, so he often followed his father into the mountains to hunt. As a result, he spent many years interacting with tigers and other vicious beasts. Thus, he has learned a few fighting techniques, but I don't think he knows martial arts." The iron-masked man chuckled, and then he glanced at Du. Du immediately understood, and then his staff howled toward Li Junxian's face. Li Junxian was already prepared. When the staff was less than a foot away, he rolled to the ground and narrowly dodged Du's attack. Du then smashed the staff at Li Junxian. Li Junxian seemed unable to dodge, but he leaped up from the ground like a carp and used both hands to meet the golden staff. Fush! The moment the staff touched Li Junxian's hands, Li Junxian vomited blood and dropped to one knee. The metal-masked man had been clenching his fists, his eyes flashing with killing intent, but when he saw Li Junxian vomit blood from being struck by Du's staff, the killing intent in his eyes quickly dissipated. Not bad. You reacted very quickly." Du chuckled as he helped Li Junxian up from the ground. That sudden probing just now had proved that Li Junxian truly did not know any profound martial arts. At most, his reaction speed was a little faster than an ordinary person's. This was completely in line with the physical constitution of a hunter. At the same time, it also proved that Li Junxian was not lying. "Many thanks for Venerable One's leniency." Li Junxian wiped the blood from his mouth and then clasped his fist reverently. In truth, he had not vomited blood because of Du's attack, but because he had used his own internal energy to lightly injure his internal organs, causing him to vomit blood. Du was very satisfied with Li Junxian's attitude. He turned to the iron-masked man and gave an almost imperceptible nod, indicating that there was no problem with Li Junxian. After a few moments of silence, the iron-masked man said, "Venerable Du is fond of martial arts and likes to exchange pointers with anyone he meets. You must not secretly blame him for this." Li Junxian hurriedly said, "Dragonhead's words are too serious. To be able to receive Venerable One's guidance in martial arts is the fortune of this subordinate's last life. How could this subordinate blame Venerable One?" Could. The iron-masked man heartily laughed and then asked, "Li Junxian, this one asks you, why did you join the Heavenly Dragon sect?" Li Junxian's face immediately darkened. After a few moments of silence, he replying to Dragonhead, "This subordinate joined the Heavenly Dragon sect only to ask for a bowl of Jade Lake holy water for my mother. When my mother gave birth to me, she fell ill and often suffered from abdominal pain. A few years ago, my father went hunting in the mountains and accidentally fell off a cliff. Now, only my mother and I are left in the family. I don't want my mother to be tormented by illness every day." Several days ago, this subordinate heard that the Jade Lake holy water of the Heavenly Dragon sect can cure all illnesses and that one can obtain it by joining the Heavenly Dragon sect. Thus, I joined the Heavenly Dragon sect. But I have no money and cannot become an inner sect disciple. I can only wait for half a month, when the sect distributes the Jade Lake holy water to the outer sect disciples. Li Junxian had naturally come up with this excuse before joining the Heavenly Dragon sect. The reason he had not spent money to become an inner sect disciple was that he was worried that he would attract too much attention and expose his true identity. The iron-masked man nodded and said, "Good. I didn't know that Li Junjian was such a filial son. Since you brought back the account book, this one will directly promote you to an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Are you willing?" Chapter 15:17. Many thanks, Dragonhead. Many thanks, Dragonhead. This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the Heavenly Dragon sect. On the summit of the Serpent Spirit Mountain, Li Junxian excitedly bowed when he heard that the iron-masked man was going to promote him to an inner sect disciple. The iron-masked man nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Du Yi said, "According to the rules of our Heavenly Dragon sect, once the Jade Lake holy water is distributed, it must be drunk on the spot. It cannot be taken out of the sect, and it cannot be given to others." Li Junxian's face darkened. After a moment of hesitation, he clasped his fists at Du Yi and said, "Venerable One, my mother is sick and in urgent need of the Jade Lake holy water. I beg of Venerable One to show mercy and allow me to bring some back home. This subordinate is willing to pay any price. I beg of Dragonhead and Venerable One to fulfill my wish." The iron-masked man remained silent. Du Yi unhappily said, "Li Junjian, the Dragonhead made an exception to promote you to an inner sect disciple on the basis that you return the sect's account books. Don't forget yourself and not know what's good for you." Li Junxian hurriedly bowed and said, "This subordinate is not arrogant and forgetful. This subordinate only wishes to free my mother from her illness. I beg of Dragonhead and Venerable One to fulfill my wish." He spoke with sincerity, just like a filial son. For a moment, Shakyamuni and Du Yi found it difficult to reprimand him. Work hard in the Heavenly Dragon sect and make more contributions. Once you become a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect's Earth Fiend group, you will be able to obtain a lot of Jade Lake holy water. You can also bring it out of the sect. The iron-masked man finally spoke. Earth Fiend group? This subordinate may be so bold as to ask, "What is the Earth Fiend group?" Li Junxian couldn't help but ask in alarm. Du Yi's face chilled. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Once you become an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Dragon sect, you will slowly understand." This subordinate was rash. "Venerable One, please forgive me." Li Junxian was slightly disappointed, but he still put on a fearful expression and hurriedly bowed. "There's no harm in telling you." Unexpectedly, the iron-masked man explained, "Apart from the inner and outer disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect, above the inner disciples, there are the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends. These people are all top experts and each of them has a well-trained and strong team. If you can make outstanding contributions to the Heavenly Dragon sect, this seat will transfer you to the Earthly Fiends group." Li Junxian was flabbergasted. He had always believed that the Heavenly Dragon sect was just a bunch of superstitious believers, a motley crew. He had never imagined that the Heavenly Dragon sect would be hiding such an elite force. It was clear that this Dragonhead was planning something major. "This subordinate will definitely lay down my life for the Heavenly Dragon sect. I will not disappoint the Dragon Chief." Suppressing his shock, Li Junxian clasped his fist and bowed feverishly. "Good. Then I shall wait and see." The iron-masked man chuckled and said, "I still have important matters to discuss with the Venerable One. Li Junjian, you can leave first." Li Junxian clasped his fist and said, "Yes. This subordinate will take his leave." With that, Li Junxian bowed and left. "Dragon Chief, you seem to have a different opinion of Li Junjian?" Du Yi couldn't help but ask after Li Junxian left. The iron-masked man's eyes flashed, but his expression couldn't be seen because of the mask. After a few moments of silence, he said, "This person is filial and courageous. Although his martial arts aren't high, he can be a good seedling after some training. We're about to start a war and we need people like him to fight for us." Shakyamuni's eyes narrowed as he clasped his fist and said, "This subordinate admires the Dragon Chief's wisdom." The iron-masked man glanced at Du Yi and sternly ordered, "Tomorrow morning, enter Chang and in disguise and act according to the plan. If anything goes wrong, this seat won't be able to live, and neither will you." Shakyamuni's expression stiffened as he bowed and said, "This subordinate obeys." What a shocking sight! It was truly a ghastly sight. There are more than 100 merchants colluding with the Dragon Sect, and 8 of them are the shopkeepers of the Yanhuang Bank's branches. In just a few months, the Dragon Sect has obtained more than 300,000 strings of cash from these people. What is the Dragon Sect trying to do by amassing so much money? I'm sure everyone here knows what's going on even without this old man saying it, right? In the Ganlu Hall, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Jing, Lu Dui, Xiao Yu, and several other core officials were gathered together. At this moment, Xiao Yu solemnly looked at everyone and sternly said, after Li Tai received the slip of paper that Li Junxian had secretly passed to him, he had passed it to Li Er. After reading it, Li Er was shocked and hurriedly summoned several trusted core officials to the Ganlu Hall for an emergency meeting. Wei Jing stepped forward and clasped his fist. "Your Majesty, this old subject dares to ask, where did this information come from? Is it reliable?" Seated at the head of the table, Li Er waved his hand. "We will not divulge the source of this information, but this information is definitely reliable. Right now, the urgent matter is to discuss how to resolve the Dragon Sect's problem, not the source of this information." Li Er placed great importance on a young man like Li Junxian, so he did not want to reveal Li Junxian's true whereabouts in case Li Junxian was discovered in the Dragon Sect and met with misfortune. The slip of paper that Li Junxian had passed to Li Tai naturally didn't contain all the information in the account book. It only contained the main points, but even so, it was enough to shock Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling. "Your Majesty, the Dragon Sect has amassed so much money and used Du Yi's deceit to wantonly recruit believers. They have both money and influence, so there's an 80% chance that they are already disloyal to the imperial court. This old subject requests that your Majesty make a decision so that more people do not join the Dragon Sect and go astray." Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and sternly said, "This old subject concurs." Fang Xianling clasped his fist. "This old subject believes that your Majesty should immediately list the Dragon Sect as a disloyal sect and order the various provinces and counties to prohibit the Dragon Sect from preaching. Otherwise, when the Dragon Sect grows stronger and has more and more believers, it will be too late for the imperial court to deal with them." This subject concurs. The other officials also clasped their fists in agreement. Li Er nodded and said, "All right. Then we will write a decree and announce to the world that the Dragon Sect will become a rat on the street that everyone has the right to punish. However, the core members of Heavenly Dragon Cult are nowhere to be found. Assistant G, order the Ministry of Personnel to immediately send out official documents to the various prefectures. Order them to arrest Du. Find out where the core members of Heavenly Dragon Cult are hiding and capture them all in one fell swoop." This old subject obeys the decree. Zhang Sun Wuji immediately clasped his fist. Lu Dui then said, "Preventing the people from talking is more important than preventing the river from flowing. This old subject believes that if we force the people not to join the Dragon Sect, it will likely cause the world to criticize us." Previously, His Highness King Wei publicly exposed Du Yi's deception of pretending to be a reincarnated Buddha, causing the people of Xinfeng County to be completely suspicious of the Dragon Sect. This subject believes that this method is the best way to completely wipe out the Dragon Sect. We should use Datang daily to publicize this and continue to imitate it. Li Er agreed. What Minister Lu said makes sense. Later, we will let Datang daily publicize this matter and continue to expose Du Yi's other deceptions. "Your Majesty is wise," everyone said in unison. In addition to these merchants and the Dragon Sect, there are many officials in the imperial court who have secretly joined the Dragon Sect. We hope that from tomorrow onwards, you will carefully investigate which officials have joined the Dragon Sect. Before sunset tomorrow, you must give us a result." After a moment of silence, Li Er added. Everyone knew that Li Er was going to reorganize the court officials and their hearts trembled. They clasped their fists and said, "This subject obeys the decree." Sold newspapers. Sold newspapers. The latest issue of Datang Daily. His Majesty has decreed that the Dragon Sect is a disobedient sect and everyone has the right to punish it. From today onwards, the people are not allowed to join the Dragon Sect. Sold newspapers. Dragon Sect's Shakyamuni Du-E is not a reincarnated Buddha. His immortal techniques are all lies. Those who want to read, quickly buy a copy of the newspaper. The next day, early morning, the latest issue of Datang Daily was opened for sale. The cries of the newsboys in the streets woke up one city after another. The people who woke up early were all shocked after hearing the contents of the newsboys' cries. What? His Majesty said that the Dragon Sect is a disobedient sect? Little doll, quickly give this young master a copy of Datang Daily. A young man who had just walked out of the shop with a somewhat lame leg heard the newsboy's cries and quickly stopped in his tracks and shouted at the newsboy. Speaking of which, he had recently planned to join the Dragon Sect to ask for the Jasper Lake holy water. He did not expect to hear the news that the Dragon Sect was defined as a disobedient sect by the imperial court. He could not help but be shocked. In fact, he was not the only one who was shocked. Recently, the Dragon Sect could be said to be incomparably popular around Chang'an City. From 70 to 80-year-old people to 6 to 7-year-old children, there was no one who did not know about the Dragon Sect. It was precisely because more people knew that the Dragon Sect was being encircled and annihilated by the imperial court that the people were even more shocked and incredulous. Dragon Sect is a disobedient sect. How is this possible? Little doll, quickly give this old man a copy of Datang Daily. Du-E's immortal techniques are all lies? Little doll, quickly give me a copy too. In less than an hour, on the streets and alleys, almost everyone who had the means had a copy of the newspaper. As more and more people read the contents of the newspaper, the discussions between the people became more and more intense. If the Dragon Sect is a disobedient sect, then we can't join them anymore. If you don't want to join, then don't join. The Dragon Sect isn't anything good. Didn't you read the newspaper? The Dragon Sect recruited the people just to accumulate wealth. I heard that many people squandered their family fortune in order to become an inner disciple of the Dragon Sect. The Dragon Sect deserves to die. A bunch of nonsense. The Dragon Sect's Xianxia holy water has saved who knows how many people. How can you make sarcastic remarks here? That's right. My father's leg disease was cured by the Dragon Sect's Xianxia holy water. Then what about the newspaper saying that Du-E's immortal techniques are all lies? What's going on? That's all nonsense, there's no proof. Bullshit. What nonsense was that? Yesterday I heard that His Highness Wei Wang used Du-E's touch water ice technique in front of hundreds of people in Xinfeng County. It's not as mysterious and difficult as you think. Therefore, the immortal arts that Du-E had used earlier were all lies. The Dragon Sect wants to cheat everyone of their money. There's still no proof. These must be made up by the Datang Daily. Which one of you saw His Highness Wei Wang use the touch water ice technique yesterday? Yes. I didn't see it. These things must be made up by the Datang Daily's reporters. I saw it. Not only did His Highness Wei Wang use the touch water ice technique in front of everyone, he also used an immortal instrument that can make the sound very loud. I think His Highness Wei Wang is the reincarnation of a Buddha. At that time, all the core disciples of Heavenly Dragon Temple had left in advance. If that's not running away, what else can it be? I believe in the Dragon Sect. I believe that the Venerable One is the reincarnation of a Buddha. I believe in the Dragon Sect. Fight the Dragon Sect. In a short period of time, the people expressed their opinions about the Dragon Sect. Some of the more radical ones almost started a fight. But without exception, there were people who stood firmly on the side of the Dragon Sect. Chapter 1518. Greetings, Lord. At the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain, in the middle of the thatched hut, a burly middle-aged man in black walked in and bowed to the iron-masked man. He actually called the iron-masked man Lord. The iron-masked man's back was facing the door, but when he heard this, he quickly turned around and took 2 steps forward to personally help the middle-aged man up. We're all family, General Luo. There's no need to be so courteous. This attitude was completely different from before. Or rather, the Iron-Masked Man's attitude was also very different from before. It was obvious that General Luo had a very important position in the Iron-Masked Man's heart. Etiquette cannot be ignored. It's one thing for Lord to think highly of me, but that doesn't stop me from respecting Lord. The man surnamed Luo said respectfully. The Iron-Masked Man said helplessly, General Luo's stubbornness is still the same as before. Since that's the case, I won't persuade you anymore. Have a seat. With that, he pointed to the bench at the side. Thank you, Lord. The man surnamed Luo cupped his hands and walked to the bench, sitting upright. After the Iron-Masked Man sat down, the man surnamed Luo asked, What orders does Lord have for calling me here today? The Iron-Masked Man chuckled. There are no orders, but there are some situations that I would like to understand from General Luo. The man surnamed Luo hurriedly cupped his hands. Please speak, Lord. The Iron-Masked Man pondered for a moment before saying, I just received news that Li Shimin has already designated the Dragon Sect as a disobedient sect, and announced to the world through Datang Daily that the common people are prohibited from joining the Dragon Sect. As a result, the Dragon Sect can no longer expand rapidly like before. General Luo, what do you think? The Iron-Masked Man was quite well informed. Snake Spirit Mountain was more than 30 miles away from the nearest county of Weinan County. The Datang Daily had just been released today, and he already knew about it. There must be someone in the city. Luo's face darkened and he said, My lord, the only evidence the imperial court has is that Dewey used spells to deceive the people. Why would they suddenly go to war and label the Dragon Sect as a disobedient sect? The Iron-Masked Man shook his head. This king is also puzzled about this. I thought Li Shimin would wait until he had more evidence before making a move against the Dragon Sect. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. The man surnamed Luo frowned at first, then smiled in relief and said, My lord, there's no need to worry. Even if Li Shimin takes action in advance, it won't have much impact on our great cause. On my side, everything is ready. I'm just waiting for my lord's order, and the 20,000 troops can kill their way into Chang and city at any time. 20,000 soldiers. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Dragon Sect would secretly have 20,000 elite troops? It was no wonder that the Heavenly Dragon Sect would crazily amass wealth. After all, to raise 20,000 troops, the consumption of food and horses was not a small sum. I've been waiting for General Luo to say this. The Iron-Masked Man suddenly stood up and clapped his hands. Since General Luo is so confident, then this king can rest assured. Once the joint in Chang and city is opened, we can directly drive in and attack Chang. But before that, this king wants to give Li Shimin a surprise that will make him lose the hearts of the people. The man surnamed Luo was not interested in the surprise. He cupped his hands expressionlessly and said, The Heavenly Dragon Army awaits my lord's orders at any time. The Iron-Masked Man nodded. Actually, even if Li Shimin forbids the commoners from joining the Heavenly Dragon Sect, those who have already joined may not be willing to leave. Because those who drink the holy water of the Jade Lake can no longer leave. General Luo can integrate these people into the Heavenly Dragon Army in the next 2 days. When we attack the city, we can use them as the vanguard. Although this sentence was expected to be ordinary, behind the words, there was an endless amount of blood and evil. Luo Xian frowned and hesitated. My lord, using the commoners as scapegoats, even if you win the country, I'm afraid it will affect your reputation. My lord, please reconsider. Reputation? What bullshit reputation? History has always been written by the victors. Hearing this, the Iron-Masked Man suddenly became angry. He pointed at the southwest direction of Chang and city and roared, Li Shimin killed his brother's father and took over his brother's wife. Now, he is praised by the commoners as the eternal saint. But isn't it because he is the victor? After this king kills Li Shimin and ascends to the throne, the history books will be dominated by this king. Who will care if this king uses the commoners' lives to attack the city? The man surnamed Luo narrowed his eyes. Although he did not agree with the Iron-Masked Man's words, he did not refute. The room was silent for a moment. The Iron-Masked Man regained his composure and said, It's settled then. The core members of the Heavenly Dragon sect in the other 4 states will be arriving in the next 2 days. The matter of recruiting them will be handed over to you, General Luo. This king believes in your ability. You will definitely be able to organize an army of at least 50,000 people. The man surnamed Luo stood up and cupped his hands. This general obeys. Good. General Luo, please go ahead. The iron-masked man waved his hand and said, Yunshan. The discussion of the Heavenly Dragon sect among the people could be said to be overwhelming. However, Yanhuang College seemed to be in a different world. This was because this place was not affected by the Heavenly Dragon sect at all. All the teaching tasks were carried out normally. In the past few days, the students of the college were basically busy preparing for the final exam. Of course, there were a few people who did not need to prepare for the exam, such as Li Ku, Iron Egg, Cheng Chumo, and the other students who followed Li Zishuan to eliminate the locusts. Today was Sunday in Yanhuang College, a holiday. Even so, there were still some students in the college spontaneously revising in the classroom. This was because the college would hold the final exam in a week. This was the final exam at the end of the academic year. Everyone in the college, whether it was the teachers or the students, paid great attention to it. Li Zishuan even specially sent a message to the college last night to ask Li Gang about the college's preparation for the final exam. Sigh. Dad is really too much. At least I helped him solve the case, didn't I? Not only did he not appreciate it, but he also sent me to the college to review my homework. Am I really my dad's son? In the classroom, a teenager bit the end of a pen and muttered to himself with a bitter face. That's right, this teenager was Sun Zifan. Speaking of which, he was quite tragic. Originally, he had solved the case of Jin Wanfu's murder with Di Jishuan and Li Tai in the Supreme Court yesterday. No matter how you looked at it, it was a great achievement. However, the key witness, Yi Hong, was killed, making the whole case back to square one. In this way, Sun Zifan's contribution was not as great as before. In addition, on the way home, Sun Fujia accidentally heard someone say that his child was studying at Yanhuang College and did not go home on the weekend. After Sun Fujia went back, she took advantage of the dinner and suggested that Sun Zifan go back to the college a day earlier to review his homework. This made Sun Zifan angry. What do you mean by biological? Zifan, what are you muttering about? Li Tai walked into the classroom and happened to hear Sun Zifan's muttering. He could not help but stop and ask aloud. Qingke, you also came to the college today? Looking up and seeing Li Tai, Sun Zifan was first surprised. Then he replied with a bitter face, It's my dad. Yesterday I helped him solve the case, and today he wants me to go back to the college to review my homework. I even suspect that I'm not his biological son. Li Tai was speechless. What are you talking about? If Sun Shaoqing heard it, he would be furious. Besides, it was not you who solved the case in the Supreme Court yesterday. It was Jishuan, okay? Hearing this, Sun Zifan straightened his neck and said, Qing, you're wrong. It was the 4 of us who worked together to finally solve the case. We can't do without anyone. Facing this arrogant guy, Li Tai was too lazy to argue with him and went directly to his seat. Qingke, what do you mean by that? Am I wrong? Seeing that Li Tai ignored him, Sun Zifan quickly stood up and followed Li Tai to ask. Li Tai put the book in his hand on his seat and said impatiently, Fine, fine, fine. You're right. You better go back. Don't disturb other people's revision. The reason why he said this was because there were a few other students in the classroom studying by themselves, such as Meng Wenhao and Wang Meng. That's more like it. Hearing this, Sun Zifan lowered his voice. Then he asked curiously, Qingke, why did you come to the college to review your homework today? Didn't the Yamacho say that? As long as you can complete the ACE project well, you can get an excellent grade even if you don't take the final exam. When Li Zishuan appointed Li Tai as the vice president of the 2nd and 3rd ACE project, he conveyed to all the teachers in the college the idea of academics first, exams second. As long as one's research results were outstanding, it was fine even if they did not take the final exam. Under Li Zishuan's insistence, the college had set off a wave of research. Many students were actively involved in the research and development of the ACE project. Li Tai looked at Sun Zifan and said faintly, I don't want to just get an excellent grade. I want to be first in the college. Sun Zifan was silent for a moment and said, Damn. Forget I asked. You can study by yourself. After that, he turned around and prepared to roll back to his seat. However, he was stopped by Li Tai and said, Zifan, wait. I've missed a lot of classes in the past 2 months. You heard everything. Come and help me make up for it. Sun Zifan thought for a moment. If the student he taught ended up doing much better than him, then as the master, wouldn't his face be very embarrassed? Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head and said, Who heard everything? I also skipped a lot of classes. Qinghe, go find Wenhao. After saying that, this guy hurriedly slipped away. Li Tai gnashed his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do about this guy. Looking at the time, Yamacho should be back next week, right? In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, Li Gang, Yan Silu, and Mo Huai, the 3 giants of the college, gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, Li Gang sighed and said, Yan Silu frowned and said, Yamacho should start to return next week. However, if they want to return to Yunshan, they will probably be delayed on the road for some time. Therefore, Yamacho probably won't be able to make it in time for the college's final exam. Li Gang nodded and said, since they won't be able to make it in time, then we old guys have to arrange the final exam for Yamacho. Kongge, Mr. Mo, let's call Ma Zhou and the others over and recheck the final exam papers to see if there are any mistakes. Mo Huai nodded and said, yes. That's how it should be. After a moment of silence, Li Gang suddenly sighed and said, before Yamacho left, he entrusted the college to this old man. Although this old man didn't make any great contributions these days, I didn't let anything happen to the college. Seeing that Yamacho is about to return, this old man has been feeling uneasy recently. I have a feeling that something is going to happen to the college these days. Maybe it's because I'm old and have nothing to do, so I can't help but let my imagination run wild. After the students finish their final exam next week, this old man will officially retire. In the future, I will live in the Yunshan residence. If I have nothing to do, I will come to the college to see the students that this old man taught personally. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. The old man had taught 2 crown princes in his life, but in the end, both crown princes died in a coup. This broke the old man's heart, so he retired early. Li Zishuan's appearance gave him a second spring in his life. Seeing the college's children grow and become talents day by day, the old man was happy from the bottom of his heart. However, at the same time, he also wanted to protect these children. During the time that Li Zishuan was away, the old man had been worried sick for the college. The guards, logistics, and teaching of the college, no matter how big or small, he wanted to provide a stable learning environment for the students. Wenji, you have a good plan. This old man also dreams of living in Yunshan in the future and watching the college's children become talents day by day. This old man will have no regrets even if he dies. Hearing this, Yan Silu agreed. Mo Huai was silent for a moment, then said, the 2 of you are highly respected, and Yanhuang College can't do without you. However, the 2 of you are already old and have reached the age where you can enjoy your remaining years. This old man has no face to persuade the 2 of you to continue teaching in the college. I only hope that the 2 of you can live to 100 years old and see the college's students benefit the people. Li Gang chuckled and said, thank you for your auspicious words. This old man also wants to see that day. Mo Huai nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, as for Mr. Wenji, if you are worried that something will happen to the college recently, I will stay in the college for the time being to prevent any accidents. Please rest assured, Mr. Wenji. Li Gang thought for a moment and didn't reject. He nodded and smiled. That would be for the best. Chapter 1519. Li Gang had gone through the trials and hardships of 2 dynasties. He had experienced the peace of the world and the turmoil of the world. His sense of danger was definitely more sensitive than that of ordinary people. Although Mo Huai didn't believe in metaphysics, he still didn't dare to take the old teacher's words to heart. Therefore, he made the decision to live in the academy recently. The sun slowly set in the west, and the day was about to pass just like that. The students who stayed in the academy to review their homework on the weekend walked out of the teaching building and prepared to eat in the cafeteria. Most of the children who went home on the weekend had already returned to the academy. Since the beginning of this month, the academy had evening self-study every Sunday night. The students had to rush back to the academy before sunset. All of this was ultimately because the academy now had electric lights. Today, the students who felt that the electric lights were quite fresh now somewhat hated them. Because if there were no electric lights, how could they have evening self-study? Facing the afterglow of the setting sun, the students walked in groups of 3 to 5, chatting and laughing together. What a harmonious scene in the academy. After an hour, the sun finally gave up its last trace of resistance and completely fell from the west. The sky became dark. The electric lights all over Yanhuang College also lit up. The top of the mountain was brightly lit. From afar, it looked like a celestial palace above the clouds. It was gorgeous and resplendent. The other places are as dark as ink, but this place is brightly lit as if it's daytime. Yanhuang College is indeed a magical place. In a pine forest to the west of the Cloud Mountain, a mysterious man in a black robe stood on the tallest and largest pine tree. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at the brightly lit academy in the distance. He muttered to himself. His voice was a little hoarse, as if his vocal cords were about to crack. His condescending posture was like a giant eagle hovering in the sky staring at its prey on the ground. This was a kind of confidence that belonged to the strong. Of course, this was also an unprecedented crisis for Yanhuang College. Time passed slowly. The black-robed man stood motionless at the top of the pine tree. He quietly looked at Yanhuang College, which occupied the center of Cloud Mountain. His gaze swept over every building and building. He looked very seriously, as if he wanted to engrave the entire Yanhuang College in his mind. After an unknown period of time, the lights in Guanghua Building went out one by one. The students in the evening self-study session were finally liberated. They could happily leave the tiring classroom and return to the dormitory to have a good night's sleep. Hey, the class was finally over. In my opinion, the academy shouldn't have installed electric lights in the first place. Now that we've installed electric lights, we've started to study at night every day. I'm starting to suspect that the Yamacho is deliberately tricking us. After leaving the teaching building, Sun Zifan let out a long sigh, then complained to Li Tai, Yuchi Baolin, and Di Jixuan. When the academy first installed electric lights, I wonder who was the one who went to look and touch the electric lights as soon as he returned to the dormitory. When Li Tai heard this, he mercilessly attacked with his words. Damn, isn't this different from the past? Who knew that after the Yamacho installed electric lights in the academy, they started a self-study session at night? What is this called? Isn't this giving us a sweet date first, then giving us a slap in the face? Sun Zifan straightened his neck and said. Li Tai shook his head and said, you should think about it this way. If there's no self-study session at night, why would the Yamacho install electric lights in the academy? Could it be that they're for you to sleep in? Are they afraid that you won't be able to sleep in the dormitory because it's too dark? Sun Zifan opened his mouth and said in a daze, damn. Chinke, now that you've said it, it does make sense. In front of the Yamacho, we're still too inexperienced. In other words, he was saying that Li Zishuan was a sly old fox. Li Zishuan, who was thousands of miles away, sneezed again and thought to himself, which little bastard is scolding me again? It can't be those little bastards in the academy, right? Needless to say, this subconscious guess of his was indeed correct. Cuckoo! At this moment, there was a strange noise among the group. After looking at each other, they finally locked their eyes on Yuchi Baolin. Yuchi Baolin rubbed his stomach with one hand and scratched his head with the other. He said embarrassedly, I'm hungry. Chinke, why don't you guys go back first? I'll go to Iroma shop to buy some food. Let's have supper. I'll go too. Hearing this, Sun Zifan hurriedly said excitedly. Li Tai thought for a while and said, then I'll go too. Jixuan, do you want to go too? He had been very busy in the workshop recently, and it was rare for him to come back to the academy today. How could he not reward himself with a good supper? No one is allowed to go. Go back to the dormitory and rest. Don't violate the academy's rules. Di Jixuan opened his mouth and was about to speak when a person walked toward them and said sternly, "Greetings, Mr. Mo." Li Tai looked up and saw that it was Mo Huai. He was shocked and hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. Others might not know Mo Huai's true identity, but Li Tai did. Not only was Mo Huai a big shot of the Mo family, but he was also the Academy's guardian angel. Last year, when the bearded guest caused havoc in Cloud Mountain, if it wasn't for Mo Huai, Li Zishuan definitely wouldn't have been able to handle it alone. Therefore, Li Tai still respected Mo Huai. "Greetings, Mr. Mo." At this time, the rest of the people also reacted and saluted one after another. Mo Huai nodded and said earnestly, "Since you're done with your self-study, you should go back and rest early. You're not allowed to wander around the academy late at night." Mr. Mo. They did not dare to talk back and replied in unison. Then, they cupped their hands and hurried toward the dormitory. "Why is Mr. Mo patrolling the academy personally tonight? I don't remember him doing it before. Or have I left the academy for too long and the academy is too perverted?" After walking some distance, Li Tai asked in a low voice, somewhat puzzled. Di Jixuan thought for a while and replied, "I'm also very curious. Mr. Mo has always been in charge of experimental research in the academy, but he has never personally trained anyone. It's so late, why is he still at the academy? What a pity about my supper." Sun Zifan could not be bothered to think about this. He only had good food in his heart, so he could not help but sigh. Everyone was speechless. They covered their faces and walked forward, too lazy to be associated with this guy. As for Mo Huai, who they mentioned, he was still standing in the same place and did not move a step. Because just now, he suddenly felt that he was being watched. His whole body tensed up, and he gathered all his internal force and stood in place, fully alert. At the same time, he began to use his perception as a guru. Mo Huai did not believe that it was just an illusion. He believed that it was his intuition. The intuition of a guru at the peak. Time passed by slowly. Mo Huai's nerves were strained, and he stood on the spot without moving at all. He'd originally chosen to stay in the academy tonight for the sake of making Li Gang feel at ease so that he could take precautions. However, he'd never imagined that the academy would really be slightly unusual tonight. Specifically speaking, it wasn't the academy that was unusual, but the area in the west of the academy was extremely unusual. Quiet. It was too quiet. It was the middle of summer, and it was inevitable that there would be some insects and birds in the woods at night. But tonight, there was nothing. He could only vaguely hear some wind. In addition, Mo Huai suddenly felt that he was being spied on. Everything showed that the academy was definitely abnormal tonight. Swoosh. Suddenly, Mo Huai opened his eyes. A pair of sharp eyes looked directly at the pine forest in the west. His gaze seemed to pierce the night sky and see the entire pine forest clearly. But unfortunately, his eyes did not have night vision. Moreover, he was in the light now, but the pine forest in the west of the academy was in the dark. It was too difficult for him to see if there was anything abnormal in the pine forest in the light and in the dark. But at this time, if one looked at it from a god's perspective, they would find that Mo Huai's eyes just happened to meet Black Robe's eyes. Their eyes met, but there were no sparks of friendship. There was only, "I can see you, but you can't see me." After a long time, Mo Huai did not find anything abnormal. He could only look away and then slowly leave the place. This person is quite interesting. Yanhuang College has a deep foundation and actually has a martial arts master at the peak of the Guru realm. He must be the big son of the Mo family, right? At this moment, the mysterious Black Robe at the top of the pine forest looked at Mo Huai's back and sighed softly with his hoarse voice. Although Mo Huai was far away, Black Robe did not immediately go down. Instead, he stood on the top of the tree and waited silently. At this time, he was like a very patient lone wolf, quietly waiting in the dark for the best opportunity to kill his prey. After another hour, except for the street lamps on both sides of the main road, all the lights in all the houses in the academy were turned off. At this time, Black Robe bent his knees and then used the rebound force from the bottom of his feet to leap into the air. He flew straight in the direction of the academy, or more accurately, in the direction of Guanghua Tower. Bang! A moment later, the black-robed man landed in front of the Guanghua Tower and made a dull thud on the ground. The sound was neither loud nor soft and could only be heard for about 2 meters. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that the Guanghua Tower of the Academy was about a mile away from the pine forest in the west of the Academy. However, this mysterious black-robed man, standing on the top of a tree, leaped lightly and crossed the distance of more than a mile. With such strength and lightness skill, he was definitely a top master. After landing, Black Robe went straight to the front door of Guanghua Tower. The teaching building of the academy was usually locked at 9:45 every night. Therefore, even if Black Robe came to the front door of Guanghua Tower, he could not enter. But how could a mere lock stump a peerless powerhouse? Black Robe pressed the iron lock hanging on the door and, gently, pinched. Gotcha! The iron ring on the lock broke with a sound. It was said that this iron lock came from the Mo family. Ordinary people could not open it without a key. Chapter 1520. Mo Huai had stood outside Guanghua Tower for a long time, but he didn't see anything unusual in the west side of the academy, so he had to return to the dormitory built for the teachers. But as soon as he lay down on the bed, Mo Huai felt uneasy. Thinking of the feeling of being spied on just now, the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and directly pushed open the door and walked toward Guanghua Tower. As soon as he reached Guanghua Tower, Mo Huai saw the iron lock on the ground at the door. He couldn't help but be shocked and quickly walked in. Following the rustling of documents, Mo Huai came to Li Gang's office. Facing the faint moonlight outside the window, he saw the black-robed man lying next to the document cabinet, crazily sweeping through the top-secret documents of the academy. Mo Huai was shocked and angry. Without hesitation, he stood up and attacked the black-robed man. As a martial arts master at the peak of the Grandmaster stage, Mo Huai was not arrogant enough to think that he was invincible, but he also didn't think that there were many people in the world who could hurt him. Even if there were, they could be counted on one hand. But unfortunately, today he met someone who could hurt him. Moreover, it was someone who could hurt him so casually. Mo Huai really couldn't think of anyone other than a grandmaster who could have this kind of extraordinary strength. But how rare was a grandmaster in the world? In the past 100 years, there had only been 3. The publicly recognized #1 person in the world, spiritual master Ling Su, who was also Li Zishuan's master. The other was Abbot Xian Kong of the Shaolin Temple, who did not care about worldly affairs. The last one was the mysterious Tujue state preceptor, Wuxia. Thinking of this, Mo Huai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the black-robed man, and asked word by word, "You are Wuxia?" With the death of spiritual master Ling Su last year, there were only 2 grandmasters in the world, and Abbot Xian Kong of the Shaolin Temple would definitely not be interested in the technical information of Yanhuang College. The only explanation was that the man in front of him was the state preceptor Wuxia. Ho ho! Good eyesight. But even if you know, what can you do? You will die tonight. Everyone below the grandmaster level is an ant. The black-robed man looked at Mo Huai with a ridiculing expression as he spoke indifferently. However, there was a burning killing intent hidden in his indifferent tone. You really are the Tujue state teacher. What audacity! This is the Great Tang, not a place for a Turk like you to behave atrociously. When Mo Huai heard this, his eyes widened in shock. Who could have imagined that the state teacher, second only to the Turks and above all, would sneak into the Great Tang alone, and even come so close to the capital? In the eyes of ordinary people, what else could this be but seeking death? Even so what? Other than you, no one else on Cloud Mountain has the ability to resist me. As long as this old man is willing, there won't be anyone left alive on Cloud Mountain tonight. Wu Jie waved his hand and said casually. Although these words were very inhumane, Mo Huai had to admit that Wu Jie was telling the truth. Although Yanhuang College had guards, those guards were only at the Qi transformation stage and were completely useless in front of a martial grandmaster. They didn't even have the ability to block a martial grandmaster for a moment. Thus, if Wu Jie really wanted to go on a killing spree in Yanhuang College, no one would be able to stop him. But even so, what could they do? Although Mo Huai was a patriarch of the Mo clan, he had spent nearly a year at Yanhuang College and had long since become a part of the academy. When the students saw him, they would respectfully call him Mr. Mo. He enjoyed this kind of life. He liked the children of the academy, and tonight he would fight for them. Even if he died, he would not regret it. As long as this Mo still has a breath left, I will not allow you to harm a single student of the academy. Moreover, there are several thousand elites arranged by His Majesty at the base of Cloud Mountain. As long as this Mo can hold out until reinforcements arrive, you, the state teacher of the Turks, can only be buried in the Central Plains. Mo Huai straightened his body, his posture once more as tall and straight as a pine tree. He looked fearlessly at Wu Jie, his face resolute. These words were not made up to disturb Wu Jie's mental state. Li Er really had arranged for more than 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers at the base of Cloud Mountain. Not only were there soldiers at Cloud Mountain, but also at the Curious Pavilion. Their purpose was to protect the newest technology developed by the Academy. As long as they fought, they would alarm the sleeping teachers and students of the Academy, and someone would definitely come down the mountain to report. Mo Huai only needed to delay Wu Jie for a short period of time. This was very difficult, because the gap between Peak Grandmaster and Martial Grandmaster was simply too great. This was a chasm that almost all cultivators could not cross. If one could cross it, they would be above others, but if they couldn't, they would be nothing more than ants in the eyes of those above them. But no matter how difficult it was, Mo Huai had no choice but to stand. Behind him were more than 600 students, the future of the academy, and even the future of the Great Tang. For the sake of the words Mr. M, that the children often called out, Mo Huai had no choice but to put his life on the line. Do you think you can hold out until reinforcements arrive? Wu Jie coldly snorted, and then he disappeared from where he stood. A moment later, he was right in front of Mo Huai. Peng ping peng. Wu Jie's palms flashed, and in the dim moonlight, one could only see a series of afterimages in the air. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jie's palms fiercely slammed towards Mo Huai's chest. Mo Huai's nerves tensed, and his hair stood on end. He didn't dare to be careless, because in the exchange just now, he had already experienced the strength of his opponent. This was a master who was not only fast, but also powerful. He didn't dare, nor did he have the qualifications, to use his own body to meet force with force. At this critical moment, Mo Huai channeled all the inner energy in his body into his legs. The Mo family's lightness godly steps was fully utilized by Mo Huai as he retreated rapidly. After exiting Li Gang's office, he kicked the door frame and used the rebounding force to head towards the other direction of the corridor, which was the direction of Guanghua Building's main entrance. He wanted to pull the battlefield to an open area so that he could use more space and delay Wu Jie for a while. In addition, only by fighting outside could they cause a big commotion and wake up the sleeping students and teachers so that they could go down the mountain to call for reinforcements. Although Wu Jie knew what Mo Huai was planning, he didn't care because he didn't think Mo Huai could withstand his next move. When the two arrived outside Guanghua Hall, Mo Huai took the opportunity to draw the weapon at his waist, the Mo family great son's black snow sword. Ah, good sword. This master will be accepting this sword. Seeing the ink-black sword in Mo Huai's hand, Wu Jie's eyes couldn't help lighting up. Letting out a hoarse laugh, he also pulled out a weapon from behind his back. Only then did Mo Huai notice that Wu Jie had always been carrying a weapon on his back. It was a lanyard list as thick as an arm and covered in sharp iron spikes. Under the moonlight, the tips of these spikes reflected a cold light, causing one's hair to stand on end. Pulling out his mace, Wu Jie didn't hesitate. Taking 2 steps forward and leaping into the air, he raised his mace with both hands and smashed it down towards Mo Huai's head. He wanted to smash Mo Huai's head with his mace. Simple and violent. Compared to the dazzling sword skills, blade skills, and palm skills of the Central Plains cultivators, Wu Jie's moves were very simple and direct, but even so, almost no one could resist his moves. It was precisely because of their simplicity that they were pure. Pure moves coupled with pure strength, this combination was even more difficult to resist. Black Snow Sword Cry, Only the Heart Moves, Harmony Under the Heavens. Mo Family Sword Style, Love Not Offense. Facing Wuxia's extremely pure and powerful move, Mo Huai didn't choose to dodge because he knew he couldn't. So, Mo Huai directly used the Mo Family Sword Style's most famous sword style, Love Not Offense. This was the Mo family's strongest defensive sword style, and at the same time, it was also the core ideology of MOZ. As soon as this sword style was used, the air seemed to stagnate and the mace in Wu Jie's hand seemed to slow down a bit. Wu Jie's brow furrowed slightly, but he still swung his mace towards Mo Huai. Although he felt that Mo Huai's sword style was a bit strange, he didn't take it to heart because he believed in his own strength. Reality proved that he had the qualifications to be so confident. Just as Mo Huai completed his sword move, the mace smashed heavily onto Ink's snow sword. The qi and blood in Mo Huai's chest suddenly stagnated, and he quickly retreated. Then, he felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out another mouthful of blood. Not enough. It's still not enough. Mo Huai anxiously shouted in his heart. Thinking back to when the dragon-bearded guest had come to Yunshan to cause trouble, Mo Huai had only used this love impartiality sword skill to block the dragon-bearded guest's storm-like attacks, but now that he had displayed this sword skill with all his strength, it seemed so fragile in front of Wuxia, causing Mo Huai's heart to sink. Mo Huai's heart ached when he saw the small dents on the inky snow sword caused by Wuxia's mace. This inky snow sword was MOZ's personal sword in the past, and it had been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. In the world's famous sword manual, the inky snow sword could be considered one of the top 10 swords. 1,000 years of wind and frost hadn't left a single mark on this sword, but today, it had been damaged by a Turk. Mo Huai's heart was both pained and sad. He felt that he had let down the Mo family's divine ancestor. But he did not regret it. Today, in order to protect the Academy's secrets, in order to protect the Academy's future, he had to stand up. Judging from the current situation, he had to fight with all his might. Otherwise, he would die before the reinforcements could reach the mountain. Eat this teacher's staff again. Wu Jie hadn't expected that Mo Huai would be able to block his move, and he couldn't help but feel angry. Before Mo Huai could react, he soared into the air and swung his mace at Mo Huai's head again. Once again, he used the same move. At his level of martial arts, the moves were no longer important. Whatever moves were convenient to use, whatever moves were the most useful, he would just use them. There was no need to think too much about it. Simple and straightforward. There were some moves that could be used all the time. But if Li Zixuan had been present when he said, "Eat this teacher's staff again," even though the situation was critical, he would have laughed. He even wanted to ask Wu Jie, "Are you a clown sent by the monkeys?" Chapter 1521. HM? What a strange sword skill. Yan Huang Academy, in front of Guanghua Tower, Wu Jie's full-strength attack was reduced by half by Mo Huai's ink snow sword. This made him a little dissatisfied, but at the same time, he was also a little surprised. Being experienced and knowledgeable, he almost instantly understood that there was something wrong with Mo Huai's sword technique. Mo Huai sighed lightly, but didn't say anything because he wasn't feeling well at the moment. Although he had reduced a large part of Wu Jie's attack, the gap in strength between the two of them was too great. Even if he had reduced a portion of the force, the remaining force was enough to make him suffer. Coupled with the fact that Mo Huai had already suffered heavy injuries in the previous rounds, it was already a miracle that he was still standing. He didn't know if he could block Wu Jie's next attack with his Taiji sword skill. However, it was also thanks to Li Zixuan's Taiji sword skill, otherwise he would have already fallen. Let's see how many more rounds you can last under this master's hands. Wu Jie's eyes were like lightning as he saw through Mo Huai's current physical condition. With a cold snort, he soared into the sky and smashed his mace towards Mo Huai's head. The same move was used again by Wu Jie, causing Mo Huai to grumble in his heart. At the same time, a Taiji sword skill flashed through his mind. Taiji Sword Skills 38th Form, Phoenix Wing Spread. This time, Mo Huai had enough time to prepare his sword. He stepped back, circled his sword, and fell to the ground to avoid the mace. His body was at an extreme angle to the ground, and his left hand formed a sword finger to support his body. Then, his right hand raised his sword and sucked the mace in. Because he had more time to prepare than last time, Mo Huai's ink snow sword really sucked Wuxia's mace this time. Taiji sword skill was a sword skill that allowed the weak to defeat the strong. It had nothing to do with one's internal strength, but rather the depth of one's understanding of Taiji. Mo Huai being able to use the 38th form of Taiji sword skill to this extent proved that he had a very deep understanding of Taiji. Of course, this wasn't the end. Next, Mo Huai's entire body rotated 180 degrees around his feet, and with the force of this rotation, he soared into the air like a phoenix spreading its wings, carrying his mace and launching a probing counterattack towards Wuxia. At the same time, Mo Huai also used the Mahist family's famous skill, Love Without Offense. The air instantly became stagnant, and the two sword techniques fused together. There seemed to be a subtle chemical reaction. The power of Love Without Offense became even greater, and the attack power of the Taiji sword, Phoenix Spreads Its Wings, became even stronger. Wuxia's eyes couldn't help narrowing. Of course, he wasn't afraid. Mo Huai's counterattack seemed ordinary to him. What he cared about was that this ant in his eyes was actually able to resist his attack. Mo Huai had switched from defense to offense twice. The first time was when he used Love with Impartiality, non-offense, and failed. The second time was when Mo Huai used Love with Impartiality, non-offense, and Phoenix Spreads Its Wings, and he succeeded. For Mo Huai, such a record was something to be proud of, but for Wuxia, it was a disgrace. To think that he, a dignified martial grandmaster, couldn't even defeat a small fish at the peak of martial grandmaster in 3 moves. If this spread out, wouldn't Wuxia's reputation be ruined? Therefore, Wuxia was furious. Roar! With a loud roar, Wuxia poured all of his internal strength into his mace, and his whole body spun rapidly in the air. Soon, the mace was seized by Wuxia again. At the same time, the majestic true qi gathered on the mace exploded, and the ink snow sword let out a mournful cry before breaking. Mo Huai was also sent flying by Wuxia's counterattack. Pooh! Mo Huai slid on the ground for several meters before finally stabilizing his body. At this moment, he couldn't bear it anymore and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wuxia's counterattack had directly injured Mo Huai's internal organs. The situation on the battlefield was really changing rapidly. At first, Mo Huai was at a complete disadvantage, but later, Mo Huai used his Tai Chi sword and was finally able to barely resist Wuxia's attacks. He even faintly turned from defense to offense and launched a counterattack. However, his counterattack failed, and in the blink of an eye, he was forced back by Wuxia's super powerful internal strength and was directly injured. Ho ho! What other moves do you have now? After Wuxia landed, he flashed and appeared in front of Mo Huai. He looked down at Mo Huai condescendingly and said in a hoarse voice, as if he was pronouncing Mo Huai's death sentence. Mo Huai looked at the broken sword in his hand with some sadness. He used all of his strength to stand up from the ground and said with a tragic expression, "My ink snow sword is broken, and the Mo family's great master is dead. Today, this old master will not rest until you die." You overestimate yourself. Wuxia sneered and swept the mace in his hand directly towards Mo Huai's chest. The ink snow sword in Mo Huai's hand was broken, so he definitely couldn't use it to block. He took half a step back with his right leg and drew a circle with his hands, starting the Tai Chi fist. He was going to use the Tai Chi fist to block the mace with his bare hands. Wuxia's mace directly landed on Mo Huai's chest. Then, Mo Huai's whole body bent backwards, and his hands moved with the flow of true qi, guiding the mace to the right of his back. Wuxia's killing blow was like hitting cotton, making him feel like he couldn't exert any strength. Who is so bold to cause trouble in Yanhuang College? Quickly take him down. At this moment, just when Mo Huai was about to completely collapse, A group of Yanhuang College guards, led by Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, finally rushed over after hearing the commotion. More than 20 college guards surrounded Wuxia and Mo Huai. After seeing Mo Huai covered in blood, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun couldn't help but be shocked. They hurried forward to support Mo Huai and asked, "Great Master, what happened to you? Are you okay?" Mo Huai waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about me. This person is the Tujue's imperial teacher, Wuxia. Quickly go down the mountain and deploy the troops. I'll hold him down here." In order to allow Mo Zhong and Mo Yun to carry out the order as soon as possible, Mo Huai forced himself to act as if nothing had happened. However, the fresh blood on his clothes had already betrayed him. Even an idiot would know that he was currently heavily injured. What? He's the Tujue's imperial teacher? Mo Zhong's eyes widened, a huge wave of shock surging in his heart. When he finally reacted, he hurriedly shouted at Mo Yun, "Mo Yun, go down the mountain and deploy the troops. I'll stay here and help Great Master deal with Wuxia." Although he knew that he would undoubtedly die if he faced Wuxia, in the face of life and death, Mo Zhong did not hesitate to sacrifice himself to protect his brother. "Big brother, go and deploy the troops. I'll protect Great Master." Mo Yun's eyes were red as he shouted crazily. Mo Zhong was flustered and exasperated. "Get out of here. Don't cause trouble here. Go and get reinforcements. None of you will leave the mountain tonight. You'll stay here forever." Wuxia, who was standing on the opposite side, couldn't help sneering. Saying so, he no longer spoke any nonsense and directly raised his mace and smashed it towards Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the others. "Back off." Mo Huai used all his strength to push Mo Zhong and Mo Yun away, while he took the opportunity to pull out the long sword at Mo Zhong's waist and slashed at the mace that Wuxia swung at him. Because Mo Huai's preparation time for this move was too short, coupled with the fact that he was seriously injured and his strength was much weaker than before, Wuxia's attack landed solidly on Mo Huai's Moon Hall and sent him flying to the front door of Guanghua Hall. Terrifying. This kind of strength, in the eyes of Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the others, was simply shocking. In the past, Mo Huai was a god in their hearts, but now, the god in their hearts had been easily knocked down from the clouds by another person. This gave them a clear understanding of Wuxia's tyrannical strength. Mo Huai fell heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, and could no longer stand up. "Juzis!" Mo Zhong screamed at the top of his lungs, then shouted to Mo Yun behind him, "Quick! Go down the mountain and deploy the troops, or else Juzi and I will be killed by you." In order to get Mo Yun to agree as soon as possible, Mo Zhong had no choice but to threaten him. "Big brother, take good care of Juzi. I'll go down the mountain and deploy the troops." Mo Yun wiped his tears and made a prompt decision. He turned around and was about to go down the mountain when he was blocked by Wuxia. "Your opponent is a s." Mo Zhong picked up the long sword on the ground and stabbed at Wuxia without thinking. At the same time, he shouted to the people around him, "The Turkic state teacher has infiltrated our Yanhuang College. He must be up to no good. We Han people should work together to kill him. Brothers, go. Buy time for Mo Yun." Wuxia was furious. He didn't expect that a weakling like Mo Zhong, who couldn't even be considered an ant, would dare to stab him with a sword. In his eyes, this was simply a humiliation. Therefore, Wuxia didn't hesitate to smash the mace in his hand towards Mo Zhong. Pooh! Mo Zhong didn't have Mo Huai's profound internal strength, nor did he have Mo Huai's understanding of the Taiji sword. Facing Wuxia's angry attack, he couldn't even put up a decent defensive move and was sent flying by the mace. "Big brother." Mo Yun, who had just run 2 steps forward, took a peek and suddenly felt like his courage was being torn apart. He and Mo Zhong were blood brothers, and at this moment, he only wanted to rush forward and fight Wuxia to the death. But he knew that he had a heavy burden on his shoulders and couldn't act rashly. "Quickly go down the mountain." Pooh! Mo Zhong supported his body and hurriedly shouted at Mo Yun. At the same time, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Mo Yun wiped away his tears and then resolutely ran towards the entrance of the Cloud Mountain. Wuxia wanted to chase after him, but the surrounding Yanhuang College guards didn't give him the chance. More than 20 guards poured all their internal strength into their swords and stabbed towards Wuxia. Even though they knew they weren't his match, they still didn't hesitate. Because their big brother had fought against the outsiders and was currently in a state of limbo, and when they saw Mo Huai and Mo Zhong knocked unconscious, the grief and indignation in their hearts couldn't be held back any longer. 23 sharp swords, filled with boundless true qi and surging anger, slashed towards Wuxia from all directions. Faced with such a concentrated attack, Wuxia had no time to deal with the escaping Mo Yun and could only focus on dealing with these ants around him. Chapter 1522. Will someone come to Yunshan Mountain to cause trouble at night? In Yanhuang College's dormitory 001, Li Tai sat up from his bed and looked out the window with a worried expression. The college has been standing aloof from worldly affairs for the past year, and there are more than 2,000 imperial guards at the foot of the mountain. If there's a ruckus at the gate, it's probably not a small matter. Qin Ke, why don't we go out and take a look? Qin Huayu frowned and suggested. Sure. Let's go out and take a look. Call Baolin. Li Tai thought for a moment and made a prompt decision. He didn't forget to think of Yuqi Baolin, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. After all, Cheng Chumo was out of town with Li Zishuan to kill locusts. The strongest fighter in their dormitory was Yuqi Baolin. A few days ago, when they were chasing Yi Hong outside the city, Yuqi Baolin showed his prowess at the crucial moment. Hey, Baolin, wake up. There's drumsticks to eat. Seeing that Yuqi Baolin was still sleeping soundly, Sun Zifan, who had just gotten out of bed, couldn't help but push his arm and say, What? Where's the drumsticks? I want to eat drumsticks. Yuqi Baolin sniffled and propped his fat body up from the bed. He closed his eyes and said in a daze. Even though they knew that there was something wrong with the college, they couldn't help but laugh. Li Tai said angrily, The drumsticks are right in front of the gate. If you want to eat, put on your clothes quickly. Sun Zifan tried hard to hold back his laughter, but in the end he couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Li Tai waved his hand in annoyance and said, Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead, opened the dormitory door, and walked out. It was summer and they didn't have much to wear. After a while, Yuqi Baolin, Qin Huayu, Sun Zifan and the others followed them out of the dormitory area. However, they didn't see a single academy guard on night patrol. Li Tai couldn't help but frown. How strange. Along the way, he didn't see a single person. Usually, the academy would have guards on night patrol to prevent the students from not sleeping and wandering around the dormitory. What happened tonight? Qin Huayu frowned and listened for a moment. He said, Qingge, it seems that there are fighting sounds at the gate of the academy. I'm afraid the academy is in big trouble. Let's go and take a look. Remember, we have to observe the situation clearly before deciding whether to go out and help or go down the mountain to call for reinforcements. Qin Huayu had a quiet personality and was very calm in the face of trouble. In an instant, he understood the severity of the situation and hurriedly said in a low voice. Yuqi Baolin was already awake. As a warrior, his hearing was sharper and he could hear the fighting sounds at the front of the academy even more clearly. After Qin Huayu finished speaking, Yuqi Baolin said anxiously, There are people fighting at the gate of the academy. That person is very strong. I also heard Mr. Mo's voice. Qingge, Huayu, Zifan, don't go. I'll go save Mr. Mo alone. After saying that, Yuqi Baolin didn't wait for them to react. He took a big stride and ran quickly in the direction of Guanghua Tower. Hey, Baolin, wait. Li Tai's heart sank. By the time he reacted and wanted to stop Yuqi Baolin, the latter had already run far away. He was puzzled. A great master. Baolin said that person is a great master. I heard from Yamacho that Mr. Mo's martial cultivation has reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Few people in the world can compare to him. Could it be that even Mr. Mo can't deal with this great master? Then who is this person? Qin Huayu thought for a moment and said, Qingke, none of us know martial arts. If Mr. Mo can't deal with this great master, we'll just be adding to the trouble if we go. Why don't we climb over the side wall and go down the mountain to get reinforcements? I heard from my father that His Majesty has arranged for 2,000 Imperial Guards at the foot of the Cloud Mountain to ambush us. Li Tai nodded, then shook his head. Why go through so much trouble? Ziffin, I remember that you hid 2 fireworks under your bed, didn't you? Sun Ziffin heard this and couldn't help but be stunned. Chingay, how did you know? Before the Lantern Festival this year, Li Zishuan had secretly rubbed a few fireworks when he had asked the servants to make them in the Cloud Mountain residence. He usually couldn't bear to use them, so he hid them in the wooden box under his bed. Li Tai said unhappily, How would I know? You hid such dangerous things in the dormitory. We'll deal with you later. Go and get the 2 fireworks now. We'll use them to inform the Imperial Guards at the foot of the mountain to come up and help. Qin Huayu also looked at Sun Ziffin with a slightly ugly expression. After all, anyone who knew that they slept on a bed with fireworks every day would be in a bad mood. You wait. I'll go and get the fireworks now. Feeling Qin Huayu's dangerous gaze, Sun Ziffin shrank his neck and cleverly chose to escape. At the same time, in front of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building. Mr. Mo. Brother Mo Zhong, what happened to you? Who hurt you? Yuchi Baolin came to the front of Guanghua building and saw blood everywhere. College guards were lying on the ground, and Mo Huai was also lying on the ground. His clothes were all stained red, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but panic. He hurriedly walked over to Mo Huai and helped him up as he asked anxiously. Under Yuchi Baolin's shaking, the unconscious Mo Huai finally woke up. Seeing that the person in front of him was Yuchi Baolin, he quickly said, Baolin. Quick, tell all the students to hide in the back of the mountain and don't come out. Go. As he spoke, he even pushed Yuchi Baolin's arm. Feeling the weak force on his arm, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but grieve. He was a warrior, and he knew better than anyone how powerful Mo Huai was. But now, Mo Huai didn't even have the strength to push someone. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. Boo! Mr. Mo, who was it that injured you? I'll avenge you. Yuchi Baolin was a straightforward person. Seeing that Mo Huai's breath was weak, he couldn't help but cry and say angrily, Listen to me. Go. With that, Mo Huai couldn't hold on anymore and finally fainted again. Mr. Mo, wake up, wake up. Seeing this, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but cry loudly. At this moment, the door to Guanghua building was pushed open, and a tall and thin man in a black robe walked out with a pile of books and manuscripts. At a glance, he saw that there was another person in the room, a very young boy. You're a student of Yanhuang College? The black-robed man was naturally Wuxia. He stopped in his tracks and asked with interest. Hearing this, Yuchi Baolin raised his head to look at Wuxia. When he saw the bloody mace on Wuxia's back, Yuchi Baolin's eyes immediately turned red. Gently placing Mo Huai on the ground, Yuchi Baolin stood up and looked straight at Wuxia, enunciating each word clearly. Was it you who injured Senior Mo? Yuchi Baolin was a simple and honest person. Usually, even if others made fun of him, he wouldn't get angry. Now that he saw his teacher seriously injured on the ground, how could he hold back his anger? Even if he knew that he wasn't a match for the black-robed man in front of him, he still had to stand up and avenge Mo Huai. He liked Yanhuang College and respected these teachers who were like family elders to him. This teacher didn't want to hurt anyone. These people overestimated themselves and wanted to ruin this teacher's good fortune. Facing Wuchi Baolin's bloodthirsty gaze, for some reason, Wuxia didn't directly draw his sword, instead frowning slightly as he explained. You hurt Mr. Mo, you deserve to die. Ugh. Yuchi Baolin clenched his fists and like a mad bull, charged towards Mo Huai. He didn't have a weapon in his hand, so he used his own body as a weapon. He didn't want to kill Wuxia. As long as he could injure Wuxia slightly, he would be satisfied. He knew that he couldn't avenge Mo Huai. All he could do was collect some interest in advance. Wuxia frowned. He had many books under his arms, so he couldn't pull out the mace from his back, nor could he use any moves to block Yuchi Baolin's charge. In the end, he chose to do nothing and just stood there motionless, waiting for Yuchi Baolin to hit him. because in his opinion, a little chi transformation cultivator wouldn't be able to break through his aura shield even with a sword, let alone this Yuchi Baolin who didn't even have a single weapon in his hand. However, he had to admit that this student in front of him was really brave. Pang! In the blink of an eye, Yuchi Baolin arrived in front of Wuxia. Wuxia had thought that this dark and fat boy didn't have much strength, but this collision actually forced him back half a step. Don't underestimate this half step. Wuxia was a martial grandmaster level master. Even Mo Huai couldn't escape from him. Yuchi Baolin, on the other hand, was just a brat who had just broken through to the chi transformation realm. The gap between their realms was enormous, yet he was able to force Wuxia back half a step. If this were to spread out, no one would believe it. Wuxia coldly snorted in anger. His vigorous internal force exploded, and Yuchi Baolin was unable to control his body and was sent flying 4 or 5 feet before crashing heavily to the ground. This young man has great strength. His body is even stronger than a Turkic man's. He's a good seedling. Although Yuchi Baolin was sent flying, Wuxia didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked at Yuchi Baolin thoughtfully. Cheese. At this moment, behind Yanhuang College's Guanghua building, 2 gorgeous fireworks suddenly rose, lighting up the night sky. Shit! Wujia's expression changed. Without hesitation, he squatted down, took off the robes of one of the college guards, wrapped the book in the robes, threw it on his back, and walked directly to the college's main entrance. Because these 2 fireworks would not only alert the Imperial Army at the foot of Cloud Mountain, it might also alert the surrounding soldiers, or even the other armies of Chang and City. If that really happened, it would be difficult for him to leave. According to his original plan, after stealing the college's technology, he would take advantage of the Great Tang's imperial court to rush back to the Turks. If the imperial court reacted too quickly and mobilized the armies of the various states to intercept him, then he might not be able to leave the Great Tang. Stop! Who dares to harm my Yanhuang College's students? Chapter 1523. In the silent night, 2 fireworks exploded. Not only did it disturb Wuxia, who was fighting with Yuchi Baolin, but it also woke up the Yanhuang College students from their dreams. The students originally thought that someone from the academy was secretly setting off fireworks for fun, but when they put on their clothes and came out to take a look, they immediately felt that the atmosphere of the academy was a bit strange. There were no guards outside the academy's dormitory, and some students could even faintly hear the sounds of fighting coming from the academy's entrance. Thus, the students who were woken up walked out of their dormitory and headed towards Guanghua Building. When they were about to reach Guanghua Building, they met Li Tai's group. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, and Qin Huayu had already been observing the situation from the bushes beside Guanghua Building for a while. When they saw more students coming, they hurriedly had the students squat down to avoid being discovered by Wuxia. Because from their previous observation, they already knew that the black-clothed man in front of Guanghua Building was extremely terrifying. If they went up, they wouldn't be of any help and would only be delivering their heads. Thus, when they saw the students coming, Li Tai had them quietly hide behind the bushes for the time being. But when they saw Li Gang arrive, and the black-clothed man had the intention to make a move against Li Gang, they couldn't bear it anymore. They all stood up with Li Tai, wanting to protect Li Gang. Not to mention Li Gang's prestige in the Tang Dynasty's literary world, just in Yanhuang College, his prestige was unmatched. There was no student or teacher who didn't respect him. Moreover, the old teacher was the teacher of 2 crown princes. His conduct was noble, and although he was once an official in the imperial court, he had always been clean. It could be said that he was the leader of the Tang Dynasty's literary world. Now that someone wanted to harm the old teacher, how could the students stand it? Although they knew that they weren't a match for the black-clothed man, they still chose to stand up. They wanted to protect Li Gang, the respected old teacher, and protect Yanhuang College. Qing Ke, quickly bring them back. Li Gang's weathered eyes were somewhat moved, but after a moment he restrained this feeling and said to Li Tai in a stiff tone. A bunch of kids still wet behind the ears and a white-haired old man. Yanhuang College wants to stop me with just these? Wuxia looked at the 100 or so students who had just arrived, then turned to look at Li Gang, who was still standing tall and proud, and couldn't help but coldly snort. As his voice fell, his clothes fluttered without any wind. The surrounding students and Li Gang couldn't help but take a step back. This was Wuxia releasing his qi. He wanted to shake off the people around him so that he could take all the technical information and leave Cloud Mountain as soon as possible. Because at this moment, he could faintly hear the dense footsteps coming from the mountain path. He was afraid that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave anymore. If you want to leave Cloud Mountain, you can, but leave behind the bag on your back. Wuxia was just about to take the opportunity to walk out of the gate when suddenly, a tower-like youth appeared in front of him. It was Yuchi Baolin, who had just taken a palm from him. "HM? You're still not dead? Get out of my way. Don't overestimate yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Wuxia was slightly surprised, but on the surface, he coldly snorted. "No, I won't let you. Even if you beat me to death, I won't let you." Yuchi Baolin opened his arms and said stubbornly. Finally, he turned to look at Li Gang and said, "Mr. Li, this Turkic imperial teacher stole many books from our school. You can't let him go." Li Gang's face changed as he quickly stepped forward and said sternly, "As the Turkic imperial teacher, you actually ignored the treaty between the two countries and snuck into our Tang Yanhuang College to steal books. Are you representing Xieli to declare war on our Tang Empire?" Li Tai and the other students were shocked. Only now did they realize that this black-robed man in front of them was the legendary Turkic imperial teacher. When they finally reacted, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. After all, Wuxia was one of the world's 2 martial grandmasters and had a certain amount of fame. At this time, Wuxia coldly snorted and said, Ever since the Tang Empire's army killed our Turkic army, the two countries have been in a state of war, don't you know?" Li Gang was so angry that he laughed and said, "Shameless. At that time, it was you who took the initiative to violate the treaty and send troops to support Liang Shirdu to fight against our Tang Empire. Now, you dare to make false accusations? You really can't tell right from wrong. No matter what, don't even think about taking away Yanhuang College's books and information tonight. So what if I want to take it away? With just the few of you, how can you stop me?" Wuxia snorted and raised his foot to charge at Yuchi Baolin. "If you want to take away the books of the academy, you'll have to step over this Li Gang's corpse." Li Tai shouted in grief and indignation. The books and information of the academy were the result of Li Zishuan and the teachers and students of the academy. Moreover, these books and information contain the technologies of powerful countries and powerful armies. If the imperial teacher of the Turkic Empire stole them, it would be an immeasurable loss to the great Tang. In addition, before Li Zishuan left, he had entrusted the entire academy to Li Gang. Therefore, the old teacher absolutely could not allow Wuxia to steal the hard work of Li Zishuan and the teachers and students of the academy. He would rather die than let it happen. The old teacher would use his life to fulfill the responsibility on his shoulders. "Teacher Wenji, let me. I'll fight with him." Yuchi Baolin strode forward and stood in front of Li Gang. "Protect Teacher Wenji." Li Tai also quickly stepped in front of Li Gang. "Protect Teacher Wenji." The other students followed suit and stood over as well. "All of you, get out of the way." At this moment, Li Gang pushed through the crowd and said, although his voice was soft, it was firm. Although the students were unwilling, they still involuntarily opened a path. Li Gang walked to the front of the students, his hands clasped behind his back. Facing the murderous Wuxia, he showed no fear and righteously said, "This old master was originally a scholar, familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics, familiar with the records of the grand historian, and the Book of Han. Writing nourishes one's qi, reading poetry nourishes one's spirit. I only have a few plain clothes and no money. Only the hundreds of students are my greatest capital in this life. This old master respects the heavens and earth, respects morality, and fears the hearts of the people. You are just a barbarian martial artist. How could I be threatened by you? I know that my martial arts are high and I am invincible, but today I want to see what you can do to me." Chapter 1524. Thundercloud Overlord Mace. In the open space in front of Yanhuang College, Wuxia, who had been attacked by more than 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers, was finally enraged. The momentum around his body suddenly changed, and the mace in his hand began to glow with the light of thunder. A powerful and magnificent true qi exploded, and all the Imperial Army soldiers around Wuxia were sent flying. At the very beginning, the mace was not called a mace, but a mace. This weapon had a very long history. It was a weapon with 3 sharp edges and 2 protruding parts. It was widely used in the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. In the novel Water Margin, the fiery thunderbolt Qin Ming used this weapon to become famous all over the world. After sending several hundred Imperial Army soldiers flying, Wuxia aggressively waved his mace and flew towards the 2 brothers, Duguxin and Dugufing. To catch the thief, first catch the leader. Wuxia was very clear that if he wanted to get rid of this annoying group of Imperial Army soldiers as soon as possible, he would have to cripple the top 2 fighters. Otherwise, if he tried to escape, he would definitely be pursued and harassed by the 2 masters, Duguxin and Dugufing. At the time, he was still a little surprised by Duguxin's cultivation. Duguxin looked to be in his 20s, and a grandmaster in his 20s was considered rare in the entire world. He had not expected that besides the monster Li Zishuan, there would be such a character in the younger generation of the Great Tang. However, he was only slightly surprised. He didn't even put Mo Huai, a peak grandmaster, in his eyes, let alone Duguxin, a rookie, who had just entered the Grandmaster realm. At this moment, dark clouds covered the dim crescent moon, and the night became even darker. Everyone could clearly see that the mace in Wuxia's hand was flashing with lightning as he viciously swung it towards Duguxin's head. "Big brother, be careful." Dugufeng's eyebrows jumped as he hurriedly shouted. At the same time, 5 Xian leaf-throwing daggers flew out, locking onto Wuxia's limbs and heart. In the past, Dugufeng could only use 3 mystic leaf-flying daggers at the same time. But after a year of training, Dugufeng's flying dagger technique had improved by leaps and bounds. Not only could he use more flying daggers at the same time, the speed of the flying daggers had also increased. The distance of 3 to 4 meters was covered almost instantly, even faster than Wuxia's speed. Feeling the incoming threat, Wuxia's eyes couldn't help narrowing as his heart trembled. He had thought that between the 2 brothers, only Duguxin was a bigger threat, but he had never imagined that Dugufeng, who wasn't even a grandmaster, would actually possess such amazing flying dagger techniques. Yes, it was stunning. These 5 profound leaf-flying daggers had basically locked down all possible escape routes for Wuxia, because the speed of these flying daggers had reached the pinnacle. No matter which direction he fled in, he would still be hit by the flying daggers. If Dugufeng's flying daggers were to be described in one word, it could only be described as pure. This was a flying dagger technique that had reached the pinnacle of perfection, as if his flying daggers had a life of their own. Wuxia had never seen such fast flying daggers before, or rather, he had never seen anyone who could use flying daggers with such spirituality. Just by relying on this flying dagger technique, Dugufeng had the strength to contend with an average grandmaster. In this respect, Dugufeng and Wuxia had some similarities. That was, they both had an almost crazy obsession with the same thing. They were both people who pursued their passions to the pinnacle. At this moment, although these 5 profound leaf-flying daggers had locked down all possible escape routes, this wasn't a problem for Wuxia because he didn't intend to retreat at all. Waving his mace like a bolt of lightning, Wuxia created an impenetrable lightning net in front of him. The 5 flying daggers hit this net, making a few ding-ding-ding sounds before flying off in all directions. The flying daggers that were shot down didn't have eyes. A few of the Imperial Guards were unlucky enough to be hit by the flying daggers. Fortunately, they didn't injure their vital parts. However, what was more bizarre was that those who were hit by the flying daggers all had their bodies convulsing. There was a faint flash of electricity on their bodies, as if they were struck by lightning. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Duguxin and Dugufeng's expressions couldn't help becoming heavier. This Wuxia in front of them, not only was his cultivation extremely high, his martial arts were also extremely strange, even accompanied by lightning. making him even more difficult to deal with. Little boy, your flying dagger technique is quite impressive, but if you want to use it against this master, you're far from enough. Wuxia's first attack was interrupted, and after landing, he glared at Du Gufeng and said coldly. Saying so, he raised his mace and swung it towards Du Gufeng. The same move, targeted at a different person, but this time, Wuxia's speed was even faster, even creating a sonic boom. Bastard! You sneaky little bastard! Do you dare suppress your cultivation to the same level and fight this grandpa here for 300 rounds? Aren't you taking advantage of your position to bully me? Seeing Wu Jie change the target of his attack to himself, Du Gufeng couldn't help shouting in anger and cursing loudly. But cursing was one thing, he still had to hurry up and escape. This time, he didn't have time to activate his profound leaf-flying dagger, because Wu Jie's speed was even faster than before, and he was also heading straight for him. Du Gufeng didn't dare risk his little life. If his profound leaf-flying dagger missed and couldn't stop Wu Jie for even a moment, wouldn't he die? So, almost at the first moment, Du Gufeng had already fled. But how could his escape speed compare to the speed of a martial grandmaster like Wu Jie? In the blink of an eye, Wu Jie had already caught up to him, and Du Gufeng could even faintly feel the wind from the back of his head. Fuck. This old dog won't cut open the back of this young master's head, right? Wouldn't that ruin this young master's handsome image? Du Gufeng secretly complained in his heart. He was just a small fry at the peak of Qi transforming stage, but now he was facing off against one of the world's top martial Dao masters. What kind of sin had he committed? Dugu 9 swords, broken spear form. At the critical moment, Dugu Xian didn't disappoint Du Gufeng. Taking advantage of this moment, Dugu Xian had already condensed his sword intent and leapt into the air, using a series of complex sword moves. His speed also increased by about 60%, directly taking the lead and disrupting Wu Jie's onslaught. Dang dang dang. The expected scene of sword and staff colliding didn't happen. Wu Jie's mace was filled with violent true qi, so it was reasonable to say that as long as Dugu Xian's sword collided with it, he would be sent flying, but this wasn't the case. Dugu Xian's swordsmanship seemed to be specifically designed to restrain Wu Jie's mace. Faced with Dugu Xian's dazzling swordsmanship, Wu Jie felt as if his mace was unable to exert any strength. This shocked him greatly, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of swordsmanship Dugu Xian was using. One had to know that the broken spear form of Dugu 9 swords was specifically designed to counter all kinds of long spears, halberds, snake spears, chi mace sticks, wolf tooth maces, white candles, Buddha staffs, shovels, and all kinds of other long weapons. Wu Jie's movements with his mace were all dissected in the broken spear form, allowing Dugu Xian to predict Wu Jie's next move based on which part of his body and muscles showed signs of movement. This was the so-called foresight, the true essence of Dugu 9 swords. This was a way to foresee the enemy's moves and quickly counter them. It had nothing to do with the depth of one's cultivation, only with one's perception. It was for these reasons that the martial grandmaster Wu Jie felt that his mace was completely suppressed by Dugu Xian, who had just broken through to the martial grandmaster realm. Ha! Old dog! Who told you to chase this young master? Now I'll let you have a taste of this young master's strength. Perceiving that he was no longer in danger, Du Gufeng began to play dirty again. Not only that, but he also pushed his speed to the limit, circling the battlefield, and whenever he found a good position, he wouldn't hesitate to throw a few profound leaf-flying daggers at Wu Jie. In modern terms, Dugu Xian was a melee tanker, while Du Gufeng was a ranged attacker. Under the exquisite coordination of these two brothers, they were actually able to faintly resist Wu Jie's fierce offensive, but this was only temporary because Dugu Xian felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. Every time the long sword in his hand collided with Wu Jie's mace, he could clearly feel a bolt of lightning pass through his right hand. At first, he was able to grit his teeth and resist, but as the number of times he was struck increased, he was gradually reaching his limit. He felt that if he was struck by Wu Jie a few more times, his right hand would lose all feeling. Although Dugu Xian had suppressed Wu Jie in terms of moves, in terms of strength, Dugu Xian was directly suppressed by Wu Jie. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Moreover, Wuxia's true qi seemed to contain a trace of the power of lightning. This was simply too strange, something that Duge Xen had never even heard of before. All soldiers listen to my order, continue to form the formation and kill the Tujue imperial teacher. Taking advantage of the gap between retreating, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. There's an urgent report from Cloud Mountain. Late at night, Imperial Palace West Court. Zhao Song hurriedly arrived at Empress Xianxuan's bedroom in the Lizheng Palace, carefully poking his head inside and shouting. If it wasn't for an urgent matter, even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't have come here to disturb Li Er and Empress Xianxuan's sweet dreams. After all, an emperor was also a person, and anyone who was disturbed while hugging their wife to sleep would naturally be angry. And once an emperor was angry, the consequences would be more serious. Therefore, in the entire imperial palace, basically no one dared to knock on Li Er and Empress Xianxuan's door at this time. Zhao Song was more senior, and in addition to the urgent matter, he dared to do so. After a long silence in the bedroom, Li Er's voice finally came. What's the matter? Your Majesty, half an hour ago, 2 fireworks rose from Cloud Mountain. At first, this old servant thought that it was just a child playing around, but just now, General Dugu sent a messenger to Chang and City on a fast horse, saying that Yanhuang College was attacked by a great Grandmaster expert and requested for Your Majesty to send troops to help as soon as possible. Zhao Song said with a worried face. Dugu Xian, who was guarding at the foot of the Cloud Mountain, had received Moyun's report that the academy had been attacked by the Tujue Nation Master. He hurriedly led his men up the Cloud Mountain to rescue the academy. At the same time, he also sent 2 soldiers to Chang and on horseback to ask for help. Firstly, Dugu Xian had never faced a great Grandmaster expert before, so he wasn't sure if the 2,000 people he brought with him could take down Wuxia. Secondly, the Tujue imperial teacher, who was second only to one person, suddenly appeared near the Great Tang's capital. This could easily lead people to think that there were Tujue troops in other places nearby, so to be safe, Duge Xen had to ask for help from Chang and City. Chapter 1525. Junior, how does it feel to be struck by lightning? This master wants to see just how long you can last. On the summit of Cloud Mountain, more than 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers had surrounded Wuxia, but they couldn't display the full power of the Mo sword array because Wuxia was currently launching a fierce barrage of attacks towards Duge Xen. The 2 of them were locked in a fierce battle, flying up and down, and the bystanders simply couldn't intervene. Even Duge Fei-ing, who had been looking for opportunities to throw flying daggers, didn't dare to intervene because the battle between the 2 was too intense. If he threw a dagger, it was very likely that it would hit Duge Xian's face. The 2 of them had fought for an unknown number of rounds, and Duge Xian's right hand was gradually becoming numb. Seeing this, Wuxia couldn't help calling out coldly. He had deliberately kept a very close distance from Duge Xian in order to prevent himself from being surrounded by more than 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to directly cripple Duge Xian so that when he escaped, he would have one less tail to tail. The facts proved that his decision was correct. Because at this moment, Duge Xian's face was pale, obviously he couldn't hold on any longer. Duge Xen pursed his lips and didn't speak because he really didn't have the strength to speak at this moment. In fact, with his martial Dao cultivation that had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm, it was already a miracle that he could last this long against Wuxia. If it weren't for the Dugu Nine Swords broken spear style, which naturally countered Wuxia's mace, he would have already fallen like Mo Huai. But even so, Duge Xen was already exhausted. The main reason was that Wuxia's mace was constantly sending out faint lightning bolts. In order to resist these lightning bolts, Duge Xen had to use a portion of his true qi to dissolve them. As a result, although the Dugu Nine Swords didn't consume much true qi, the amount of true qi consumed to resist the lightning bolts was more than enough for Duge Xen to bear. In fact, the amount of true qi consumed was far greater than the amount consumed by the Dugu Nine Swords. Big brother, get out of the way. I'll deal with this smelly old man. Duge Fei-ing also saw that Duge Xen couldn't hold on any longer, so he quickly shouted out. Duge Xen Zhong smiled bitterly. If he could get away, would he have waited until now? Dugu Feng, on the other hand, couldn't wait any longer. He knew that if he waited any longer, his big brother would either die or be crippled. Rather than that, he might as well give it his all. Perhaps he could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. No, he could find a chance to live. At some point, Dugufei had summoned 5 flying daggers into his hands. At this moment, Dugufei Ying's aura changed, becoming like a proud and aloof eagle, his eyes fixed on Dugu Xin and Wu Jie as they flew through the air. Dong dong dong. Dugu Feng's ears were no longer filled with the noises of the battlefield. All he could hear was his own heartbeat. He blocked all the sources of noise from the outside world and focused all his energy, vigor, and soul, looking for an opportunity to cut into the battle. Now! Suddenly, Dugufei Ying's eyes flashed and the profound leaf dagger in his hand shot out like lightning towards Dugu Xin. And that's right, it was aimed at Dugu Xin. The profound leaf dagger silently cut through the air, instantly arriving within 5 meters of Dugu Xin and Wu Jie. Dugu Xin's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Dugu Feiying, this bastard, had actually caused the profound leaf dagger to miss its mark. Dugu Feng's flying daggers were already fast to begin with. In addition, the 5 flying daggers in the air seemed to be driven by Dugu Feng's extraordinary performance. Their speed was at least 30% faster than before. Dugu Xin, who had exhausted all his qi, would not be able to dodge these 5 flying daggers no matter what. Dying at the hands of Fei Ying is better than dying at the hands of Wu Jie. I just hope the family elders won't blame him for this. Death is at hand, Dugu Xin muttered in his heart as he gave up resisting. On the opposite side, Wu Jie also caught a glimpse of the 5 profound leaf daggers thrown by Dugu Xin from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but sneer proudly, thinking that although Dugu Feiying's foundation wasn't bad, his mental state was really lacking. In his opinion, the 5 profound leaf daggers that Dugu Feiying had sent out were obviously due to his poor mental state, causing him to miss his mark. As such, he withdrew his attack on Dugu Xin and decided to watch these 2 great Tang youngsters kill each other with his own eyes. The surrounding Imperial Army guards and Yanhuang College's teachers and students all stared with wide eyes at the profound leaf dagger flying towards Dugu Xin in horror. Sun Zifan was also dumbfounded. Fuck! General Feiying, how could you miss like that? Where's the mark? What if King trap? Amazing! Amazing! But did Dugu Feiying really miss? Obviously not. Just as Wu Jie gave up on attacking Dugu Xin and was about to stop and watch the show, the 5 profound leaf daggers in the air suddenly changed direction and flew straight towards Wu Jie. Wu Jie was stunned at first, but when he reacted, he hurriedly swung his mace to block the incoming profound leaf daggers, but it was already too late. Ding ding dings! Poop-you! Of the 5 profound leaf daggers, 3 of them were knocked away by the mace, but there were still 2 profound leaf daggers that couldn't be blocked. One of them cut Wu Jie's shoulder, while the other cut Wu Jie's trousers. Silence! The previously noisy Yanhuang College entrance suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone except Wu Jie stared at Dugu Feiying with wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Wu Jie only suffered a minor injury, in this world martial grandmasters were almost invincible existences. As long as they weren't surrounded by an army, almost no one could injure a martial grandmaster. But now, Dugu Feiying, a little brat who hadn't even reached the martial grandmaster realm, had actually injured the dignified martial grandmaster Wu Jie. If this news were to spread, wouldn't it cause an uproar? Shameless junior, you dare to sneak attack this martial grandmaster. Feeling the sharp pain in his shoulder, Wu Jie couldn't help but feel shocked. How long had it been since he was last injured? But now, not only was he injured, but he was also injured by a 20-year-old junior who hadn't even reached the martial grandmaster realm. This was simply a great humiliation. What sneak attack? This young master was just playing with profound leaf daggers in broad daylight. If you don't have the ability to dodge, who can you blame? Seeing that the profound leaf daggers that he had condensed all of his spiritual strength had successfully hit their target, Dugu Feiying felt a little smug. Facing Wu Jie's anger, he retorted, "Junior, this martial grandmaster will kill you today." Wu Jie's eyes widened in anger, his aura rising once again. Dugu Xian, who had taken the opportunity to withdraw from the battle, couldn't help but feel shocked. He discovered that Wu Jie hadn't even used his full strength just now. The current Wu Jie was more than twice as terrifying as before. Fei Ying, be careful. Imperial guards, quickly get into formation. Dugu Xian hurriedly shouted. Yes. The Imperial guards who had already formed a formation quickly moved towards Wu Jie, but Wu Jie didn't care about them at all. He directly rushed forward, wanting to smash Dugu Fei Ying's head with his club. Fast. At this time, Wu Jie's speed was as fast as lightning. Just a moment ago, he was still 100 feet away from Dugu Fei Ying, but in the next moment, he was already above Dugu Fei Ying's head. The spiked club, which was flickering with blue lightning, smashed directly at Dugu Fei Ying's head. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone held their breaths and closed their eyes, because no one could bear to see what would happen next. However, Du Fei Ying's eyes didn't close because he hadn't given up resisting. In this life and death crisis, Dugu Fei Ying pulled out 5 more profound leaf daggers from his sleeves and quickly retreated while facing Wu Jie's attack. Ding ding ding! Unfortunately for Wu Jie, these hastily summoned flying daggers didn't pose any threat to him and all of them fell to the ground. Wu Jie's mace still continued to swing towards Dugu Fei Ying. Pang! At this moment, everyone only heard a loud bang and the ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, but they didn't hear Dugu Fei Ying's miserable howl. Curious, they couldn't help but open their eyes and look forward, only to see Dugu Fei Ying lying motionless several meters away from Wu Jie. Just now, although the profound leaf daggers Dugu Fei Ying had hurriedly shot out weren't very powerful, they had still managed to delay Wu Jie for a moment. Using this moment, Dugu Fei Ying had retreated a short distance, allowing Wu Jie's killing blow to land less than half a meter in front of Dugu Fei Ying. However, even if this club didn't hit Dugu Fei Ying, the huge amount of true qi it released had sent Dugu Fei Ying flying. Not only that, Dugu Fei Ying's 5 viscera and 6 bowels had also suffered internal injuries. The angry strike of a martial grandmaster was truly terrifying. With one strike, Dugu Fei Ying had lost all ability to fight. Fei Ying! Dugu Xian's face was filled with nervousness as he hurriedly shouted to the surrounding Imperial army, "Get into formation. Capture the Tujue Imperial teacher." In such a short time, Wu Jie had once again fallen into the Imperial army's encirclement. The MO sword formation was activated once again, and countless MO swords continuously slashed towards him, but they didn't cause him much pressure at all. This was because at this moment, without the Dugu brothers holding the line and launching sneak attacks, Wu Jie was completely at ease. Moreover, he didn't intend to fight to the death with these Imperial army soldiers. As he fought, he retreated towards the edge of the formation. Don't let him escape. His bag contains the secrets of the academy. At this moment, Yuchi Bao Lin shouted from the side. Saying so, he didn't stay idle and directly joined the battle. Huayu, Zifen, you two stay here and watch. I'll go back to the dormitory and use the telegraph to inform the Yamacho. I estimate that we won't be able to hold the Tujue Imperial teacher back tonight. Li Tai suddenly said to Qin Huayu and Sun Zifen outside the battle. Qin Huayu nodded and said, "It's good to be prepared. Moreover, we should inform the Yamacho as soon as possible. Qin, you go." Li Tai nodded and then turned to leave. On the other side, Li Gang stood outside the battlefield with the support of the teachers of the academy. The old teacher's face was filled with anxiety because most of the technical information hidden in the academy was in the bag on Wu Jie's back. If Wu Jie successfully escaped tonight, whether it was for Yanhuang College or for the entire Great Tang, it would be an immeasurable loss. Chapter 1526. Fast. The 3 arrows were as fast as lightning, arriving in front of Wu Jie in the blink of an eye. Facing these 3 soul-stealing arrows, Wu Jie had 2 choices. One was to pull Wang Ji over to block the arrows for him, the other was to ignore everything and retreat. However, the reality of the situation was that the 3 arrows were too fast, so fast that Wu Jie didn't have time to react and could only choose to retreat. He could pull Wang Ji to his side to block the arrows, But even if he could, with the speed of these 3 arrows, after piercing through Wang Ji, it was very likely that they wouldn't stop and would continue flying towards Wuxia. Therefore, Wuxia chose to retreat directly. Ding ding ding! Wuxia retreated at an extremely fast speed, and as he did so, he pulled out his mace and blocked the 3 arrows, the powerful recoil causing his arm to go slightly numb. It was obvious just how much strength had been used to shoot these 3 arrows. Almost at the same time, the burly man who descended from the sky took a big stride forward and arrived in front of Wang Ji like lightning. He grabbed Wang Ji's shoulder and in a flash, he brought Wang Ji back to the back of the Imperial Guards. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. While Wu Jie blocked the 3 arrows, the big man had already brought Wang Ji to the back of the Imperial Guard. Wang Ji, who had just survived, was completely stunned. He wasn't scared silly, but when he saw the big man's face, he was stunned. Brother Zhang, how could it be you? Wang Ji's eyes widened, his face full of shock. That's right, this man was the bearded man who had left Chang, and 10 days ago and sailed to North America. Who would have thought that Mr. Zhang San, who had already left, would return to Yanhuang College? Originally, Yanhuang College only had 1 martial scholar left, but now it had gained a fierce general, a half-step martial scholar. Brother Wang, are you all right? Zhang Zhongjian patted his former drinking buddy's shoulder and asked with concern. In all of Cloud Mountain, Wang Ji could be said to be his best friend. Now that Wang Ji was in trouble, how could he not be concerned? Many people might not believe this because Zhang Zhongjian was a half-step great-grandmaster. Shouldn't the friend of such a person be a martial artist at the very least? On the other hand, Wang Ji was just a weak scholar who couldn't carry anything on his shoulders and couldn't lift anything with his hands. He had nothing to do with Zhang Zhongjian. How could such 2 completely different people become best friends? However, the reality was that the 2 of them had really become close friends. Otherwise, the bearded man wouldn't have tried his best to save Wang Ji. I'm fine. Brother Zhang, are you a human or a ghost? Could it be that you met with a mishap at sea, and your ghost returned to Cloud Mountain to save me? Wang Ji glared at the bearded guest and said incoherently. He was both happy and surprised. His words made Ma Zhou, Li Gang, Su Hongji, and the others around him not know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, the bearded guest was a broad-minded person and did not get angry because of Wang Ji's incoherent words. Instead, he laughed and said, I originally wanted to go out to sea, but before I left, I felt uneasy. I thought that since Yamacho had already left Cloud Mountain, if I left too, wouldn't Brother Mo be the only one guarding Cloud Mountain? Although I am only a martial arts teacher in the academy, I also know that Cloud Mountain hides many secrets that everyone covets. Once I leave, it's inevitable that there won't be people who have designs on the academy. Therefore, I stayed around the academy for a few more days. For a full 4 days, everything was calm. On the 5th day, when I was about to leave completely, I suddenly felt a faintly discernible aura locking onto the academy. I felt that something was wrong and postponed my plans to go out to sea. Fortunately, I didn't go out to sea. Otherwise, Brother Wang would have been killed today. Hearing this, everyone rejoiced in their hearts. Li Gang said with a gratified face, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." After sighing, the old man's face suddenly changed and he said, "Mr. Zhang San, the hard work of all the teachers and students of the academy this year is all in the bag carried by the Turkic imperial teacher. I hope that Mr. Zhang San can take it back and not let outsiders steal our Yan Huang divine artifact." Hearing this, the bearded guest nodded and said with a dignified face, "I will do my best." Although those 3 arrows had forced Wuxia to retreat, if it was a real battle, the dragon-bearded guest wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. However, he wasn't afraid at all. After drifting on the sea for so long, the word adventure had been deeply engraved in his bones. For him, adventure meant opportunity and great harvest. Specifically speaking, facing Wuxia was indeed a big risk, but currently, there were only 2 martial grandmasters left in the world. To be able to exchange blows with a martial grandmaster was a rare opportunity in the bearded guest's eyes. Moreover, the abbot of the Shaolin Temple didn't care about worldly affairs and only knew how to pray and recite scriptures all day long. He, the bearded guest, couldn't directly challenge him? Now that Wuxia had taken the initiative to deliver himself to his door, to the bearded guest, this was an excellent opportunity to hone his martial arts and improve himself. If he could gain some enlightenment in this battle, he would very likely directly step into the martial grandmaster realm. However, although the harvest was great, the risk was also great because if he made a mistake, he could very well die. Half-step martial grandmaster? You're Zhang Zhongjian? Wuxia, who had just stabilized himself, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask the bearded guest. Obviously, before attacking Cloudy Mountain, he had done a certain amount of research on the peak strength of Cloudy Mountain. It's this one. Zhang Zhongjian stepped forward and laughed heroically. The dignified imperial teacher of the Turks, one of the world's top masters, actually likes to take advantage of other people's perilous state and steal their chickens and dogs. If this were to spread out, wouldn't the world laugh their heads off? Wuxia coldly snorted. Winners are kings while losers are bandits. In this world there are only two kinds of people, those who succeed and those who fail. As long as the Turks can become stronger, this imperial teacher can kill all those who don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. You dare? Blood sea tyrannical saber. The bearded guest roared, directly unsheathing the saber on his back and leaping towards Wuxia. Facing someone whose cultivation was higher than his, the bearded guest actually chose to take the initiative to attack. This kind of courage, was truly something few people could match. Bold. Wuxia was furious. Although the bearded guest's cultivation was higher than Mo Huai's, in the eyes of a martial grandmaster, he was at most a wolf that was slightly stronger than an ant. A small wolf actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. A fierce tiger, wasn't this simply looking down on him? How could he possibly endure this? Thunder Overlord Saber. Wuxia raised his mace and roared, causing the clouds to change color. The mace carried an even more powerful chi and lightning as it fiercely smashed towards the bearded guest's saber. This was an ultimate collision of strength, without any fancy moves, just the most simple of head-on clashes. Dang! The saber and mace collided, and a loud metallic sound exploded in front of Yanhuang College, truly deafening. All the Imperial Guards and Yanhuang College teachers and students present couldn't help but cover their ears, their faces filled with pain. Immediately after, Wuxia and the bearded guest were both pushed back by the powerful force of this collision, but the bearded guest only retreated 10 steps while Wuxia only retreated 4. In this first confrontation, the difference in strength between a half-step martial grandmaster and a martial grandmaster was obvious. Peng! The bearded guest fiercely stomped on the ground, and a deep hole appeared where his foot landed, but he finally stabilized himself. Whirlwind Wave Saber. The bearded guest, who was at a disadvantage, didn't have the slightest intention of stopping to catch his breath. Just as he stabilized himself, he once again activated the saber in his hand, and his entire body soared into the air. Together with his saber, he was like a rapidly rotating killing machine, rapidly spiraling towards Wuxia's direction. This move wasn't a move that the bearded guest learned from saber manuals, but a saber technique that he created himself based on Li Zishuan's 9 Taishan sword's 4th sword, Wave Breaker. The two saber techniques were actually different methods of achieving the same result. They both relied on the powerful impact of spiraling rapidly to break through the opponent's defense. But to deduce a saber technique based on someone else's sword technique, it had to be said that the bearded guest was truly a martial arts genius. Something that others didn't even dare to think of, he actually succeeded. When this whirlwind wave saber was used by him, it looked even more powerful than Li Zishuan's 9 Taishan sword's 4th sword, Wave Breaker. Moreover, it was filled with an indomitable domineering aura. The spectating Imperial Army soldiers and Yanhuang College teachers and students only felt a gust of wind in front of them, sweeping up all the grass and leaves on the ground. They had no choice but to close their eyes to prevent debris from being blown into their eyes by the wind. Chaotic Thunder Body. Perceiving that the bearded guest's whirlwind wave saber was indeed extraordinary, Wuxia's face finally showed a trace of seriousness. He roared, and his shoulders and arms instantly bulged with strong muscles. What was even more terrifying was that his body was also suffused with a faint blue light of lightning. When everyone saw this, their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Even a fool could see that the current Wuxia was even stronger than before, so strong that it made people feel despair. The most important thing was that up until now, no one knew where Wuxia's limit was. How many cards did he still have up his sleeves? This person's strength was like a bottomless pit, unfathomable. Wuxia's momentum rapidly rose, and at the same time, he didn't stay idle. His whole body soared into the air, and he viciously smashed his mace towards the whirlwind. Smash. In Wuxia's world, there seemed to be only one action, simple and violent. In his hands, the mace was simply used as a sledgehammer. He didn't have any fancy moves, nor did he have any secret of using softness to conquer strength. His world only needed this kind of powerful strength, so powerful that no one could resist. Peng! Another deafening sound rang out, but this time, it was even more serious than the previous one. Chapter 1527. Beep beep beep. Taiyuan Prefecture, an inn in Shouyang County. Li Zixuan had just fallen asleep in the dead of night when a series of rapid DDD sounds suddenly came from a metal box on the table. Li Zixuan, who was in the middle of his sleep, was immediately roused from his slumber. He rushed to the front of the table in a flash. Qingke? Why is this child sending me a telegram at this hour? After verifying the sender's identity through the header code, Li Zixuan couldn't help but frown. It was almost 11 p.m. at this time. In modern times, this time wasn't considered late. Many 996 coders hadn't even gotten off work yet. However, in ancient times, most people would be asleep at this time. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. His expression changed slightly. Could it be that something happened at the academy? Li Zixuan hurriedly sent a string of codes to verify his identity. He then asked, Qingke, why are you sending me a message so late at night? Is there something urgent? After sending the message, Li Zixuan waited anxiously for a long time. However, he still didn't receive a message from Li Tai. It couldn't be helped. There was a huge difference between their reaction speed and the speed at which their brains processed information. Li Zixuan didn't need to flip through the password book to translate and send the message, but Li Tai couldn't do that. As a result, Li Zixuan had to wait even longer. It was just like when one was typing fast and the other was typing slow on QQ. This feeling made Li Zixuan a little unhappy. He thought to himself that after dealing with the locust plague, he should hurry up and start the development of a telephone. With a telephone, communication wouldn't be as inefficient as it was now. Hundreds of miles away, Li Tai immediately translated the message after receiving it. Then, he hurriedly sent another message to the password book. Yamacho, Turkic state preceptor Wuxia attacked the academy tonight. Mr. Amo was seriously injured. The academy's guards also suffered heavy casualties. Mr. Li Gang suffered light injuries. Wuxia stole all the academy's confidential documents. Currently, General Dugu is leading 2,000 imperial guards to surround Wuxia at the mountain pass. Mr. Zhang San, who was originally far away, suddenly returned to the academy to provide support. However, Wuxia is too strong. This student feels that the Yamacho's people aren't enough to stop him. Please return to Yunshan as soon as possible. Bip bip. After waiting for a long time, Li Zixuan, who was far away in Shouyang County, finally received a message from Li Tai. However, after translating the message in his mind, Li Zixuan's expression. Turkic state preceptor attacked Yanhuang College at night and stole all the academy's confidential documents? Mr. Amo was seriously injured, Mr. Li suffered light injuries, and Yanhuang College's guards suffered heavy casualties. In front of Li Zixuan's eyes, a bloody scene appeared. He didn't really care about the academy's confidential documents. What he cared about were the people. Everyone in the academy was important to him. Mo Huai was like that, and you were even more so. As long as the people in the academy were fine, those so-called confidential documents would be lost. As long as there were people, the Yanhuang Academy would be able to create things with a higher level of technology. In the past year, Yanhuang College had mainly developed basic science. Although there were some confidential documents, they weren't of a high level. Even if they were leaked, the other party might not be able to understand them. Even if they saw them and imitated some of the more basic scientific products, Li Zixuan wasn't afraid. He firmly believed that Yanhuang College would become the origin of the world's science. The development of science and technology here would always be faster than other places. Seeing that there were people injured or even killed because of the Academy's confidential documents, Li Zixuan felt extremely pained. Did the imperial court send reinforcements? Although he was extremely anxious, as the saying goes, distant water couldn't quench a present thirst. Li Zixuan could only ask about the specific situation first through a telegram. After a long time, Li Tai sent a message and replied, "Before General Dugu led the army to climb Yunshan, he sent a messenger back to Chang and to ask for reinforcements. The reinforcements sent by my father should be on their way now. But now that both Generals Dugu are seriously injured, it's still unknown whether Mr. Zhang San can hold on until reinforcements arrive." After receiving the message, Li Zixuan's expression changed. After a while, he gritted his teeth and tapped his finger lightly to send the message, "Quickly carry away the seriously injured for treatment. The Academy's confidential documents are lost. As long as I'm here, as long as the Yanhuang College's teachers and students are here, these documents can be rewritten. The Academy can also create greater glory. Human lives are important. There's no need to let Mr. Zhang San die to save Wuxia to avoid accidents. In addition, I'll immediately set off and return to Chang." Li Zixuan was actually very surprised by the sudden appearance of the bearded guest. However, to let the bearded guest, a half-step great-grandmaster, take something from a great-grandmaster expert who had been famous for many years, this was a bit too much. If things went wrong, the bearded guest might even lose his life. This was a situation that Li Zixuan really didn't want to see. Therefore, instead of letting Wu Jie go, it would be better to have the dragon-bearded guest let Wu Jie go. Not letting the casualties increase was already the best result. After all, there were still many powerless teachers and students in the academy. If Wu Jie was really forced into a corner and he started a massacre, the academy's losses would be even more disastrous. As for Wu Jie's night attack on the academy, Li Zixuan would definitely return the favor when he had the chance. The most important thing now was to preserve the academy's strength, not to chase after the academy's confidential documents. On the other side, after Li Tai translated the code, he couldn't help but be silent for a moment. Then he replied, "Tai will go and pass on the Yamacho's instructions." After confirming that Li Zixuan didn't have any other instructions, Li Tai put down the telegraph, turned around, and quickly walked towards the entrance of Yanhuang College. Roared. At the entrance of the academy, the bearded guest lost again and again, but the more he fought, the more excited he became. At this time, he was already in a state of excitement. Although his clothes were torn and he had many injuries on his body, he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. At most, he just consumed a bit of his true qi. Emperor's Tsunami Blade. At this time, the bearded guest first used the lion's roar technique, then used his strongest skill, Emperor's Tsunami Blade. In today's battle with Wu Jie, the dragon-bearded guest had finally experienced a feeling of contentment. Although he had been suppressed in terms of cultivation, this kind of opportunity to fight across realms and display his full strength was a rare opportunity for him to encounter. The lion's roar technique carried a powerful sound wave that indiscriminately penetrated the eardrums of everyone present. Everyone quickly covered their ears. They saw the bearded guest swing his blade 3 times in a row in Wu Jie's direction. 3 seemingly solid blade chi flew towards Wu Jie like a chain of giant waves on the sea. The bearded guest didn't stay idle at this time. He became one with his blade, and like a stream of light, he chopped towards Wu Jie's head. Heaven, earth, thunder! Wu Jie circulated his qi on his mace, causing the lightning at the tip of the mace to flicker even more fiercely. His whole body soared into the air, and the mace in his hand rotated into a large airtight disc. When the 3-blade qi of the bearded guest met the disc, they were directly repelled. However, Wu Jie didn't have any intention of stopping. He raised his mace and fiercely stabbed towards the bearded guest. The spikes at the tip of the mace collided with the bearded guest's blade in the air. With a king sound, the blade in the bearded guest's hand instantly let out a sad cry. With a kacha sound, the blade actually split from the middle. Chapter 1528. Everyone stop. Let him go. As soon as Li Tai's words fell, all the teachers, students, and imperial guards on Cloud Mountain turned to look at him. Even Wuxia himself looked curiously at Li Tai. Facing everyone's gazes, Li Tai said, "The Yamacho said to let him go. Today's enmity will be repaid by Yanhuang College in the future. I hope Imperial Teacher and Kan Xieli are ready to face the wrath of our Yamacho." Li Tai's words were powerful and resonant, causing the students and teachers of the academy to rejoice, but Wu Jie's eyes were gloomy and he remained silent. By now, Duguexin had already recovered, and although his true qi had not yet fully recovered, his limbs were gradually regaining strength. After pondering for a moment, he took 2 steps forward and shouted to the Imperial Army soldiers surrounding Wu Jie, "His Royal Highness King Wei has ordered all of you to withdraw." At this point in the battle, Duguexin was well aware that if the battle continued, it would only increase the number of casualties, and nothing good would come out of it. Today, all the top fighting forces on Cloud Mountain had been lost at Wu Jie's hands. Just relying on the Imperial Guard's battle formation to completely trap Wu Jie was no different from ascending to the heavens. The main reason was that Wu Jie's combat strength had exceeded everyone's expectations, and the terror of a martial grandmaster was far beyond their imagination. Instead of that, it would be better to go with the flow and listen to Li Tai's orders and let Wu Jie go. Shua! Hearing this, the Imperial Guard soldiers all stepped back 3 steps and opened a path for Duguexin. They would not doubt any of Duguexin's decisions. Wu Jie looked at Li Tai with some surprise, probably never having thought that this unassuming little fatty was actually the great Tang's Wei king. If I had known earlier, I would have captured him. That way, the Tang army wouldn't have dared to attack, right? Wu Jie couldn't help thinking to himself. But with such a large ruckus on Cloud Mountain, the surrounding armies would definitely hurry over. If he didn't want to be trapped in the Great Tang, he had to leave Cloud Mountain as quickly as possible. Therefore, he suppressed the thought of taking Li Tai hostage and left through the path that the Imperial Guards made way for him. With a leap, he disappeared without a trace. "Qingke, Wu Jie is carrying a lot of the Academy's secrets. How can we let him leave Cloud Mountain?" Seeing Wu Jie leave with the Academy's secrets, Li Gang trembled and said with a pained expression. Li Tai walked up to Li Gang and whispered, "Mr. Wenji, Yamacho just told me that Yanhuang College wants people, not confidential information. As long as the teachers and students of the academy are here, we will definitely be able to develop more advanced knowledge and technology. Yamacho doesn't want the academy to suffer any more casualties because of those documents." Li Gang was silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, "Ichi, this old man is old, but I can't see through things as clearly as Yamacho. I'm old. Yamacho's idea isn't wrong. As long as the Green Hills last, there's hope." After saying this, Li Gang turned to the students and teachers behind him and solemnly declared, "Today, the Turkic state teacher humiliated my Yanhuang College. All teachers and students of the academy must remember today's shame. As students of the engineering school, you must create even more advanced tools and weapons for the Great Tang. In the future, when the king's army conquers the Turks, you must avenge today's humiliation." Although the old teacher was a Confucian scholar and usually had a refined appearance, today, the old teacher had twice shown his hot-blooded side to the students. This hot-bloodedness came from his deep love for his country. Avenge today's humiliation. Avenge today's humiliation. Hearing this, the students and teachers of the academy were all enraged. Their hot-blooded cheers soared into the sky as if they wanted to overturn the night sky. Li Gang gestured with his hands. After the students quieted down, he said loudly, "Now, all students and teachers, return to the dorms to rest. In 3 days, Yanhuang College's final exam will be held. Only then will this old man know your determination to avenge today's humiliation." "Teacher Wenji." The students responded loudly and encouraged themselves in their hearts. They must do well in this final exam. After a while, the students and teachers returned to sleep. Li Gang, supported by Li Tai and Yuchi Baolin, came to Dugu Exen and cupped his hands. "Thank you for saving us tonight, General Dugu. Otherwise, the Academy's foundation would have been destroyed." Dugu Exen quickly turned around and cupped his hands. Teacher Wenji's words are too serious. Protecting Yanhuang College is this general's responsibility. But in the end, I couldn't stop Wuxia. This general is truly ashamed. A trace of pain flashed across Li Gang's eyes, but he still waved his hand. This isn't General Dugu's fault. Wuxia is too strong. The Imperial Army has already suffered many casualties because of this. The most important thing now is to send Mr. Mo and the others to Dr. Sun for treatment as soon as possible. I'll have to trouble General Dugu to send people to help move the injured. That's what this general should do. Dugexen nodded and said, "You guys, quickly come and help." Two teams of Imperial Army guards hurriedly stepped forward and lifted up all the warriors of the Academy, including Mo Huai, as well as the injured Imperial Army guards, including Dugufeng, and carefully walked towards Sun Simiao's residence. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a flurry of footsteps came from the mountain path. Li Gang and Dugu Exen looked at each other and said in unison, "Reinforcements are here." Sure enough, as soon as their voices fell, many cavalrymen riding on war horses appeared on the mountain path. All of them were wearing Mingguang armor. Obviously, they were all elite soldiers. The leader of the cavalrymen was a handsome and extraordinary general. The man rode his horse until he was 5 feet away from Li Gang. He quickly dismounted and said, "Greetings, Teacher Wenji." "Greetings, Your Highness King of Wei." Li Gang and Li Tai said in unison, "General Li, there's no need to be so courteous." The one who had come was Li Junxian, who had brought 300 elite cavalry with him. After bowing, Li Junxian looked at the devastated academy gate. It was clear that a great battle had taken place here. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Where is the Turkic state preceptor, Wuxia?" Duguxen lowered his head in shame. Li Gang sighed and said, "Wuxia's strength is tyrannical, and the people of Cloud Mountain were unable to stop him. He has already escaped from Cloud Mountain." "What? Wuxia has already escaped?" Li Juanxian's eyes widened in shock. He quickly asked, "Then, did Wuxia take away the confidential information of Yanhuang College?" After serving Li Er for so long, Li Junxian knew what Li Er cared about the most, so he asked this question urgently. Li Gang nodded and said sadly, "They were all taken away." "All of them? They were all taken away by him?" Li Juanxian's face was filled with shock. Duguexen said in shame, "This matter is due to this general's incompetence. 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers were unable to take down the Turkic state preceptor and allowed him to escape unscathed after stealing the Academy's information. When this general returns to Chang, he will definitely ask for His Majesty's forgiveness." Li Junxian was just about to console him when Li Tai said, "General Dugu, there is no need to blame yourself. Since this king had you release the Turks, this king will naturally personally explain this matter to Imperial Father." Li Junxian was so frightened that he almost staggered. His mind was in turmoil. The mighty king of Wei had intentionally released the Turkic state preceptor. If this news were to spread, it was inevitable that people would label Li Tai as a traitor. But seeing how confident Li Tai was, Li Junxian didn't ask any more questions. After all, Li Tai was Li Er's son. Even if he had made a mistake, it should be handled by the Imperial clan's ancestral temple, not by him. Thus, he cupped his fist and said, "Since Wuxia has already left Cloud Mountain, this general will lead some men in pursuit and see if we can recover the Academy's secret information." Li Tai nodded. "Then General Li, you must be careful." Li Junxian grunted and then hurriedly turned around and led the 300 horsemen down the mountain. "Young master, it's so late. Where are you going?" Taiyuan Prefecture, Shouyang County. In an inn, Li Zishuan had simply packed his luggage and was carrying a bundle as he knocked on the door of the room next door. Hu Hanyun sleepily opened the door. When he saw Li Zishuan fully dressed and carrying a bundle, old Hu couldn't help but ask in confusion. Li Zishuan expressionlessly said, "Uncle Hu, something urgent has cropped up at the Academy. I must return now." This way, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the children in the Sky Rooster Brigade and bring them to meet up with Little Ku's Sky Rooster Brigade. Hu Hanyun couldn't help but be shocked by these words. Young master, how is the academy? What urgent matter has cropped up? Li Zishuan shook his head. Uncle Hu, you don't need to worry about this. I will take care of it myself. But after I leave, I'll have to trouble you with the children. Hu Hanyun had already recovered from his shock. He helplessly nodded and said, Young master, be at ease. I, old Hu, will definitely take good care of the children. Young master can leave without worry. Then I'm relieved. Li Zishuan nodded and turned to leave. Old Hu hurriedly called out from behind, Young master, be careful. If not for the fact that he had to stay behind to take care of the children, Old Hu would definitely have followed Li Zishuan back to deal with that so-called urgent matter. From Li Zishuan's expression, it was easy to see that the urgent matter at the academy had something to do with martial arts. Old Hu also wanted to help. Li Zishuan, who had just walked a short distance away, couldn't help but pause and reply, Uncle Hu, be at ease. I'll be fine. As soon as he finished speaking, he left quickly without any hesitation. Hiya! Hiya! A moment later, a young man in white riding a large white horse approached the city gate at a high speed. Chapter 1529. Son greets Imperial Father. Greets Imperial Mother. In the Li Zheng Palace, Li Tai, who had heard the attendant's words, quickly walked in and then bowed to Li Er and Empress Xianxia, who were sitting high above. No need for formalities. Li Er waved his hand and asked impatiently, Qin Ke, why did you return to Chang? What's the current situation on Cloud Mountain? Li Tai's eyes narrowed slightly as he cupped his fists and said, replying to Imperial Father, Wuxia has already escaped from Cloud Mountain. At this moment, General Qiu and Chief Steward Zhao are leading troops to intercept him. Escaped? Li Er's old face instantly became gloomy as he stood up and asked, why couldn't Dugu Xian's 2,000 Imperial army hold out until Zhen's reinforcements arrive? Could it be that 2,000 Imperial army soldiers couldn't stop Wuxia? Subconsciously, Li Er thought that the main reason Wuxia escaped was due to Dugu Xian's incompetence in supervising the battle, so his expression naturally became ugly. Li Tai was a loyal person. Previously, the two brothers of the Dugu family had risked their lives for Yanhuang College and were both seriously injured. He had seen it all and remembered it in his heart, so when he heard the dissatisfaction in Li Er's words towards Dugu Xian, Li Tai quickly explained. Imperial Father, it's not that General Dugu was defeated, but that the Yamacho didn't want to see too many people die because of the Academy's materials, so they ordered everyone to let Wuxia go. Li Er's eyebrows rose as his expression changed, and he angrily said, Bastard! The Academy's books and manuscripts are the secrets of our great Tang. How could Li Zishuan give them to the Turks? What is this brat's intention? Although Li Er had always admired Li Zishuan, today, Li Zishuan actually ordered people to let Wuxia go, which made Li Er quite angry. If Li Zishuan was in the hall right now, old Li would definitely have him beaten 30 times and thrown into prison. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Empress Xianxia hurriedly said, the Marquis of Yong and is benevolent. He just doesn't want to see more innocent people sacrificed. I hope your Majesty won't blame him. Empress Xianxia didn't have any ill feelings towards Li Zishuan's actions. On the contrary, she faintly admired Li Zishuan. In her opinion, people with a kind heart would be at ease to use. Li Er snorted and said unhappily, what innocent sacrifice? Pedantic. For the sake of preventing these books from reaching the Turks, even the sacrifice of 5,000 people was worth it. If we allow the Turks to grasp the advanced technology of Yanhuang College, in the future when the Great Tang and the Turks go to war, there will be dozens of times more soldiers dying on the battlefield. Emperors were always ruthless, but at the same time, Li Zishuan was also far-sighted. It was hard to say who was right or wrong between him and Li Zishuan. It could only be said that both of them had their own considerations. In Li Er's eyes, the books and information of the Academy were more important than anything else. This was because he had seen the magic of the telegraph and the terror of gunpowder. He deeply understood that if the technology of the Academy fell into the hands of the Turks, It would bring a devastating disaster to the Great Tang. After a moment of silence, Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Imperial Father, Yamacho said on the telegraph that it doesn't matter if the secret documents of the academy are lost. As long as he is here, as long as the teachers and students of Yanhuang College are here, these documents can be rewritten. The academy can also achieve greater glory." In tonight's battle, Teacher Mo and Teacher Zhang San were both seriously injured. More than 10 guards of the academy were killed or injured. Many students were also injured. Even Teacher Wenji was slightly injured. If Yamacho didn't give the order to let Wuxia leave, with Wuxia's strength, if he wanted to make a move on the weak students and teachers of the academy, no one would be able to stop him. The teachers and students of the academy would definitely suffer heavy losses. As long as there's life, there's hope. Yamacho said that today's hatred, when he comes back, he will definitely repay it double. At that time, the two Dugu generals, Teacher Mo, and Teacher Zhang San of the academy were all seriously injured. If they continued to force Wuxia to stay, there would definitely be rivers of blood on Yunshan Mountain. Therefore, this son feels that Yamacho's actions are not inappropriate. Imperial Father, please understand. After saying this, Li Tai bowed deeply. The hall instantly quieted down. Li Tai stared at Li Tai. After a while, he said in a bad mood, "Qingke, it hasn't even been a year since you entered Yanhuang College, and you're already speaking up for that brat Li Zishuan? You even dare to disobey this emperor's orders?" At this moment, old Li's mood was very complicated. On one hand, he felt that what Li Tai said was not completely unreasonable. In the current situation of Yunshan Mountain, if they forced Wuxia to stay, it was likely that Wuxia would become desperate and make a move on the weak students and teachers of the academy. But on the other hand, Old Li also felt a little jealous. This little fatty in front of him was his most beloved son, but now he was speaking up for someone else. As a father, how could he be happy? Li Tai bowed and said, "This son is not speaking up for Yamacho, but in the situation at that time, Yamacho's decision was undoubtedly the most correct." More than 10 days ago, the Mountain Elder and Mr. Zhang San left Cloud Mountain one after another. Originally, there were 3 evolved Jing Masters in Yanhuang Academy, but in an instant, only Mr. Mo was left. Although Mr. Zhang San unexpectedly returned tonight, when he arrived, Mr. Mo was already seriously injured. That was why Wuxia was able to kill so many people in the academy. Under such circumstances, other than letting him leave Cloud Mountain, we have no better choice. Imperial Father, please understand. Hearing this, Li Er finally fell silent. On the side, Empress Zhang Sun asked doubtfully, "Teacher Zhang San? Qingke, if Imperial Mother remembers correctly, didn't Teacher Zhang San leave the academy a few days ago and sail out to sea?" Li Tai replied, replying to Imperial Mother, "Teacher Zhang San originally wanted to go out to sea, but before he left, he felt uneasy. He thought that there were many secrets hidden in Yunshan Mountain that the world coveted, so he stayed around the academy for a few days. For a full 4 days, everything was calm and peaceful. On the 5th day, when Teacher Zhang San was about to leave, he suddenly felt a faint aura locking onto the academy. Teacher Zhang San felt that something was wrong and postponed his plan to go out to sea. As a result, Wuxia attacked the academy at night today." "So that's how it is." Empress Zhang Sun nodded thoughtfully and sighed with relief. "I have heard that Teacher Zhang San is unparalleled in chivalry. Last year, he was forced to agree to your Yamacho's condition of guarding Yunshan Mountain for a year. Who would have thought that even before he left, he would still risk his life for the academy? The reputation of the Fengchen 3 heroes is indeed well-deserved." Li Tai agreed. Imperial Mother is right. Tonight, if Teacher Zhang San hadn't returned in time, Teacher Wang Ji of the academy would have been killed by Wuxia. No matter what, the academy's things cannot fall into the hands of the Turks. Send a telegram to Li Zishuan and tell him to take responsibility for the disaster he caused. Tell him to take back the things Wuxia took. At this moment, Li Er coldly snorted and interrupted. His words contained a tone that would not allow anyone to object, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly became heavy. Li Tai couldn't help but feel his heart sink, and he hurriedly advised, Imperial Father, you must not. Your son heard teacher Mo mention that the Yamacho is only at the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm, while Wuxia is at the Great Grandmaster realm. If you let the Yamacho chase after Wuxia, wouldn't that be sending him to his death? Your son asks Imperial Father to reconsider. Empress Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a trace of anxiety, but she didn't say anything. Presumably, she felt that with Li Er's trust in Li Zishuan, he definitely wouldn't send Li Zishuan to his death. Sure enough, Li Er raised his eyebrows and said, "Who said that we would let him go alone? We will order all the soldiers along the way to be under his command. Not only will we take back the Academy's materials, we will also make sure that Wu Jie remains in the Great Tang." To have all the soldiers between the Great Tang and the Turkic Khaganate under one person's command, Li Er's arrangement was completely based on his trust in Li Zishuan. Otherwise, he, who had taken the throne through a coup, wouldn't have so easily handed over more than 100,000 soldiers to someone who wasn't a member of the imperial family. Hearing this, Li Tai let out a sigh of relief and said, "But the Yamacho has already rushed back to Chang and from Shouyang County. The journey is bumpy, and if your son sends a telegram now, the Yamacho might not be able to detect it." Li Er waved his hand and said, "Then send it until he notices. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let the Turkic Khaganate leave the Great Tang with the Academy's top-secret materials. In addition, we will send the Imperial Army and cavalry to pursue along the way, and cooperate with Li Zishuan to capture Wuxia." Li Tai knew that there was no turning back, and besides, this seemed to be the best result. He bowed and said, "Your son obeys your majesty." After saying this, seeing that Li Er had no other orders, Li Tai quickly excused himself and left the Li Zheng Hall. Now, he had to return to Yanhuang College as soon as possible and send the message to Li Zishuan through the telegram. However, Li Tai also knew that for Li Zishuan, there would be several very difficult battles ahead, and if he was not careful, he could easily lose his life. Although Li Er had ordered the soldiers of the various provinces to be under Li Zishuan's command, when it came to a real fight, the role of these soldiers was very limited. For example, in the battle in front of the Academy, Wu Jie had single-handedly slaughtered everyone. Although the Imperial Army was well-trained, they were unable to effectively surround Wu Jie, and the 2,000 Imperial Army soldiers were unable to display their full strength. In comparison, the soldiers of the various provinces were definitely not as elite as the Imperial Army, so they were of even less help to Li Zishuan. Unless Wu Jie stood still and waited for the soldiers of the various provinces to completely surround him, in that case, there was a chance he would be exhausted to death by the local soldiers. But was that possible? Obviously not. The moment Wu Jie discovered that there were soldiers around him, his first reaction would definitely be to use his movement technique to escape, not giving the army a chance to surround him. Thus, in a battle with Wu Jie, the key to victory was still a showdown between peak experts. If the Great Tang's elite soldiers could effectively contain Wu Jie and create an opportunity for the soldiers of the various provinces to surround him, there was still a high chance they could defeat the Turks. The Turkic imperial teacher is severely exhausted and has also suffered some injuries. He definitely can't have run far. Search. Lantian County, at the foot of Cloud Mountain, Zhao Song was leading several thousand Imperial Army soldiers to search for Wu Jie's whereabouts with torches. Even the remaining 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers had joined the search. The Cloud Mountain was surrounded by bright torches, and from a distance, it looked like fire dragons were dancing at the foot of the mountain. General Dugu immediately takes some men to Lantian County seat and inform County Magistrate he to send out all the bailiffs to guard the city gates. This is to prevent Wu Jie from sneaking in and harming the people. Zhao Song ordered Dugu Xen as he rode forward on his horse. As for Qiu Xingong, he had already led 100 cavalrymen to the counties that Wu Jie would have to pass through in order to return to the Turks. He had to inform the counties along the way to tighten their defenses. Once Wu Jie passed through, they had to immediately send out soldiers to surround him. Duguxian had expended a great deal of energy in the battle just now, and he had also suffered internal injuries. However, he had been unable to hold down Wu Jie, and he felt very guilty. Thus, after some simple treatment, he joined Zhao Song in searching for Wu Jie. This general obeys. Dugexen cupped his fists and turned his horse around to gallop toward the Cloud Mountain. Cloud Mountain had made a big fuss and carried out a carpet search in all directions. With such a big commotion, it was naturally impossible for people to not notice. When the villagers in Plum Village and Han Manor who had woken up at night saw the torches, they were all shocked. "Master, come out and see. Did something happen at Cloud Mountain?" "Oh, it's the middle of the night, what could happen? I'm not looking." "Something really did happen. Look, there are so many torches at the foot of Cloud Mountain." "So many torches? I'll go out and take a look. Heavens, there really are so many torches? Could it be that some bandits had looted the Yanhuang Academy? No, I have to go and take a look myself." "Master, what are you going to do?" "What else can I do? I'm going to help. Not only am I going alone, I have to call the rest of the villagers as well. If bandits really dare to attack Cloud Mountain, we can also lend a hand, can't we?" "Master, won't that be very dangerous?" "Hey, what do you know? Marquis is out there killing locusts, so we villagers should help Marquis protect Yanhuang College." "All right, I'm not going to waste any more time with you. Go and get me a hoe, I'll call the others." Similar scenes were playing out everywhere. Half an hour later, almost every household in the two villages had lit up their lights. Then, two groups of strong youths, each carrying shovels, hoes, and other weapons, could be seen marching toward the torches not far away. Reporting. Butler Zhao, the villagers of the Han family villa and Plum Village saw the torches here and thought that Yanhuang College was robbed, so they came over to help. The search area was slowly expanding. At this moment, an imperial guard trotted over and bowed to Zhao Song. Zhao Song frowned when he heard that. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Inform the villagers that the Turkic Grand Tutor has snuck into the college tonight. Ask them to gather the people around to search. Anyone who finds traces of the Turkic Grand Tutor will be rewarded handsomely." The Imperial Guard received the order and left. Zhao Song ordered the rest of the Imperial Guards around him loudly, "Keep your eyes open and look around for fresh blood or traces of footsteps. We must finish searching the entire Lantian County before dawn." Chapter 1530. Why is it so noisy in the city? Second brother, go out and take a look. Lantian County, Dong, and Marquis Manor. Hearing the shouts coming from outside the manor, Lu Feng couldn't help but frown. This group of personal guards of the Marquis' estate would guard the surroundings of the academy during the day. At night, they would retreat into the city to protect the safety of Li Zishuan's family. This could be considered as the last line of protection that Li Zishuan had set up for his family before he left. Thus, "Big brother." Lu Yun also faintly heard the noise coming from outside the Marquis' estate. He responded and turned around to leave. Lu Feng stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, frowning. He didn't know why, but his heart wasn't calm tonight. He kept feeling like something was going to happen. So even though he had fallen asleep on the bed, he was still a light sleeper. The moment there was any movement outside, he would be awakened immediately. Now that there was such a huge commotion in the city, how could he not notice it? Thus, he came out with a sword in his hand, which led to the previous conversation. Pass down the order, everyone is to be on guard and protect the safety of the Marquis' family. After a long silence, Lu Feng said to a soldier beside him, "Yes." The soldier immediately bowed and said. Instantly, the personal guards who were sleeping soundly in the Marquis' household were all woken up. Many soldiers hiding in the dark appeared in every key corner of the Marquis' household. If someone dared to sneak into the Marquis' household at this time, it would undoubtedly be courting death. Of course, the Manor's guards were mobilized. "Big brother. Not good." A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yun ran in a panic and said with a panicked face, "Big brother, it said that there were thieves in Yunshan tonight. Now, the Imperial Guards and cavalry sent by His Majesty are searching for the thieves. All the bailiffs in the city have been transferred to the city gate to prevent the thieves from sneaking into the city. That's why there's such a big commotion outside." Lu Feng's expression changed. "What? The academy was robbed? How is that possible? The academy has Mr. Mo, which thief is so daring?" Hearing Lu Feng ask this, Lu Yun swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, Big brother. It's the Tujue state teacher Wuxia. Senior Mo, Senior Zhang San, and the two Dugu generals who rushed to the rescue were all seriously injured, and the academy's confidential information was also stolen by Wuxia. What? Tujue state teacher. When Lu Feng heard that, he was shocked. He quickly asked, why would the Tujue imperial preceptor appear in Cloud Mountain? What was the situation in the academy? Are there any students injured? Although Lu Feng had not been following Li Zishuan for a long time, he knew very well that Yanhuang College was Li Zishuan's favorite. Apart from his family, Li Zishuan cared about the college the most. It could even be said that the college and Li Zishuan's family occupied the same position in Li Zishuan's heart. Lu Yun had a bitter face and said, Big brother, how would I know? The bailiffs in the city also received orders from above to mobilize in full force. Lu Feng anxiously paced 2 steps on the spot and said, No. We have to go to Cloud Mountain to take a look. Before Marquis left, he entrusted the safety of his family and the academy's teachers and students to us. Now that something like this has happened, it is our negligence. We have to confirm the academy's current situation as soon as possible and send a message to Marquis. If I remember correctly, doesn't the academy have a telegraph that can send messages from 1,000 miles away? In this kind of emergency, we can borrow it. Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, Big brother, I think you are overthinking it. With such a big thing happening with His Highness Wei Wang's intelligence, he will definitely send the news to Marquis through the telegraph. Who knows, maybe Marquis is already on his way back to Cheng. What? The academy was attacked? Xianxia's academy was attacked? At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the corner of the wall. Lu Feng and Lu Yun looked towards the direction of the voice and saw Li Jingma, dressed in a single layer of clothing, standing in front of the courtyard that connected the east courtyard to the front courtyard and walking towards them. Li Jingma had coincidentally heard someone talking in the front courtyard when he woke up in the middle of the night. Out of curiosity, he came over to listen. Who knew that he would hear such a big piece of news? Old master. Lu Feng and Lu Yun hurriedly went forward and greeted him with cupped fists. Li Jingma waved his hand and asked with a solemn face, General Lu, you just said that the academy was attacked. Is that true? Lu Feng had a difficult expression. In the end, he could not withstand Li Jingma's aggressive gaze and could only admit, this is also the news that we heard from the bailiffs in the city. As for whether it is true or not, we will only know after making a trip to Cloud Mountain. Li Jingma hurriedly said, Then please make a trip to Cloud Mountain quickly and check on the academy's current situation. If it is true, immediately send a message to Xianxia. Old master. Lu Feng and Lu Yun cupped their fists and turned to leave. Father, what happened? Yes. Old master. What's going on? Why did the 2 generals in the residence leave in a hurry? At this time, Han Yushi and Madame Li walked out of the east and west courtyards at the same time and asked Li Jingma one after another. Hearing this, Li Jingma recovered from his thoughts and hurriedly said, It's nothing. It's nothing. Madame, Yushi, both of you go back to sleep. Li Jingma did not want Han Yushi and Madame Li to know such bad news. Otherwise, the 2 of them would probably not be able to sleep tonight. However, how could Madame Li not see that Li Jingma was insincere after decades of mutual help? She asked with a look of disbelief, Old master, if it's nothing, why did the 2 generals leave the residence in a hurry? Don't hide it from us. What happened? Father, I vaguely heard the word, academy, just now. Did something happen at the academy? Han Yushi also hurriedly asked at this time. As Li Zishuan's pillow, how could Han Yushi not know the importance of Yanhuang College in Li Zishuan's heart? Li Jingma helplessly closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, Sigh. Forget it. Forget it. I know I can't hide it from you, so I won't hide it from you. The academy. Something did happen. Second brother, you go to the academy alone to confirm the situation. I'll take the rest to guard the house of Marquis. On the streets of Yong and Lane in Lantian County, Lu Feng, who was about to rush to Yunshan, suddenly stopped and said. Lu Yun was stunned when he heard this and asked subconsciously, Big brother, why? Didn't you just say we'll go together? Lu Feng shook his head and said, We can't all go. Since the Tuju state preceptor stole the confidential information of the academy, it means that he is interested in marquee knowledge. You have to know that in this world, other than Yanhuang College that stores marquee knowledge, there is another place, and that is the House of Marquee. The attack on the academy is already a dereliction of duty on our part. We absolutely can't allow the Marquee family to be harmed as well. Otherwise, we'll really die 1,000 deaths. Hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but nod and said, Big brother, you're really considerate, but if Wu Jie really comes, big brother, you won't be his opponent. No, I have to stay and guard the House of Marquee with big brother. Although this guy's brain was a little slow, he wasn't stupid. He could still think of the problems that he should think of. Lu Feng frowned and scolded, Nonsense. The House of Marquee is important, but so is the academy. Quickly go to the academy to check that Wu Jie fought in the academy and must have consumed a lot of his strength. He might not have the guts to come to the city again. You can leave without worry. But Lu Yun was still a little worried, but Lu Feng mercilessly interrupted, But what? If you don't go now, I'll beat you up. As soon as this was said, Lu Yun immediately cowered. He shrunk his neck and quickly ran away. Oh, I'll go. I'll go. Really, aren't I just worried about you? You took my kindness for granted. Beep 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 beep. Yamacho, turn on the telegraph. Cloud Mountain, student dormitory. Little Fatty came back from the palace again and hurriedly went back to the dormitory to pass on Li Zishuan's latest decree. However, after he sent out the telegram, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Li Zishuan didn't give him any response. This made little Fatty secretly anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only send out the telegram again and pray in his heart that Li Zishuan would reply as soon as possible. Qingke, I think you should wait until dawn to send it. I'm guessing that Yamacho should be on the way and can't hear the sound of the telegraph. Seeing this, Qin Huayu couldn't help but advise. Li Tai frowned. It's because of this that I need to get in touch with Yamacho as soon as possible. If he knows that the academy was attacked, he will definitely be anxious and rush to Cheng. But Shouyang is more than 800 li away from Cheng. How can he rush back in a day or two? Although the academy is now heavily damaged, Wu Jie is gone and the academy is almost safe. Yamacho doesn't have to be so anxious. Qin Huayu nodded thoughtfully and said, That is indeed the case. But with Yamacho's temper, if he knows the current situation of Cloud Mountain, I'm afraid he will be even more anxious. Li Tai sighed helplessly and said, Sigh. There's nothing we can do. When Imperial Father learned that the Academy's information was stolen, he was very angry, especially about Yamacho's decision to let Wu Jie go. If it weren't for my Imperial Mother interceding for Yamacho, I'm afraid Imperial Father would have already punished Yamacho. If Yamacho can't get the Academy's information back, I'm afraid Imperial Father will. At this point, Li Tai suddenly stopped, but the meaning behind his words was obvious to everyone in the room. That Wu Jie is so strong, Yamacho will definitely suffer a loss against him. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone in the dormitory looked at Yuchi Baolin with admiration. One must know that this simple and honest young man in front of them was someone who had withstood Wu Jie's beating. After today's battle, even students who didn't know anything about martial arts now understood how strong Wu Jie was. And Yuchi Baolin was actually able to last 2 or 3 rounds against Wu Jie. How could they not admire him? What's wrong with you guys? Seeing everyone looking at him, Yuchi Baolin opened his mouth and said with a dumbfounded expression. Li Tai said helplessly, It's nothing. We just didn't expect Baolin to be so resistant to beatings. Even the Tuju estate teacher could withstand it. Hearing Li Tai praise himself, Yuchi Baolin laughed and said, Hey, actually, that Tuju estate teacher didn't use his full strength when he hit me. Well, it's just that I didn't use my full strength when he hit me. Hearing this, everyone was speechless and almost fainted on the ground. Beep beep beep. At this moment, a burst of rapid sounds from the telegraph woke up Li Tai, who was talking with Qin Huayu and the others. Yamacho replied. Li Tai's face lit up and he quickly turned to the telegraph and quickly replied, Yamacho, Wu Jie has escaped. The injured elders and children in the academy have all been sent to Dr. Sun for treatment. Little Fatty came back from the palace again and hurriedly went back to the dormitory to convey Li Zishuan's latest decree. However, after he sent out the telegram, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Li Zishuan had not given him any response. This made Little Fatty secretly anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only send the telegram over and over again and pray that Li Zishuan would reply as soon as possible. Xianxia, I think you should wait until dawn to send it. I guess Yamacho should be on the way and can't hear the sound of the telegraph. Seeing this, Qin Huayu couldn't help but advise. Li Tai frowned and said, That's why I have to get in touch with Yamacho as soon as possible. If he knows that the academy was attacked, he will definitely be anxious and rush to Chang. But Shouyang is more than 800 miles away from Chang. How can he rush back in a day or two? Although the academy is now heavily damaged, Wuxia is gone and the academy is almost safe. Yamacho doesn't have to be so anxious. Qin Huayu nodded thoughtfully and said, That's true. But with Yamacho's temperament, if he knows about Yunshan's current situation, I'm afraid he will be even more anxious. Li Tai sighed helplessly and said, AI. There's nothing we can do. When Imperial Father learned that the Academy's information was stolen, he was very angry, especially about Yamacho's decision to let Wuxia go. If it weren't for my Imperial Mother interceding for Yamacho, Imperial Father would have punished Yamacho. This time, if Yamacho can't get the Academy's information back, I'm afraid Imperial Father. At this point, Li Tai suddenly stopped, but the meaning behind his words was obvious to everyone in the room. That Wuxia is so powerful. Yamacho will definitely be at a disadvantage against him. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone in the dormitory looked at Yuchi Baolin with admiration. One must know that this simple and honest young man in front of them was someone who had withstood Wuxia's beating. After today's battle, even students who didn't know anything about martial arts now understood how powerful Wuxia was. And Yuchi Baolin was actually able to last 2 or 3 rounds against Wuxia. How could they not admire him? What's wrong with you guys? Seeing everyone looking at him, Yuchi Baolin opened his mouth and asked with a confused expression. Chapter 1531. Don't tell Yamacho yet. Dr. Sun's medical skills are superb. Who knows, he might be able to help Teacher Wenji recover completely. If you tell Yamacho the truth about the situation here, it will only make Yamacho anxious. Not to mention, His Majesty has given Yamacho such a dangerous mission. We can't help Yamacho, but we can't distract Yamacho, otherwise, Yamacho will be in danger. Yanhuang College, Dormitory 001. Qin Huayu advised in a sincere and heartfelt manner. Yuchi Baolin also nodded and agreed, Yes. Huayu is right. My father said before that when masters fight, victory and defeat is often decided in the blink of an eye. If Yamacho is distracted by Teacher Wenji's injury, their chances of winning against Wuxia will be even lower. Among the 4 people present, Yuchi Baolin had the most right to speak about matters between martial artists. Hearing him say this, Li Tai couldn't help but nod. All right then. We won't tell Yamacho about Teacher Wenji's condition for now. After saying that, Li Tai lowered his head and began to send a telegram to Li Zishuan. Yamacho, although Teacher Mo and the 2 Dugu generals were seriously injured by Wuxia after Dr. Sun's treatment, their lives are not in danger. They just need to rest for a few more days. As for Teacher Wenji, because Baolin acted as a meat shield for Teacher Wenji only suffered some minor injuries. After being treated by Dr. Sun, Teacher Wenji is fine. Please rest assured, Yamacho. Beep beep beep. On the other end of the telegram, Li Zishuan waited for a long time for Li Tai's message. However, he didn't suspect anything because Li Tai's typing speed was relatively slow. After translating the contents of the telegram in his mind, Li Zishuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that everything was fine. As long as the teachers and students of the academy were fine. This was a rare piece of good news for him. That's it for now. I can't rush back to the academy for the time being. Xianxia, have the students prepare for the final exam. We must personally return the humiliation that Yanhuang College suffered today to the Turks. After pausing for a moment, Li Zishuan pressed the button of the telegraph machine and used a very firm tone to speak to Li Tai. A moment later, on the other side, Li Tai looked at the translated contents of the telegram. His emotions surged and he remained silent for a long time. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but think back to 2 hours ago, when an old man had faced the peerless master Wuxia, pointing to the heavens and earth, fearlessly uttering those words. This old man was originally a scholar. I knew the 4 books and 5 classics. I was familiar with the records of the Grand Historian and the Book of Han. He was penniless with only a few pieces of cloth clothing. I only have a few hundred students, and that is my greatest asset in this life. This old man respects heaven and earth, respects morality, and fears the hearts of the people. You are just a barbarian. How can I be intimidated by you? This old man knows that your martial arts are high and that you are invincible, but today I want to see what you can do to me. Riches and honor cannot be swayed, poverty cannot be swayed, might cannot be bent. The old man had used his lofty and unyielding character to explain to the students of the academy what it meant to be might cannot be bent. However, although peerless martial arts might not be able to make the old man bow and bend his knees, time was unforgiving. The old man was already 82 years old this year. In this era of underdeveloped medical technology, those who could live to this age were definitely rare existences. How could the old man withstand such injuries at his age? Even if he had Yuchi Baolin as a meat shield when he was sent flying by Wu Jie's attack, Li Gang's body still couldn't withstand it. The reason why he had been so strong before was entirely because he was relying on his willpower to hold on. Later, when Wu Jie left with the Academy's confidential information, the old man not only felt guilty, but his willpower had also dissipated. Once the students left, his body naturally couldn't hold on any longer. At this time, he was in Sun Simiao's courtyard for emergency treatment. Let's go see Teacher Wenji? After sending a telegram and agreeing to Li Zishuan's request, Li Tai stood up in low spirits and said to the people next to him. Qin Huayu hesitated and said, "It's almost 4 o'clock now. If we go and Teacher Wenji wakes up, he will definitely blame us. The old man's body isn't good, so we should try to minimize his mood swings as much as possible." Hearing this, Sun Zifan nodded and said, Huayu is right, let's take advantage of lunch tomorrow to visit Teacher Wenji. Li Tai also felt that the two's words were reasonable, so he nodded and said, Good. We'll visit him tomorrow. As for now, let's all go to sleep. The next day, early morning, outside Taiji Palace. Although it wasn't time for the morning court yet, many civil and military officials had already gathered outside Taiji Palace. Although the Yun Mountain scripture had caused an uproar last night, there hadn't been much movement in Chang'an City. At most, there might be some movement when Zhao Song led more than 2,000 imperial guards and 300 cavalry out of the city. Therefore, the civil and military officials living in Chang'an City didn't know that Yun Mountain had experienced a life and death crisis last night. It's time for the morning court. All officials, enter the court for an audience. As the red clouds of dawn began to appear in the eastern sky, a eunuch walked out of Taiji Palace and shouted at the officials at the foot of the stairs. The civil and military officials immediately quieted down and walked up the stairs to Taiji Palace. After entering Taiji Palace and greeting each other, the officials realized that something was wrong. Today's morning court seemed to be more depressing than usual, and the source of this depressing feeling came from Li Er. Li Er's entire body seemed to emit a gloomy aura. Some of the braver generals, such as Qing Yaojin, couldn't help but secretly look up at Li Er. They saw that Li Er's face was dark as if someone owed him money. What surprised old Qing even more was that Li Er's eyes were as dark as a panda's. It was obvious that he didn't sleep well last night. Could it be that His Majesty and the Empress are at odds? Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he could only think this in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. Old Qing still knew the severity of the matter. Today, in front of all my beloved officials, I announce an important matter. There was no such thing as officials. If you have something to report, court will be dismissed. After the officials finished greeting each other, Li Er directly spoke with a solemn face. Although the officials had doubts in their hearts, no one dared to ask. They could only say in unison, "We are all ears." Li Er looked around and then said something shocking. "I have decided to officially declare war on the Turks. The officials of the 6 departments of the imperial court will enter a state of full preparation for war. The officials of the 6 departments should work together and clean up an army that can go to war at any time in the shortest time possible." Silence. The moment Li Er finished speaking, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's breathing quickened and their eyes widened. This news from Li Er's mouth was truly too explosive. The Turks. Li Er actually wanted to make a move against the Turks at this time. After the silence, there was a fierce debate. The officials in the hall whispered to each other, and then Zhang Wuji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Great Tang's Guangzhong region is currently being ravaged by locusts, and the imperial court is focusing all its efforts on disaster relief. At this juncture, how can we still have the manpower, material, and financial resources to fight to the death with the Turks? Your Majesty, please reconsider your actions." It had to be said that Zhang Wuji's thinking was still very clear. At this time, the Great Tang's internal calamity had yet to be completely resolved. It was already good that the Turks didn't take this opportunity to attack the Great Tang. However, Li Er actually wanted to take the initiative to start a war between the two countries. Wasn't this branding? Thus, as a subject, Zhang Wuji felt that he had the responsibility to help Li Er eliminate this dangerous idea. The Turks were powerful, and they had millions of soldiers. How could it be so easy to defeat them? Duke of Zhao is right. Our Great Tang's internal calamity has yet to be resolved, so how can we take the initiative to provoke external enemies? Besides, a war between countries not only requires the mobilization of manpower, but also a huge amount of resources and financial resources. These aren't things that can be done in a short period of time. Thus, I hope that Your Majesty will reconsider the matter of declaring war. Fang Xianling also stood out and clasped his hands towards Li Er. "We agree. We agree." Then, a group of officials followed behind and seconded the motion. They didn't know what had gotten into Li Er today to suddenly do such a thing, but everyone knew that this wasn't a good time to start a war with the Turks. Thus, the officials all bowed and seconded the motion, hoping that Li Er would change his mind. This old subject agrees. Cheng Yaojin grinned. Although he really wanted to fight, he never wanted to lose a battle. In the current situation of the Great Tang, if they rashly started a war with the Turks, they would definitely lose. Thus, old Cheng, this warmonger, also stood out at this time. Everyone knows that this isn't the right time for the Great Tang to attack the Turks. That's why the Turks dared to brazenly sneak into Yanhuang College, injure the guards, teachers, and students of the college, and steal many precious books and manuscripts. The more Li Er heard, the angrier he became. When he saw that even Cheng Yaojin stood out to persuade him not to start a war, he finally couldn't help but slap the table and roar angrily. One. This was truly a case of one wave rising after another. Those officials who had been immersed in the shock of hearing that Li Er was going to attack the Turks were now completely dumbfounded by Li Er's other piece of news. What? Turks actually sneaked into Yanhuang College? Li Er's entire body seemed to emit a gloomy and cold aura. Some of the bolder generals, such as Cheng Yaojin, couldn't help but secretly look up at Li Er. They saw that Li Er's face was dark, as if someone owed him money. What surprised old Cheng even more was that Li Er's eyes were as dark as a panda's. It was obvious that he didn't sleep well last night. Could it be that His Majesty and the Empress had a quarrel? Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he could only think such words in his heart and didn't dare to say them out loud. Old Cheng still knew the severity of the matter. Today, in front of all my beloved subjects, we announce an important matter. There was no such thing as all my subjects. If you have something to report, court will be dismissed. After all the officials finished their greetings, Li Er directly spoke with a dark face and a serious expression. Although the officials had doubts in their hearts, no one dared to ask. They could only say in unison, We are all ears. Li Er looked around and then said something shocking. We have decided to officially declare war on the Turks. The officials of the 6 departments of the imperial court will enter a state of full preparation for war from today onwards. The officials of the 6 departments should work together and clean up an army that can go to war at any time in the shortest time possible. Silence. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, the hall immediately became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's breathing quickened, and their eyes widened. This news from Li Er's mouth was really too explosive. Turks. Li Er actually wanted to attack the Turks at this time. After the silence, there was a fierce debate. The officials in the hall whispered to each other. Then, Zhangsun Wuji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Great Tang's Guanzhong area is currently wreaking havoc. The imperial court is focusing all its efforts on disaster relief. At this juncture, how can we still have the manpower, material, and financial resources to fight to the death with the Turks? Your Majesty, please reconsider your actions." It had to be said that Zhang Sun Wuji's thoughts were still very clear. At this time, the Great Tang's internal calamity had yet to be completely resolved. It was already good that the Turks didn't take this opportunity to attack the Great Tang. However, Li Er actually wanted to take the initiative to start a war between the two countries. Wasn't this branding them? Thus, as a subject, Zhang Sun Wuji felt that he had the responsibility to help Li Er eliminate this dangerous idea. The Turks were powerful and had millions of soldiers controlling their bowstrings. How could it be so easy to defeat them? Duke of Zhao is right. Our Great Tang's internal calamity has yet to be resolved. How can we take the initiative to provoke external enemies? Furthermore, a war between countries not only requires manpower, but also a huge amount of resources and financial resources. These aren't things that can be done in a short period of time. Thus, I hope that Your Majesty will reconsider the matter of declaring war. Fang Xianling also stood out and clasped his hands towards Li Er. Your subjects agree. Your subjects agree. Then a group of officials followed behind and seconded the motion. They didn't know what had gotten into Li Er today to suddenly do such a thing, but everyone knew that this wasn't a good time to start a war with the Turks. Thus, the officials all bowed and seconded the motion, hoping that Li Er would change his mind. This old subject agrees. Cheng Yaojin grinned. Although he really wanted to fight, he never wanted to lose a battle. In the current situation of the Great Tang, if they rashly started a war with the Turks, they would definitely lose. Thus, old Cheng, this warmonger, also stood out at this time. Everyone knows that this isn't the right time for the Great Tang to attack the Turks. That's why the Turks dared to brazenly sneak into Yanhuang College, injure the guards, teachers, and students of the college, and steal many precious books and manuscripts. The more Li Er listened, the angrier he became. When he saw that even Cheng Yaojin stood out to persuade him not to start a war, he finally couldn't help but slap the table and roar angrily. This was truly a case of one wave rising after another. The officials who had just been immersed in the shock of Li Er's plan to attack the Turks were now completely dumbfounded by Li Er's other piece of news. What? There were Turks sneaking into Yanhuang College? Chapter 1532. Cheng Jijie, Yuqi Jingde, Qin Qiong, I order the 3 of you to choose 10,000 elite light cavalry from your respective camps. You are to set out from Chang and head north to pursue the Turkic state teacher and rendezvous with the Marquis of Yong. We have already ordered the Marquis of Yong and to keep Wuxia in the Great Tang. From Chang into the north, all soldiers in the various provinces will be under the command of the Marquis of Yong. The 10,000 light cavalry that the 3 of you are to lead must cooperate with Li Zishuan at a crucial moment. You must capture Wuxia and retrieve the Academy's secret information. If any Turkic soldiers enter the Great Tang to assist the Turks, you are to wipe them out. There is no need to report to us. In Taiji Palace, Li Er's firm and sonorous voice echoed in every corner of the hall. A cold-blooded and austere atmosphere gradually filled the air. All the officials could not help but turn solemn. Everyone knew that war was about to come. If they couldn't capture Wuxia, Li Er would definitely gather his soldiers and head north, directly initiating a war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Li Er would not give the Turks time to study the Academy's secret information. If they could surround Wuxia in the Great Tang, the Turks would definitely send reinforcements. After all, Wuxia had so much valuable information in his hands. When the time came, a fierce skirmish was certain to break out. Once the two sides began to fight, an all-out war wouldn't be far off. The sharp-eyed officials could smell the scent of war from Li Er's words. Of course, there were still quite a few officials who were surprised that Li Zishuan had received Li Er's decree so quickly. After all, everyone knew that Li Zishuan was currently in the north of the Great Tang, 700 to 800 li away from Cheng. Wu Jie's attack on the academy had only happened yesterday, so how could they not be surprised that Li Zishuan had received Li Er's decree so quickly? But the smart minister could figure out what was going on after thinking about it. The academy had a telegraph. With the telegraph, the distance of hundreds of miles was nothing. The reason why Li Er hadn't sent the Great Tang's most elite cavalry, the Black Armored Army, was mainly because the Black Armored Army was made up of heavy cavalry. In terms of mobility, it was impossible for them to compare to light cavalry. Yuqi Jingda and the others were only going to pursue Wuxia. They could resupply at any time along the way, so they didn't need to bring a lot of provisions. What they were pursuing was speed. Official Lieutenant Qi Jingda, Qing Jijia, Qin Xiong, receives the decree. Yuqi Jingda, Qing Yaojin, and Qin Xiong all had solemn expressions as they bowed and accepted the order. The generals of the Great Tang had never feared war. Even if the Turks were extremely powerful, even if this war had been hastily initiated by the Great Tang, so what? No power, no matter how powerful, could make the Tang bend their backs, not even the Turks. Li Er nodded. This emperor will issue an order to arrest Wuxia in all the provinces and counties of the Great Tang. The Marquis of Yong, and set out from Shouyang and will pass by Yusi and Taiyuan. The whereabouts of the Turkic state teacher is unknown, but it's very likely that he will head north and take the shortest route to escape from the Great Tang in the shortest time possible. In order to allow the three of you to cooperate with Li Zishuan, this time, the troops can be transferred from Yanhuang College to maintain contact with Li Zishuan. As for the person to operate the telegraph, you can go to Yanhuang College to choose. Hunting down a person was different from fighting a war. First of all, no one knew where Wuxia was, so they could only slowly search for him along the way. But once they found him, they would need to immediately surround him. Using soldiers to send messages was definitely not feasible, because opportunities were fleeting. Comparatively speaking, telegraphing was the best option. Last time, when Qing Yaojin and the others went to the city to quell the rebellion, they had already experienced the huge advantage of the telegraph in terms of battlefield information. Hearing that Li Er would assign another telegraph to them, Old Cheng was extremely excited. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Er nodded and said in a deep voice, "Today's morning court is over. All officials are to immediately return to the Yamen and carry out their duties. Cooperate with Yuqi Jingda, Qing Jijie, and Qin Xiong to transfer 10,000 elite light cavalry in the shortest time possible. There must be no mistakes." After arranging the official matters, Li Er didn't waste any time and decisively announced the end of the court. In fact, he had wanted to tell all the officials about these arrangements last night, but in the middle of the night, it was a little unrealistic to gather all the officials in the palace, so he waited until now. Last night, the imperial army led by Zhao Song had searched the vicinity of Cheng and city for an entire night, but they couldn't find any trace of Wuxia, which meant that Wuxia had most likely already escaped from Cheng and city. How could Li Er not be worried? Right now, the most important thing for him was to catch Wuxia. Everything else could be put aside for later. Hearing this, the officials were stunned, but seeing Li Er's unusually strong attitude today, no one dared to raise any objections. They could only cup their hands and say, "This subject obeys the decree." The morning court lasted less than a quarter of an hour from start to finish. This could be said to be the shortest morning court since the establishment of the Great Tang Empire. At the same time, the news of the attack on Yanhuang College last night had already spread. After all, the imperial court's army had been searching for Wuxia last night, causing such a big commotion that it was impossible to completely keep it a secret. Especially with so many people joining the search for Wuxia in the early hours of the morning, word of the attack on Yanhuang College was no longer a secret. Early in the morning, the streets, tea houses, and restaurants were abuzz with discussions about this matter. Did you hear? Yanhuang College was attacked by an unknown person last night. What? There was such a thing? Which thief is so bold as to attack Yanhuang College? Aren't they afraid of being punished by His Majesty? That person isn't Tang. I heard that he's a Turkic. What? A Turkic dares to come to Great Tang and cause trouble? Did they catch him? Of course not. That's not an ordinary Turkic. It's said that he's the Turkic state teacher, the most powerful person in the world today. It's actually the Turkic state teacher. But why would the Turkic state teacher attack Yanhuang College? What else could it be? It must be that the Turkic state teacher took a fancy to the Marquis of Yong'an's knowledge. Marquis's knowledge? That Turkic state teacher is truly despicable. He isn't as smart as Marquis, but he still wants to steal from Great Tang. Truly despicable. Then did the Turkic state teacher steal anything from Yanhuang College? I don't know about that. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Yanhuang College has countless treasures and advanced knowledge, but he didn't have the ability to protect them. In the end, he gave them to the Turkic state teacher. The Marquis of Yong'an is a sinner of Great Tang. Bullshit. What are you saying? Do you know how powerful the Turkic state teacher is? In order to protect the secrets of Yanhuang College, who knows how many guards were sacrificed last night? I heard that even old teacher Wenji was injured. What right does a brat like you have to make sarcastic remarks here? That's right. Since Yanhuang College was established, how many useful things have they discovered? It's said that it won't be long before Lantian County can get electricity and electric lights. Now that the Turkic state teacher attacked the academy, instead of blaming the Turkic state teacher, you're blaming the Marquis of Yong'an. Are you a Tang or a Turkic? Is your heart red or black? That's right, that's right. The majority of the populace sympathized with the academy and condemned the Turkic state teacher, but there were also many who took the opportunity to slander Yanhuang College, and most of them were Confucian scholars. Similar remarks could be heard everywhere, but in the end, they were all drowned out by the saliva of the populace. It's here. Esteemed guest, here's your food in Jiannan's spring stew. In a restaurant in Taiyuan, a waiter was carrying a large plate with a bowl of Xianxia noodles, 2 side dishes, and a jug of fine wine on it. He came to a table and spoke enthusiastically to a travel-worn young man sitting at the table as he served the dishes on the table. Put it down. The young man remained unmoved by the delicacies and fine wine. His brows were still furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. All right. Esteemed guest, if you have any instructions, feel free to call me. After placing down the delicacies and fine wine, the waiter tactfully bowed and retreated. Even though the young man before him looked travel-worn, his clothes and accessories didn't seem like they came from an ordinary family. He couldn't wait to curry favor with him, so how could he offend him? But what left the waiter puzzled was the bulging bag on the young man's back. He didn't know what was inside, but he couldn't bear to put it down even when he was eating. It was truly bizarre. Furthermore, after placing down the delicacies and fine wine, the young man didn't seem to have any intention of eating. He simply sat there quietly, his eyes unfocused as he stared ahead. The waiter, who had returned to the counter of the restaurant, couldn't help but mutter to himself that the young man was truly bizarre. The shortest route from Chang'an to the Turks is through Fengzhou, Ningzhou, Qingzhou, and then the Huaiyuan region into the steppe. Fortunately, I happen to be in the north of the Great Tang and can lay down an inescapable net for the Turks. The young man did not say a word as he thought to himself. Yes, this young man was Li Zishuan. Since the academy was no longer in any danger and Li Er had ordered him to keep the Turks in Great Tang, there was no need for him to rush back. What he needed to do now was to find a way to intercept the Turks in advance. At this moment, a massive map of the empire appeared in his mind. He had planned several escape routes for Wuxia, and in the end, he chose the middle and shortest route. He was confident that as long as Wuxia was still intelligent, He would definitely choose this escape route, because every moment Wuxia remained in Great Tang meant more danger. After making a plan in his mind, Li Zixuan returned to his senses and began to eat. Last night, he had galloped more than 100 li on his horse before he arrived at Taiyuan City. Now that he was hungry, he entered the city and found a restaurant to eat some food to fill his stomach. It was also a good opportunity for Big White to eat and rest. During the Tang Dynasty, there was a phenomenon of Tokyo, Nanjing, Beijing, and Xijing coexisting. Tokyo was Luoyang, and Xijing was the capital of Great Tang, Cheng. Beijing was Tin, and Nanjing was Chengdu. Taiyuan was the largest city in the north of Great Tang, and the city was relatively prosperous. Logically speaking, the restaurants here should have drunken immortal and gentle fragrance, but unfortunately, this restaurant had run out of drunken immortal and gentle fragrance, so Li Zixuan could only order a pot of Jianan braised spring to quench his thirst. It had to be said that after eating so many banquets in this life, Li Zixuan's tolerance for alcohol had inadvertently increased. Gulu gulu. After finishing his meal without a care for his image, Li Zixuan raised the wine pot and drained it in one gulp. He was finally full. Waiter, the bill. Li Zixuan called the waiter over and tossed him 2 Tang Yuan notes. Before leaving, he asked, "How do I get to the regional commander's office?" Chapter 1533. Since it's His Majesty's decree, the Academy is naturally duty-bound. I'll get someone to bring a telegraph machine. As for the candidate to operate the telegraph machine, do the 3 generals have any students in mind that you like? Yanhuang College, in the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, Yan Silu and Mo Huai, who had rushed over after hearing the news, sat opposite Yuqi Jingda, Qing Yaojin, and Qin Xiong. Li Gang, the acting Yamacho, was recuperating in another courtyard. At this time, Yan Silu heard the 3's intentions and nodded. He cupped his hands to Yuqi Jingda and the other 2. Although the telegraph machine was considered Yanhuang College's top secret, Yanhuang College was still located in the Tang Empire. They still had to listen to His Majesty Li Er's decree. Besides, Yan Silu had learned from Li Tai that Li Zixuan was currently besieging Wuxia in the north according to Li Er's decree. Yuqi Jingda and the other 2 were leading the army north to help Li Zixuan, so of course Yan Silu was 100% willing to lend the telegraph machine to Yuqi Jingda. Hearing Yan Silu's question, Qing Yaojin grinned and said, "That Meng Wenhao. Last time, during the rebellion in Guan City, it was him and Iron Egg who followed the army to manage the telegraph machine. I think this child is willing to endure hardships, so he won't be a burden to the army if we bring him north." During the rebellion in Guan City, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg followed the army all the way from Chang and to Zhengzhou. They never complained about hardships or tiredness during the hundreds of miles of journey, which left a very good impression on Qing Yaojin. But now that Iron Egg wasn't in the academy, Qing Yaojin didn't hesitate to choose Meng Wenhao. Qin Xiong was also present during the battle in Guan City. He couldn't help but nod and agree. Jijia's suggestion is very good. Let's choose Meng Wenhao. This old man has heard Xiaoxian praise this child before. The 2 old generals of the empire were competing to praise Meng Wenhao. Yan Silu, the dean of teaching of Yanhuang College, suddenly felt his face light up. He smiled, stood up and said, "That's good. This old man will get the telegraph machine and have someone call Meng Wenhao over for the 3 generals." "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Konggui." The 3 of them stood up and cupped their fists. "Of course, it's only right." Yan Silu waved his hand and left. Inside the conference room, Qin Xiong looked at Mo Huai and suddenly asked, "Mr. Mo, I heard that you fought with Wuxia last night and suffered some injuries. Are you feeling better now?" Mo Huai shook his head first before sighing. "This old master's injuries aren't serious, but I estimate that it will take several months for my strength to recover. Otherwise, this old master would have followed the 3 great generals to pursue Wuxia. Last night, the academy was lost and all the confidential information was stolen. This old man is ashamed to face the Yamacho." "Mr. Mo, please don't say that." Qin Xiong hurriedly said, "Wuxia is a martial grandmaster. Almost no one in the world can match him. For the safety of the academy's teachers and students, Mr. Mo fought a martial grandmaster alone and did everything he could. In the end, although Wuxia still managed to steal the Academy's information, that was not Mr. Mo's fault. Little Xian knows right from wrong, so he definitely won't blame you. Mo Huai pursed his lips and did not speak, but the grief on his face was obvious to all. Qin Xiong also knew that he would not be able to persuade Mo Huai to change his mind with just a few words, so he did not continue to persuade him. Instead, after a moment of silence, he asked, "Of the four of us here, Mr. Mo is the only one who fought with Wuxia. I wonder if Mr. Mo can explain a thing or two to us. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles." The three of them were about to lead an army to pursue the Turks, so Qin Xiong felt that it was necessary to understand Wuxia's specific strength in advance so that he could be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde turned their eyes to Mo Huai. After a moment of silence, Mo Huai said, "Wuxia is extremely strong. First of all, he is the strongest person this old master has ever seen in terms of strength. In addition, this person's true qi is vigorous, and although he does not have many moves, each of his moves is filled with an indomitable domineering aura that sometimes makes one unable to even think of resisting. Of course, the strangest thing is that this person's true qi seems to contain a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. When fighting with him, the slightest carelessness will result in the power of thunder and lightning invading one's body. If one does not use their true qi to neutralize this thunder and lightning, it will only take a moment for one's arm to completely lose feeling. So, if three great generals fight with Wuxia, you must be careful." The power of thunder and lightning? Hearing this, the three of them could not help frowning deeply, Qing Yaojin muttering, "This old Qing has never heard of a secret art in this world that can allow one's true qi to produce the power of thunder and lightning. Little brother Mo, are you sure you aren't mistaken?" This old fellow was also very friendly. Speaking of which, it was not certain who was older between him and Mo Huai, but he had directly called him Little Brother Mo Huai did not mind this and said firmly, "General Cheng, this old man's feeling is definitely not wrong. Last night, if this Wuxia's secret art was not strange, and his true qi contained the power of thunder and lightning, this old man would not have been defeated so quickly. Maybe in the end, the Academy's information would not have been stolen by him." Qin Xiong looked at Qing Yaojin and said in a low voice, "Jijia, just because we haven't heard of some things doesn't mean they don't exist. Moreover, the Tujue imperial teacher has always been mysterious and rarely shows his skills in front of the world, so it is normal that we don't know about this. But now that we know from Mr. Mo, we have to be more careful when fighting with him in the future." Cheng Yaojin had always been more convinced by Qin Xiong, so he nodded and said, "Of course. This old man has brought the telegraph and the students you wanted." At this time, Yen Silu's voice came from the door of the meeting room. Everyone followed the voice and saw Yen Silu and Meng Wenhao walking in one after another. Student Meng Wenhao greets Mr. Mo and the three generals. Meng Wenhao quickly cupped his hands and bowed to Mo Huai, Yuqi Jingde, and the others. The four of them waved their hands and said, "No need to be so polite." Qin Xiong looked at Meng Wenhao and said with a kind face, "Meng Wenhao, I believe Mr. Yen has already told you the reason we called you here today. Are you willing to accept this mission? Don't worry, even if you don't accept, we will not blame you." Meng Wenhao did not even think and cupped his hands to Qin Xiong and said, "General Qin, on the way here, Mr. Yen has already told me about the situation. I know that the generals are leading the army north to capture the Tujue and also to support Yamacho. In public, I am a student of Yanhuang College. When Yamacho is in trouble, how can I not help? In private, Yamacho and I owe a debt of gratitude. If not for Yamacho's favor and promotion, I would only be an ordinary student in the Imperial College. Therefore, this student is 100% willing to follow the army to the north at any time." Good. You know how to repay kindness and be loyal. Meng Wenhao, little Xian did not misjudge you. Hearing this, Qing Yaojin laughed heartily. Qin Xiong smiled and nodded. "Since you are willing to follow the army, then go home and prepare. Tell your parents clearly so that they won't worry about you. However, Time is limited, so you have to hurry. When noon comes, the army will set out. Meng Wenhao said with a solemn face, I don't have anything to prepare. As for my parents, I will leave a letter and ask someone to send it back. I can't delay the army's journey because of me. Yuchi Jingda could not help but nod and praise, good. Loyal and see the big picture. The students taught by Yanhuang College are indeed different from those Confucian scholars in the Imperial College. Yen Silu said modestly, General Yuchi is too kind. At this moment, Emo Zhong's voice came from outside the door. Mr. Emo, Datong Daily's Li Yu is outside the academy. She said she has something to discuss with young Master Meng. Yen Silu could not help but frown. Cheng Yaojin looked at Meng Wenhao with a smirk. Obviously, he knew Li Yu. Meng Wenhao's expression changed. He stood up and cupped his hands. Mr. Yen, this student will go and take a look. I will be back soon. Yen Silu nodded and said, yes. Go quickly. But don't delay the military situation. Meng Wenhao replied and hurried out of the meeting room. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he saw little Fishy, who was dressed in red, standing outside the gate of the academy. The little girl seemed to have something on her mind. Her brows were slightly furrowed and her eyes were dull. It was obvious that she was thinking about something else. Little Yu. Meng Wenhao walked out of the academy gate and came to Li Yu. He called out softly. You're here. Little Yu's body trembled and she immediately came back to her senses. She smoothed the hair in front of her forehead and asked as calmly as possible, Wenhao, I heard that teacher Wenji is sick. How is he now? Meng Wenhao's expression darkened. He replied, I'm not sure. I originally planned to visit teacher Wenji at noon, but now it seems that I might have to leave Yunshan in a while. Little Yu was stunned and quickly asked, Leave Yunshan? Wenhao, where are you going? Are you going somewhere far away? Meng Wenhao thought about it and felt that many people must have known that the imperial court had sent an army north. Moreover, Li Yu was a Tang and probably wouldn't do something like betraying the country. Thus, he gave a concise reply. Yamacho has received orders from the emperor to mobilize the state's army in the north to intercept Wuxia. General Yuchi, General Cheng, and General Qin have been dispatched by His Majesty today to lead the army north to support Yamacho. In order to maintain contact with Yamacho, the three generals plan to bring a telegraph, and I will be the one controlling the telegraph. Wu Jie is so powerful. Will teacher be in danger? Little Yu frowned and asked worriedly. She was still used to calling Li Zishuan teacher and not Yamacho. Meng Wenhao said uncertainly, danger. Of course there will be. That's why I agreed to go north with the army without hesitation. Now that teacher Wenji is injured, I don't want to see anything happen to Yamacho. Li Yu softly replied. Then, her expression became somewhat conflicted. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and asked tentatively, Wenhao, I also want to go north with the army. Can you help me ask General Qin? Meng Wenhao was startled. He widened his eyes and asked in surprise, What? You also want to go north with the army? How can that be? Marching and fighting is a man's job. How can a girl like you go? So what if I'm a girl? Previously, Huamlan joined the army in place of her father. Why can't I, Li Yu, go north with the army to support teacher? Seeing Meng Wenhao's exaggerated reaction, Li Yu could not help but stomp her feet and angrily ask. Meng Wenhao did not give in to her this time. Instead, he argued, how can it be the same thing? Yamacho is indeed in danger right now, but I alone can control the telegraph. Little Yu, why do you have to go with me? You have to know that marching and fighting is very difficult. How can a weak girl like you endure it? Chapter 1534. Greetings, General Qin. Hearing a voice behind her, Little Yu panicked and hurriedly turned around. After a moment of hesitation, she bowed to Qin Qiong. Qin Qiong's expression was serious as he asked, Miss Li Yu, this old master had no intention of eavesdropping on your conversation. I just happened to pass by and overheard a few words. You said Wu Jie recognized the bracelet on your wrist, is that true? Li Yu timidly glanced at Qin Qiong. Seeing the other party's kind expression, it didn't seem like he had any malicious intent. Besides, with her relationship with Li Zixuan, Qin Qiong shouldn't do anything to her. After hesitating for a moment, she bit her lip and nodded, "N." I remember that after Wu Jie saw the bracelet on my hand, his expression was obviously different from before, and he even asked me where I got this bracelet from. Senior Zhang San and Wenhao can testify to that. They both heard him ask. Meng Wenhao nodded. "General Qin, that is indeed the case, but at that time the academy was already in a mess, so no one cared about such minor details. Now that I think about it, when Wu Jie looked at little Yu Er's bracelet, the way he looked at it was indeed different." Qin Qiong nodded thoughtfully. Li Yu then added, "It's just that. I'm not sure if Wu Jie knows the origin of this bracelet because I saw a trace of confusion in his eyes. Maybe he just thought the bracelet looked familiar. But even if there is only a glimmer of hope, I still want to ask Wu Jie personally. I really want to know who my parents are and where they are now. I beg General Qin to allow Li Yu to accompany the army to the north. I know that women are not allowed in the army, so I will follow behind you from a distance. I won't affect your marching and fighting." Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingde, and Cheng Yaojin all frowned, not immediately replying to little Yu Er's words. Seeing this, Meng Wenhao anxiously said, "General Qin, little Yu Er has never seen her biological parents since she was a child. She doesn't even know who they are. Now that she finally has a clue about them, I hope General Qin can help her." Cheng Yaojin could not help but grin. "Hey, brat of the Meng clan, your words are simple. But ever since my great Tang was founded, His Majesty has always ordered all generals to strictly manage the army. Let alone women, even wine is rarely seen in the army. Brat, you want us old men to bring a little girl into battle. If word of this got out, would His Majesty spare us old fellows?" As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Wenhao and Li Yu couldn't help but become silent. Seeing the despair on little Yu Er's face, Qin Qiong couldn't bear it. He paused and said, "This is a serious matter, and we don't dare to act on our own. We need to report this to His Majesty. If His Majesty agrees, then we naturally won't object." Li Yu's eyes lit up, but then they dimmed again. She shook her head and said softly, "There's no need to trouble yourself. Li Yu is just a commoner. How could he make His Majesty change the rules for him? Moreover, Li Yu doesn't want General Qin to be caught in the middle. Let's drop this matter." Meng Wenhao couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly said, "Little fishy, you," without waiting for him to finish, Li Yu interrupted, "Wenhao, there's no need to say any more. You go with General Qin. Be careful on the road. I won't delay you any longer." Finished speaking, Li Yu bowed to Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingde, then turned and left. The little girl was very determined to leave. She didn't even look back. But under the sunlight, her frail figure really made one's heart ache. Meng Wenhao wanted to run over and pull Li Yu back, but he changed his mind. Even if he pulled her back, what could he do? Li Er wouldn't change the rules for a little girl like Li Yu. So he could only suppress the thought in his heart and stood there watching Li Yu leave. She's also a poor child. But if this old man can meet Wu Jie on this trip, I'll definitely help Miss Li Yu get to the bottom of this. Qin Qiong sighed and patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder. "It's getting late. Let's return to Chang, and then prepare the army to set out." Meng Wenhao nodded with a complicated expression. "I'll listen to General Qin's orders." Snake Spirit Mountain, Heavenly Dragon Sect's headquarters. Compared to a few days ago, the current Snake Spirit Mountain was filled with large and small thatched huts. In some open spaces, there were also some soldiers training. Obviously, this place had been turned into a secret military base. At this time, in the middle of the hut. Bastard! Why did the Tuju estate teacher choose to attack Yanhuang College at this time? The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect looked at the latest report from his disciple and couldn't help but slap the table in anger. Zhang Liang, who was standing below, carefully cupped his hands and said, "Dragon head, the Tuju estate teacher attacked Yanhuang College. The Tang Empire will definitely be in chaos. Li Shimin must have put all his energy into capturing Wu Jie. Isn't this good news for us? Why are you so angry?" Looking closely at Zhang Liang's right hand, there were only 3 fingers. It looked a little scary. But thinking about how the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect cut off 2 of his fingers a few days ago, this scene was not surprising. The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect turned his gaze to Zhang Liang and snorted, "What do you know? Now that Yanhuang College has been attacked, Li Zishuan will definitely rush back to the academy. With his wisdom, it is very likely that he will see through our plan in Chang'an City. At that time, once he warns Li Shimin, our plan will be exposed in advance. This king has been preparing for a long time, and it is very likely that this king will completely fail." Zhang Liang quickly bowed and said, "Dragon Head is right. This subordinate is stupid and doesn't think as far as the dragon head." In fact, this guy was somewhat disapproving. He felt that his dragon head was a little too timid, or in other words, the iron-masked man was overestimating Li Zishuan's ability. He more or less knew about the Heavenly Dragon sect's plan in Chang'an City. In his view, this plan could be said to be flawless. No matter how smart Li Zishuan was, it was impossible for him to see through it. The dragon head pondered for a moment and asked, "Is there any news from Du Yi?" Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Zhang Liang's eyes. As a capable subordinate of the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect, he and Du Yi were clearly in a competitive relationship. Du Yi was favored and trusted, so he naturally felt uncomfortable in his heart. Replying to the dragon head, "There is still no news from the Venerable." Zhang Liang concealed the strange look in his eyes and cupped his hands. "Investigate again. 4 days later is the day when the winds and clouds change. We must make him complete all the arrangements before then." The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect swung his sleeves and said in a deep voice, "The Tujue Imperial Advisor actually attacked Yanhuang College? The situation is getting more and more complicated. The Heavenly Dragon sect, the Tujue, and the Great Tang are really facing internal and external troubles. I wonder how Yanhuang College is doing now. Also, what is the plan that the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect was talking about? Why is he so afraid of the Marquis of Yong and returning early? Could it be that only the Marquis of Yong can solve the puzzle of the Heavenly Dragon sect?" On the western cliff of Serpent Spirit Mountain, Li Junxian crossed his arms as he looked down at the lush pine trees. He had eavesdropped on the conversation between the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect and Judge Zhang Liang, and when he saw that Zhang Liang was about to come out, he had quietly slipped away. Li Junxian couldn't help but feel his heart sink as he recalled their conversation. The fact that the Yanhuang Academy had been attacked by the Turkic Imperial Advisor had shocked him deeply, but the words of the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect made him feel that the Heavenly Dragon sect was brewing a huge conspiracy. This conspiracy was enough to topple the Great Tang. At this time, Li Junxian desperately wanted to get down the mountain and send a message to Li Er. If he delayed for a few more days, by the time the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect spoke of, it would be too late. "I have to think of a way to get down the mountain, or else Chang'an will be in danger." Li Junxian softly muttered to himself. "Hey, Li Junxian, what are you doing here? Get back to work." An angry shout came from behind Li Junxian. He turned around and saw that it was the middle-aged man surnamed Meng who had brought him up Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Junxian hurriedly changed his expression and warmly welcomed him. "Lord Meng, I just went to take a piss. I'll get back to work now. Please don't be angry." Meng snorted and unhappily said, "What piss? I think you're just trying to slack off. What are you standing around for? Get back to work." Li Junxian hastily replied, "Yes, yes, yes. I'll get back to work now." Hiya, hiya. It was near noon, and a handsome young man wearing a white short robe and a Confucian hat was galloping down the official road of Lantian County on a black steed. This young man had a bundle on his back, and his complexion was extremely fair. If one looked carefully, one would find that he was even more beautiful than the average woman. "Since I can't go north with the army, I can only go find teacher. I heard from King Wei that teacher should be around Yusi or Taiyuan. I'll go to Taiyuan to try my luck." The handsome young man was none other than Li Yu, who had left in disguise. Compared to the disheveled lass who had just arrived in Chang'an last year, Li Yu had matured into a young lady from a prestigious family after a year of living in Chang'an. Although she still looked a little immature, She exuded a youthful charm. Previously, when she pleaded with Qin Qiong in front of Yanhuang College, Li Yu wanted to go north to find Li Zixuan. As Li Zixuan wasn't in the army, she wouldn't be in the way if she went with Li Zixuan, much less violate military rules. Moreover, given Li Zixuan's personality, he would definitely help her find out the truth. However, Li Yu also knew that it wasn't very convenient for a girl like her to go out. Thus, she disguised herself as a man and went north to find her family. Uncle Ma, Li Yu left without saying goodbye because she had her own difficulties. Please don't take it to heart, Li Yu muttered to himself as he galloped forward on his horse. The Uncle Ma she spoke of was naturally Ma Zhou. Ever since she arrived in Chang'an, the person who took care of her the most, other than Li Zixuan, was her old boss Ma Zhou. If it didn't involve her biological parents, Li Yu wouldn't have left without saying goodbye. However, after what happened last night, there was a voice in her head that kept urging her to find the truth. Once she found the truth, she would be able to completely unravel the mystery of her birth. However, at the same time, Li Yu was a little afraid. She was afraid that the truth she had painstakingly found would be hard to accept. Because the person who knew the origin of the bracelet on her wrist wasn't a Tang person, but the famous Turkic imperial advisor. This caused her to have a trace of doubt in her heart. Could it be that her biological parents were Turkic people? Did they know Wuxia in the past? This was the result that Li Yu found the most difficult to accept. Because her adoptive parents were Tang people, and in her bones, she also considered herself as a Tang person. Moreover, all the friends and elders she knew were all Tang people. If her parents were Turkic people, Li Yu really didn't know how to live with herself. However, this was only the worst result she could think of. What if her parents weren't Turkic people and had only fought with Wuxia in the past? If that was the case, she naturally wouldn't have to worry about those questions. Holding on to the persistence of the truth and the small trace of luck in her heart, Li Yu mustered up the courage to go north alone to find Li Zixuan for help. At the same time, in the east of Chang'an City, Yanxing Gate opened and countless armored cavalry rushed out of the city. The three old generals at the front were Yuqi Jingda, Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin. These three old generals were known by everyone in Chang'an City. The commoners saw that the army was orderly, and the generals at the front were Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, and Cheng Yaojin, three famous generals. They couldn't help but be shocked, wondering why the imperial court would suddenly send out such an elite cavalry. Yuqi Jingjun, General Qin and General Cheng are personally leading the troops. Where is the imperial court going to send troops? But I haven't heard of any rebellions recently. Could it be because of the Turkic state teacher? Very likely. Didn't they say that the Turkic state teacher stole the information of Yanhuang College? His Majesty definitely won't let this matter go. These cavalry are probably going to capture Wuxia. Capture him well. The Turkic state teacher dares to act wildly in Tang. We can't let him go, we must capture him. That's right. We must capture Wuxia. We must let the Turkic people know that the Tang people aren't easy to bully. I hope the army can win and capture Wuxia. Victory at the start, capture Wuxia. The common people discussed in private. Many people had already guessed the truth of the matter. Thus, the common people became more and more agitated, shouting loudly in the back. They wanted to use this opportunity to encourage the 10,000-strong army that suddenly came out of the city. Chapter 1535. What? You want to go to that place? Impossible. I'm just a small assistant minister. I can't help you. In the west of Chang'an City, in the study of a house, an old man in brown flicked his sleeves and said angrily. In front of him stood a man in a gray robe wearing a bamboo hat. The wide bamboo hat covered the man's face. The man snorted and said, "You dare to disobey the orders of His Majesty? Don't forget who gave you your position today." The old man in brown was stunned and said, "My position today was given by His Majesty. What does it have to do with you?" His Majesty? You're really ungrateful. The man in gray sneered, "You were just a poor scholar who had no connections in Chang'an City. You lived on the streets and were about to starve to death. Who promoted you and gave you an official position? It said that those who are loyal are the butchers and those who are unloyal are the scholars. Now it seems that this saying is true. The old man in brown was scolded by the man in gray until his face turned red. He pointed at the man in gray and said angrily, "Even if I am indebted to him, it's two. But he's no longer in this world. What does it have to do with you?" The man in gray laughed and then took out something wrapped in a handkerchief. He handed it over and said, "Take a look and see what this is." The old man in brown looked at him suspiciously and then carefully took it. When he opened the handkerchief and saw what was inside, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, "This? You're His Majesty actually, Marquis, without His Majesty's order, I really don't dare to mobilize the troops without permission." Bing Province, Taiyuan, the provincial governor's mansion. A middle-aged man in an official's uniform smiled bitterly and said to Li Zishuan. This man was Wang Liaoyuan, the provincial governor of Bing Province. Now, Li Zishuan had encountered a rather awkward problem. Although he had obtained an imperial edict that allowed him to command the troops of the northern provinces, he couldn't show this edict to others. There was no proof. Even if he exaggerated it, no one would believe him. This was also because he was a new noble and had the emperor's favor. If it was someone else, Wang Liaoyuan would have sent the bailiffs to chase him out already. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel depressed. He said with a speechless face, "Provincial Governor Wang, this marquis said how many times this His Majesty's decree a few hours ago. Bing Province will receive it tomorrow at the latest, but the situation is urgent. This marquis can't wait. You have to mobilize the troops now. Could it be that you suspect this marquis of falsifying the imperial edict?" Bing Province was more than 600 kilometers away from Chang. Even if they were to rush to Chang, it would still take them a day and a night. But Wuxia was a martial grandmaster. Only the heavens knew how fast he could travel. Thus, Li Zishuan was secretly anxious. Wang Liaoyuan smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. "Marquis, it's not that this official doesn't believe you, but this official is powerless to mobilize the troops. You don't have an imperial edict or a warrant from the governor. Even if this official goes to the Bing Province barracks, the generals there won't listen to this official's orders." "Governor?" Li Zishuan frowned and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He realized that he seemed to have overlooked something and frantically searched through his memories. A moment later, he finally understood. Bing Province didn't only have a provincial governor's mansion, it also had a protector general's mansion. Bing Province, Taiyuan, was the place where the Great Tang rose. In addition, Bing Province was the largest city in the north and was relatively close to the Turks. It could be said to be an important military town. Thus, the imperial court set up a governor's mansion here and appointed a governor to oversee the military affairs of the 21 provinces of Hedong Province. During Zhengguan's time, there were still 41 governors' mansions in the country. Under each governor's office, there were a few prefectures under their jurisdiction. During the Tang dynasty, there were 3 different types of military governors. They were the upper military governor, the middle military governor, and the lower military governor. The provinces and counties under each governor's mansion were of different grades and had different names. As for governors, they could directly govern other governors. The provinces under their jurisdiction had to be at least 10. The Bing Province governor's mansion had been established in the 7th year of Wu De's reign. It was similar to Li Ku's Province governor's mansion. It governed the military affairs of Jianan Circuit, and its power was at its peak. Unlike governors, the imperial court would normally only allow the princes of the imperial clan, such as Li Ku, or important officials of the court to hold the position of governor. This was because the position of governor was far too important. With so many soldiers under one's command, if there was a rebellion, the emperor would have to bear the consequences. However, because the princes of the imperial clan held the position of governor on a part-time basis, the ones who handled the affairs of the governor's mansion were these princes or important officials of the court. The position of head scribe was closer to that of an aide. They were good at handling practical affairs. Most head scribes didn't have a high status. However, the senior officials under the governor manor had a status equivalent to that of a provincial governor. They had real power and could even hold the position of Jidushi. Their status was extremely high. But then again, Li Zishuan really couldn't remember who the Bing province viceroy was. After all, he didn't specialize in history in his previous life. But even if he did, he probably wouldn't know who the Bing province viceroy was in the second year of Xingguan. Governor Wang, who is this Bing province's governor? This marquis will personally pay him a visit. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said without blushing at all. Wang Liaoyuan choked. He paused for a moment before replying, Marquis, the current governor of Bing province is Chao Guogong. I'm not in Bing province right now. Chao Guogong, Li Ji. The current Li Ji wasn't duking yet. In the second year of Wuda, Su Shiji was given the title of Right Marquis General by Li Yuan. He was also given the surname Li. It wasn't until the 11th year of Xingguan that he was given the title of Duke Ing by Li Heir. In the 8th year of Wuda, the Tujue invaded Bing province. The imperial court ordered Li Ji to be the general of the army and expel the Tujue at Taigu. In the 9th year of Wuda, Li Shimin ascended the throne and appointed Li Ji as the Bing province viceroy. In order to avoid Li Shimin's taboo, Li Ji removed the Shi in his name and changed his name to Li Ji. This Bing province viceroy lasted for close to 8 years. It wasn't until the 7th year of Xingguan that Prince Jin, Li Zhiyao, became the Bing province viceroy that Li Ji retired and acted as the head scribe of the Bing province viceroy manor. However, it was only in the first 2 years that Li Ji was in charge of military affairs in Bing province. Later on, as the world stabilized, Li Ji began to play with remote control tactics, the entire Bing province viceroy manor from the capital of Cheng. His main purpose in doing this was to make Li Heir feel at ease. After all, he controlled too many troops as the Bing province viceroy. F***ck. Hearing that the Bing province viceroy was Li Zishuan's face couldn't help but turn ugly. It was true that he knew Li Ji, but he wasn't in Bing province. Even if he knew him, what was the use? The soldiers of the Bing province barracks wouldn't listen to his orders just because he knew Li Ji. In his anger, Li Zishuan couldn't help but curse, causing Wang Liaoyuan to be dumbfounded. Thinking that Wuxia was probably 100 or 200 li away from Chang, and Li Zishuan couldn't help but panic. He unsheathed the sword at his waist and placed it against Wang Liaoyuan's neck. The guards standing outside the door were immediately alarmed and rushed in, frantically shouting, "Protect Lord Provincial Governor!" Although they shouted this, none of them dared to step forward. After all, Li Zishuan's status was even higher than Wang Liaoyuan's. If he was accidentally injured, none of them could bear the responsibility. Facing the guards, Li Zishuan remained unmoved. He stared at Wang Liaoyuan and pretended to be cold as he said, "This marquis orders you to immediately gather 30,000 soldiers from the Bing province barracks and follow this marquis to surround the Turkic state teacher. If you dare to refuse, this marquis will kill you right now." With a sword against his neck, it was impossible for Wang Liaoyuan to not panic. However, after hearing Li Zishuan's request, he helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "Marquis, this official has already told you that the soldiers of the Bing province barracks only listen to His Majesty and the Viceroy. Even if this official goes with you, no one will listen to this official. Even if you kill this official, it won't help." He was afraid of death, but he really couldn't satisfy Li Zishuan's request. Li Zishuan was speechless. Of course, he wouldn't kill Wang Liaoyuan. He just wanted to test if this person was really helpless. Unfortunately, this Wang Liaoyuan really was helpless. Letting out a long sigh, Li Zishuan removed his long sword and put the wind-chasing sword back into its scabbard. He then said expressionlessly, "This marquis was just in a moment of desperation. I hope that Provincial Governor Wang will not take offense. You can leave first." Wang Liaoyuan waved his hand and signaled the guards to leave. He then wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly said, "This official wouldn't dare. This official knows that Marquis won't kill for no reason." Li Zishuan glanced at him and said, "Then what do you think this Marquis should do now? In all of the Hedong circuit, Bing province should have the most elite soldiers, and after attacking the academy, Wuxia will definitely flee the Great Tang as quickly as possible. If this Marquis does not lead soldiers to block his path as soon as possible, I fear that we will be letting a tiger return to the mountain, burying a fatal future threat for the Great Tang. Wang Liaoyuan thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Marquis, why don't this official gather the guards in Bing province and follow you to set up the defense? When His Majesty's imperial edict arrives, the troops in Bing province will naturally be under Marquis's command." Li Zishuan said unhappily, "Guards? Wuxia is a great grandmaster with unparalleled combat strength. Are you sending these guards who have never been on the battlefield to their deaths?" Wang Liaoyuan hurriedly said, "This official didn't mean that, sir. Your steward said that he has something to report." At this moment, a soldier hurriedly ran in from the outside and bowed as he spoke. Wang Liaoyuan frowned and said unhappily, "Bastard! Can't you see that this official is talking to the Marquis of Yong'an? Get out." The soldier wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he cupped his hands and turned to leave. "Wait." At this moment, Li Zishuan spoke. He had a pensive look on his face as he spoke. "Governor Wang, you should let your butler in." Since he couldn't borrow any troops, he didn't want to continue talking with Wang Liaoyuan. Now that Wang Liaoyuan's steward was here, he could listen to what was so important. Hearing Li Zishuan's words without any intention of leaving, Wang Liaoyuan knew that Li Zishuan was going to listen to his family affairs. He couldn't help but feel nervous and prayed that the old steward didn't come to the magistrate court because of the trivial matters in his backyard. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. With strange thoughts, Wang Liaoyuan turned around and said to the soldier, "Did you hear that? Marquis is merciful. Let the steward in quickly." The soldier received the order and left. After a while, an old man in his 50s came in. The old man was trembling with fear as he held a piece of bright yellow silk cloth in his hands. After he came in, he knelt down without saying a word and said, "Master, the imperial edict is here." The imperial court used the Wang family's carrier pigeon in Chang and city to send His Majesty's imperial edict. "Oh master, please take a look." Chapter 1536. Replying to Marquis, "I am only from a side branch of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. I passed the imperial examination in the 4th year of Wuda and was promoted to the provincial governor of Bing province by His Majesty in the 9th year of Wuda." Bing province, provincial governor's mansion. Hearing Li Zishuan's question, Wang Liaoyuan solemnly cupped his hands and replied, "I see." Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully. "I didn't expect His Majesty to use the Wang clan's carrier pigeon to deliver the imperial edict. This time, your Wang clan has done me a great favor. When this matter is over, I will personally write a letter to thank the Wang clan's patriarch." Taiyuan was the Wang clan's headquarters. It was normal to meet a few people from the Wang clan here. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan finally felt relieved. However, Li Er's choice of carrier pigeon to deliver the imperial edict was truly out of Li Zishuan's expectations. This was definitely a groundbreaking move. Looking at the history, there shouldn't be any emperor who thought of using carrier pigeon to deliver the imperial edict. Li Er's last-minute innovation was truly amazing. I also didn't expect His Majesty to use the Wang clan's carrier pigeon to deliver the imperial edict to Bing province. Coincidentally, Marquis is in the provincial governor's mansion right now. I have to say, Marquis is truly a man of destiny. Heaven is helping him. Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In fact, the Wang clan of Taiyuan had a good relationship with Li Er and Li Zishuan. With Princess Tong, and the Wang clan of Taiyuan was a family to Li Er. Not to mention using the carrier pigeon, Wang Yu wouldn't refuse even if the Wang clan paid for it. And with Wang Renbiao, the Wang clan of Taiyuan could be considered an ally to Li Zishuan. Although it wasn't to the point where they would live and die together, the two sides wouldn't refuse to take care of each other. Of course, it was because of this that Wang Liaoyuan didn't get angry when Li Zishuan placed the Windchaser sword on his neck. If it was someone else, it would be impossible. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the provincial governor of a province. He still cared about his reputation. Although Li Zishuan was a marquis, he couldn't humiliate a provincial governor like this. Li Zishuan said seriously, "I have the emperor's help. Now that there is an imperial edict to mobilize the troops, can I mobilize the troops of the Bing province camp?" Wang Liaoyuan hurriedly cupped his fists. This official will bring Marquis to the Bing province barracks. It was all thanks to Empress Xianxia that Li Er thought of using carrier pigeons to send the imperial edict. In the early hours of this morning, Li Tai returned to the palace from Yanhuang College and reported the situation at Yunshan to Li Er. Li Er was angry and issued an imperial edict to let Li Zishuan cooperate with the troops of the northern provinces to capture Wuxia. Li Tai pleaded for mercy but to no avail. He could only return to the college and pass on his father's edict to Li Zishuan through the telegraph. After Li Tai left the palace, Empress Xianxia, who had been listening quietly to the side, opened her mouth. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and is now in Shouyang, which is thousands of li away from Chang'an City. Even if he gallops, he can only reach Taiyuan by dawn, which is very far from Chang'an City. If he wants to mobilize the troops in the Bing province area, he must have your imperial edict. The imperial edict sent by Qin Ke through the telegraph doesn't count, and the local officials and generals will definitely not recognize it. In the Tang dynasty used Emperor Taizong Li Shimin's 2 steps, 1 step each on the left and right feet, as the standard. It was called step, and 300 steps was 1 li. 1/5 of a step was 1 qi. According to historical records, a qi in the Tang dynasty was 0.303 meters, and 1 li was 454.2 meters. So 600 or 700 kilometers in the modern era was more than 1,000 li in the Tang dynasty. At that time, when Li Er heard this, he felt that it made sense and couldn't help frowning. Chang'an City is 800 kilometers away from Taiyuan City. Even at top speed, it would take at least a day and a night, but in that time, with Wu Jie's martial grandmaster cultivation, wouldn't he have already left Taiyuan City? We can't let him leave the Tang dynasty with the secret information of the academy. At the end, Li Er couldn't help but punch the dragon pillar beside him. Seeing this, Empress Xiangxuan's eyes flashed. She stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have a way to get the imperial edict to Taiyuan as soon as possible. If Li Zishuan happens to be in Taiyuan, that would be even better. If he isn't, we can ask the Bingzhou provincial governor to send someone to find Li Zishuan on a fast horse. Hearing this, Li Er's eyes suddenly lit up. He said with surprise, Oh, Guanyin, what wonderful plan do you have? Tell me. Empress Xianxia smiled and said, What wonderful plan can I have? Your Majesty is just confused and didn't think of it. Actually, this matter is very simple. Your Majesty, do you still remember who the current Bingzhou provincial governor is? Li Er frowned and seriously thought for a while before replying. If I remember correctly, the Bingzhou provincial governor should be Wang Liaoyuan. In the 9th year of Wuda, Li Er usurped the throne. Wang Liaoyuan was made the Bingzhou provincial governor by Li Er that year, so Li Er had some impression of him. Empress Xiangxia smiled faintly and said, That's right. Your Majesty, do you know that Wang Liaoyuan is from the Wang family of Taiyuan? The Wang family of Taiyuan has many carrier pigeons in their mansion in Chang. Li Er was smart and instantly understood what Empress Xiangxia wanted to express. He raised his brows and said in surprise, Guanyin wants me to use the Wang family's carrier pigeon to send the imperial decree to Bingzhou provincial governor Wang Liaoyuan and then have him pass it to Li Zishuan. Is that right? Carrier pigeons were mainly used to send messages by the nature of carrier pigeons. They didn't return to their nests for the sake of sending messages. Therefore, they could only bring the pigeons out and release them to send messages back to their nests. The carrier pigeons of the Wang family of Chang and were brought out from the Wang family's contact points in the various provinces. It was because of this that Li Er could use carrier pigeons to quickly send the imperial edict to Wang Liaoyuan. Your Majesty is wise. Empress Xiangxia nodded and said with a smile. Li Er couldn't help but laugh loudly. Could use the carrier pigeons of the Wang family. Wu Jie probably never dreamed that I would prepare an inescapable trap for him at the border of the Tang Turks. Bang! In Qing province, on the official road outside Anhua County, a dirty little beggar ran too fast and accidentally bumped into a black-clothed man wearing a bamboo hat. Because the force was mutual, the little beggar was knocked to the ground by the reaction force. Then he rolled like a carp and stood up. With a face full of panic, He bowed and apologized to the black-clothed man. "Hero, spare me. Hero, spare me. I didn't mean to bump into you." He saw that the black-clothed man had a mace on his back and was dressed like a martial artist, so he subconsciously thought that the man was a hero who knew martial arts. The black-clothed man stood still, and behind him stood 4 other men in black. After a moment of silence, the black-clothed man stretched out a hand and said, "Give me my money pouch and I'll spare your life." His voice was abnormally hoarse, like a demon from hell. The little beggar was frightened and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He stuttered, What money pouch? You want to take advantage of the situation?" The black-clothed man coldly said, "I don't want to say it a second time." Although the little beggar's little action, when he bumped into him, was very subtle, how could it escape his eyes? He was a top martial artist in the world. Hearing this, the little beggar suddenly felt weak. He hesitantly took out a brown purse from his sleeve and handed it over. Wuxia took it, but the little beggar suddenly knelt down on the ground and looked up at the black-clothed man, begging, "Brother Wuxia, please don't hesitate to ask for my help." "Hero, I didn't mean to steal your money pouch. My mother is sick, and the doctors in the city need money to treat her. I can't earn that much money, but my mother's condition is getting worse and worse. I beg Hero to take pity on me and give me some money to save my mother." The black-clothed man didn't lower his head, still looking straight ahead. After a long silence, he put his right hand into his money pouch and pulled out 2 soybean-sized golden beans. He bent down and patted the little beggar's palm, then said, "Scram." In his words, there wasn't the slightest bit of righteousness that one would have when doing favors to others. Instead, it was more of impatience. However, the little beggar wasn't unhappy because of the black-clothed man's attitude, because he received 2 golden beans. "Thank you, Hero. Thank you, Hero. I'll scram now." The little beggar cried tears of joy. He kowtowed 3 times to the black-clothed man, then got up and quickly left. The black-clothed man took the 4 people behind him and walked towards Anhua County. He planned to replenish his rations in the city. Giddy! Giddy! Chang, an urgent report. The Tujue imperial tutor has sneaked into Tang Dynasty and is currently fleeing to the north. Citizens, quickly look at Wu Jia's portrait and provide information on his whereabouts. Anyone who can find him will be rewarded 1,000 strings of cash. At this moment, a soldier suddenly rushed out from the south side of the official road. The soldier shouted as he galloped on his horse. By the time he finished speaking, the man and horse had already passed the black-clothed man's current position and were heading towards Anhua County. Reward 1,000 strings of cash? Is this real? Chang, and sent an urgent report. How can it be fake? Let's go take a look. We have to go take a look. What if I saw the Tujue imperial tutor? 1,000 strings of cash. With a great reward, there will be brave men. The reward of 1,000 strings of cash caused the citizens to go into an uproar. The pedestrians on the official road immediately rushed towards the city gates. But there was an exception. The black-clothed man stopped, and the man behind him whispered, "Imperial tutor, it seems like the Emperor of Tang Dynasty has already sent out wanted posters everywhere. We can't enter Anhua County. Not only can we not enter this county, we can't enter the other counties either." That's right, this black-clothed man was Wu Jia, who had escaped from Chang. The 4 people behind him were Turkic warriors who had followed him from the Turks to Tang Dynasty. That night, Wu Jia had not brought them into Cloud Mountain because he was confident in his own strength, and because bringing too many people would make it easier for them to be discovered. Moreover, retreating would be very troublesome. Wu Jia stood with his hands clasped behind his back, squinting his eyes as he looked outside the walls of Anhua County. A group of citizens had gathered there, and a wanted poster had just been posted on the walls. After a moment of silence, Wu Jia clenched his fists and said, "From now on, take the small roads and not the official roads. If we can't enter the county, we'll take a detour. Find the farmers in the villages to replenish our rations." Imperial tutor. The man behind Wu Jia quickly straightened his back and cupped his fists. His Majesty has given this marquis the authority to control the soldiers of the northern 32 provinces. This marquis wishes to transfer 30,000 elites from the Bing province barracks. General Su, do you have any objections? As noon approached, Li Zishuan, led by Wang Liaoyuan, finally arrived at the Bing province barracks outside the city. This barracks was very large, and the tents alone stretched for several dozen li. Li Zishuan conservatively estimated that this barracks could hold at least 100,000 soldiers. After patrolling the barracks, Li Zishuan asked a general beside him. This general was called Su Tingde, the commandant of the Bing province barracks. When Li Ji was not present, he was the boss of the barracks. Hearing this, Su Tingde hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, with His Majesty's decree in hand, how could this general dare to disobey? Marquis wants 30,000 soldiers. This general will go and transfer them for you." Li Zishuan let out a sigh of relief and said, "Then I'll have to trouble General Su." Su Tingde cupped his fists and said, "Marquis is too polite." Dong dong dong. A moment later, the drums in the Bing province barracks were beaten. This was the sound of the drums to gather the soldiers. Not long later, countless of government soldiers headed towards the direction of the academy examination stage. Su Tingde wanted to gather the soldiers in front of Li Zishuan. After everyone stood still, Li Zishuan looked around and saw that the vast field was densely packed with people. There were at least 70 to 80,000 people. "Marquis, these are the 80,000 soldiers of the Bing province barracks. Among them, the A barracks is the most elite and the B barracks are slightly behind." Su Tingde turned his head and said to Li Zishuan. Chapter 1537. If Wuxia wants to escape the Great Tang in the shortest time possible, the route he would take would be from Chang, and through Feng province, Ning province, Qing province, Jiang province, Shua province, and then from Huayuan to the steppe. Based on the speed of the martial grandmaster, Wuxia has probably already passed through Feng province, perhaps even reached Qing province. What we need to do now is to set up an ambush at the passes that must be passed between Qing province and the steppe. Wuxia would never have imagined that the northern provinces of the Great Tang would react so quickly. Li Zishuan led the army out of the city at top speed and headed straight for Jiang province in the west after organizing the 30,000 soldiers who were skilled in battle formations. On the road, Li Zishuan analyzed the situation to Su Tingde. Because he didn't have any generals he was familiar with, and he didn't have the time to familiarize himself with the people around him, Li Zishuan could only do everything himself and slowly build up a tacit understanding with the soldiers from Bing province. Only after he understood the abilities of the people around him could he gradually delegate authority to others. Fortunately, Su Tingde, the commandant of Bing province's subjugation prefecture, was rather capable and experienced on the battlefield. Most importantly, he was obedient and didn't have the rebellious nature of the veteran generals. He carefully listened to Li Zishuan's every word and cupped his fist. "Marquis' words are reasonable. This is the shortest route from Chang and to the steppe. But this general estimates that in order to avoid the pursuit of the imperial court, Wuxia might not take the official road, but the smaller ones. As long as we guard the important passes that he must pass through, we'll definitely be able to intercept him." Li Zishuan nodded, and after a few moments, he asked, "Commandant Su has been stationed in Bing province for many years, so you must be more familiar with the passes in the north than this marquis. In Commandant Su's opinion, should this marquis dispatch soldiers to those passes?" In truth, he had a map of the Great Tang in his mind, and he was clearly aware of the passes in the north. He had only asked this question because he wanted to test Su Tingde. Of course, for Su Tingde himself, he was very happy to accept this consideration. Earlier, Li Zishuan had already stated the purpose of this deployment, to surround and capture Wuxia. For Su Tingde, this was an excellent opportunity to render meritorious service. If he performed well in this battle and received a little bit of support from Li Zishuan, then he might be promoted by another rank. Don't be fooled by Su Tingde's uncouth appearance. This fellow was very meticulous. In the past year, Li Zishuan had been promoted like a rocket, becoming the most dazzling upstart in the imperial court in recent years. Perhaps no one in the younger generation could compare to him in the glory of the emperor's favor. Moreover, putting aside his official position, Li Zishuan was also a martial arts grandmaster. Even though he had never been on the battlefield before, Su Tingde did not dare to underestimate him, so he had been carefully and conscientiously waiting on the side. Replying to Marquis, this general believes that we should first set up an ambush at Longmen Pass, as it is the closest to the Qing province. Secondly, we should dispatch a small number of troops to Longmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and even Yanmen Pass. Firstly, we should prevent Wuxia from passing through Longmen Pass. Secondly, if we fail to stop Wuxia at Longmen Pass, the remaining 3 passes should be able to delay him for a while. Most importantly, these 4 passes have always been contested by military strategists since ancient times. They are the only passes on the way to the steppe, and they are also the only passes on the way to the Central Plains. If Wu Jie wants to go around them, he would have to travel at least 500 or 600 li, so he can't go around them. After thinking for a while, Su Tingde cupped his fists to Li Zixuan. In ancient times, there were many places that military strategists fought over. Some modern people might not understand why there were places that military strategists fought over, and why would they spend a huge amount of troops to capture these places? Couldn't they just go around them? In fact, these strategic locations were generally divided into 2 types. One was a pass, and the other was an important town. A pass was a strategic pass. Under normal circumstances, the terrain on both sides of the pass was mountainous, making it impossible to go around it. However, an important town could be bypassed, but if one didn't attack such an important town and instead went around it, it would make the entire military operation meaningless, and it would be easy to be caught in a pincer attack. The Longmen Pass, Longmen Pass, Longmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Yanmen Pass that Su Tingde mentioned all belonged to this type of strategic pass. Hearing this, Li Zixuan's face couldn't help showing a trace of praise, nodding with a smile. Good. In Wu Jie's opinion, the northern provinces of the Great Tang still hadn't received the news that he was wanted by the imperial court, so they hadn't effectively organized their forces to intercept him. Under these circumstances, it was even less likely that he would deliberately go around the pass. Since that's the case, this marquis will now take 10,000 soldiers to Longmen Pass. Commandant Su, you will take the remaining 20,000 soldiers and head north. Take this marquis order and the imperial edict to set up defenses at Longmen Pass, and Yanmen Pass. If necessary, you can have the soldiers of the nearby provinces assist you. This marquis will set up an inescapable net that will make it impossible for Wu Jie to escape. Through these considerations, Li Zixuan discovered that Su Tingde had some talent as a general. Although he hadn't heard of this person in the history books, in the 5,000 years of history of China, it was impossible for every capable person to leave their name in the annals of history, right? Those who were buried in the long river of history might not all be incapable people. It was precisely because of this consideration that Li Zixuan decided to have Su Tingde lead an army to set up defenses in the north. But then again, the only capable general by his side who could take charge of a region on his own was Su Tingde. If he didn't choose this person, who else could he choose? Su Tingde's heart suddenly shook, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks for Marquis trust. However, this general suggests that Marquis lead 20,000 soldiers to guard Longmen Pass, while this subordinate leads 10,000 elite soldiers to set up defenses in the north. After all, Wu Jie is most likely still in the Qing province region. Longmen Pass will soon usher in a fierce battle. In comparison, the 3 passes in the north are less likely to be in danger." He was worried that if he left too few soldiers behind, Li Zixuan might be in danger. Li Zixuan thought for a moment, but in the end he shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about this marquis. Even if Wu Jie has yet to reach Longmen Pass, the 10,000 soldiers this marquis has brought are enough to guard Longmen Pass. I have you lead the remaining 20,000 soldiers to the northern passes not only to prevent Wu Jie from escaping, but also to prevent the Turkic army from the north." Su Tingde couldn't help but be shocked by these words, and he asked in shock, "Marquis, you mean that the Turks will send an army to invade the borders of our Great Tang?" This was big news. Although the Great Tang and the Turks occasionally had friction, those were only small skirmishes. Once the Turks officially invaded the heartland of the Great Tang, It would mean that the two countries were about to go to war. The Wei River Alliance in the 9th year of Wuda was because the Great Tang had just experienced internal strife and didn't have the strength to take on such a tough battle, so it chose to compromise. But now, the Great Tang was unprecedentedly strong, and anyone who understood the situation could see that within 3 years, the Great Tang would definitely take revenge for the siege of their city. Now that he heard Li Zishuan say that the Turks might attack the passes in the north, Su Tingde instantly felt that a national war was about to descend. Li Zishuan thoughtfully nodded and said, "Very likely. Do you know what Wuxia stole from the Great Tang? He stole the most important batch of confidential information from Yanhuang College. As long as the Turks learn what is in there, in less than a year, the Turks will be at least twice as strong as they are now. At that time, the Great Tang will have no power to fight back against the Turks. With such an important item, do you think that Xieli will not send soldiers to receive Wuxia?" His expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Mari, don't worry. This general will definitely guard the passes in the north and will definitely not let the Turks enter the Great Tang's territory." Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's for the best. Quickly take 20,000 elite soldiers to the north." Su Tingde cupped his fists and replied loudly, "Yes. This general will go right away." Then he turned around and shouted to the soldiers behind him, 3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion, 5th Battalion, and 6th Battalion, listen up. Immediately follow this general to Madugwan. The 20,000 soldiers replied loudly and then changed their path and followed Su Tingde to the north. On the other hand, Li Zishuan led the remaining 10,000 soldiers and continued to advance towards the Longmen Pass. When the army reached a hillside in Longmen County, 2G sounds suddenly came from the sky. The sound was a little like the cry of a goose. Li Zishuan looked up and saw a wild goose flying over his head toward the southwest. But at this moment, a xiao sound was heard, and a sharp arrow shot out from the forest on the hillside, heading straight for the wild goose. No, to be precise, it was heading straight for the wild goose's mouth. The arrow pierced into the wild goose's body and it let out a sad cry. It immediately fell from the sky and coincidentally landed 3 feet in front of Li Zishuan. Shoots! Li Zishuan quickly reined in Big White. Seeing this, the soldiers behind him also stopped in their tracks. The soldiers beside Li Zishuan thought that they had encountered an ambush and quickly shouted, "Assassins! Quickly protect Mark!" Swish, swish, swish. The soldiers all drew the modeo from their waists and scattered around Li Zishuan. They stared at the hillsides on both sides with vigilance. Li Zishuan waved his hand helplessly and said, "Everyone back down." In his opinion, this was probably someone shooting wild geese on the hillside. What did it have to do with assassins? These people were a little too nervous. Everyone looked at each other and could only put away their modeo. At this moment, Li Zishuan jumped down from Dabai's back and walked in front of the wild goose. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to find that the arrow from just now had coincidentally shot into the wild goose's mouth. The hunter who had yet to show himself actually took advantage of the moment the wild goose opened its mouth and accurately shot the arrow into the wild goose's mouth. This kind of control over timing and arm strength was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. An expert. Li Zishuan didn't expect that he would encounter an expert of this level in this remote and desolate place. He could not help but become serious and shouted to the hillside on the right, "Which warrior shot the wild goose? Quickly take it back." However, the forest was silent and no one responded. The hunters on the hillside were probably too scared to come out after seeing such a scene at the foot of the hill. After a while, just as Li Zishuan was about to leave, the hunter on the hillside finally spoke. "Can I really take it back? You won't catch me, right?" The voice was a little immature, but it sounded quite imposing. Li Zishuan could not help but be a little surprised. This was because from the voice, the person on the hillside did not seem very old. Thinking of this, he could not help but become more interested in the hunter on the hillside. Thus he shouted, "Warrior, you must be joking. Why would I catch a commoner for no reason? You just need to come down and take the wild goose. This wild goose has no external injuries. It should be able to sell for a good price." Chapter 1538. Shuerenge, full name Li and courtesy name Renge, was born in the southern ancestral house of the Hedong Shui clan. He was the sixth-generation grandson of Northern Wei's Hedong King Shui Andu, and could be considered to be from a prestigious family. However, when Shuerenge was 8 years old, his father, Shuegue, passed away due to an illness. Since then, the Shui clan declined. Of course, Shuerenge had never given up on his martial arts while farming. The Shui family used to be a rich and powerful family. Although they had declined, they still had a rich collection of books. In addition, Shuerenge was quite talented. Relying on the family's martial arts manuals, he was able to learn some sword and archery skills without a teacher. Therefore, although he was only 15 or 16 years old, his martial arts had already reached the chi-forming realm. Moreover, the archery skills he had displayed while shooting the geese was far superior to many of the older generation's experts. Your Shuerenge? On the mountain road of Longmen County in Jiang Province, Li Zishuan asked casually. He didn't expect to receive such a shocking answer. He widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, Marquis, how do you know my handwriting? This time, it was Shuerenge's turn to be stunned. He opened his mouth and looked at Li Zishuan as if he had seen a ghost. About that, Li Zishuan knew that he had misspoken. He looked a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, he began to justify himself. Renge, do you know who I am? Shuerenge shook his head subconsciously and said, I don't know. Li Zishuan coughed softly and said, I am Li Zishuan, the Marquis of Yong, and personally conferred by the Emperor. I am also the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Shuerenge heard this and was both surprised and excited. He cupped his fists and said, You are the Marquis of Yong? I admire Marquis the most. I didn't expect to see the real face of Marquis today. It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. With that, he bowed to Li Zishuan with a sincere expression. At this time, he had already forgotten to ask Li Zishuan how he knew his name was Shuerenge. Li Zishuan raised his hands and laughed. I didn't think that my name would spread all the way to Hedong Road. Renge, you don't need to be polite. Please rise. Shuerenge straightened up and said seriously, Marquis built the curved plow, the water wheel, the academy, and the industrial school. Now, he is leading the children of the fief to destroy the plague of locusts. He has long been famous. How can I not know the name of Marquis? After being praised by Shuerenge, the future general of Tang, Li Zishuan felt a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly and said, Ahem. This Marquis has only done what he should have done in his position and in his political affairs. That's all. Oh, right, didn't you ask me why I know your handwriting? Coincidentally, there is a teacher in Yanhuang College who happens to be from Longmen County. He seems to be acquainted with your grandfather. He mentioned you in front of me before. Shuerenge couldn't help but ask, Marquis, who is this teacher from Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Wang Ji, Wang Wugong. Renge, you must have heard of him. Coincidentally, Wang Ji's hometown was also Longmen County in Jiang Province. He was from the same hometown as Shuerenge. Furthermore, Wang Ji was also from a prestigious family. In a small county, it was impossible for 2 prestigious families to not know each other, right? Therefore, Li Zishuan had an idea and used Wang Ji as a shield. Shuerenge's expression changed slightly and he couldn't help but sigh. So it's Mr. Wang from Donggaozi. I didn't expect him to still remember the Shui family. Li Zishuan saw that it was getting late. The battle ahead was more important. Even if he thought highly of Shuerenge, he couldn't stay here for too long. After all, the most important thing right now was to catch Wuxia. Therefore, he cupped his hands and smiled. Rengui's archery today has opened this Marquis' eyes. It's getting late, and this Marquis still has important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Rengui, if you want to join the army or go to Chang and to seek a way out, just come to Yunshan to find this Marquis. Today was only his first meeting with Shuerenge. He couldn't directly invite Shuerenge to join the army, right? That wouldn't be in line with the rules. Moreover, Shuerenge most likely wouldn't agree. In history, Shuerenge had joined the army at the age of 30 under the persuasion of his wife, Lady Lu. At that time, Li Er was on a campaign against Liaodong, setting a big stage for Xuerenge. However, Xuerenge didn't disappoint. On many occasions, he single-handedly took the heads of enemy generals and made a name for himself. The current Xuerenge was only in his teens. On one hand, he was still lacking in martial arts and strategy. On the other hand, he probably hadn't thought about joining the army yet. As an outsider, Li Zixuan naturally couldn't persuade him. This kind of thing depended on luck. Xuerengue's eyes flashed. He looked at the more than 10,000 soldiers behind Li Zixuan, then cupped his fists and asked, "Renge may be so bold as to ask, what is Marquis's purpose in coming here?" Li Zixuan's face turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "The Turkic state preceptor took advantage of this Marquis's disaster relief in the north to sneak into Yunshan and attack the academy. Not only did he injure the teachers, students, and guards of the academy, he also stole some of the academy's secret books. He wants to bring them back to the Turks. If he successfully escapes back to the Turks, it will definitely be a disaster for our great Tang. Therefore, this Marquis has transferred 10,000 soldiers from Bing province to intercept him at Longmen Pass." Xuerenge was shocked and angry. This Turkic state preceptor is actually so bold. Li Zixuan nodded and said, This Marquis will remember this debt. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely return it double. Right now, the most important thing is to make sure that Wuxia stays in the Great Tang. Go back. We will part here. If you go to the capital in the future, if you need any help, don't hesitate to look for this Marquis." Then he waved his hand to the army behind him and shouted, "Set off! Continue marching!" The soldiers roared in response. Xuerenge hurriedly stepped aside and then cupped his fist to Li Zixuan. Take care." For him, to be able to meet Li Zixuan, the popular person of the imperial court, and the person he admired the most, was very unexpected. But just like Li Zixuan's previous concerns, Xuerenge also had his own concerns. He couldn't just listen to Li Zixuan and join the army just because they met once and then ask for Li Zixuan's help. In other people's eyes, Xuerenge was trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. This was something Xuerenge couldn't tolerate. Therefore, he didn't agree to Li Zixuan's request to join the army. But today, Li Zixuan's suggestion opened a door in his heart. Now that his family was in decline, why couldn't he join the army, kill enemies on the battlefield, and completely restore the Xue family? Standing by the side of the road, Xuerenge watched as Li Zixuan's group gradually disappeared into the distance. Only after the army had disappeared from his field of vision did Xuerenge turn around and head southeast with the wild goose that he had shot down. His gaze seemed to have become even more resolute. "Now that the defense of Longmen Pass has been replaced by our people in a while, pass down the order. If you see someone wearing a black robe and carrying a mace, immediately warn them. The rest of you hide in the dark and don't act rashly. When you hear the warning, immediately come out from all directions and surround Wuxia." In the large tent next to Longmen Pass, Li Zixuan looked at the dozen or so officers from the A and B camps in front of him and gave his orders in a deep voice. From Bing province to Longmen Pass in Jiang province, they only took 4 hours to rush the entire way. After arriving here, Li Zixuan directly ordered people to replace all the guards here. However, because he gave the imperial edict to Su Ting, it was inevitable that there would be some friction. However, the official soldiers of Bing province were quite strong and only used 20 or so people to take down the original guards. Li Zixuan specifically let one person go and let him go to the provincial governor of Jiang province. As for himself, he took advantage of this time to arrange the next step of the defense for the generals in the army. This general obeys. The soldiers in the tent all cupped their hands and bowed. Li Zixuan nodded and continued to give orders. The defense of Longmen Pass must be relaxed on the outside and tight on the inside. We can't let Wuxia notice anything amiss and directly escape from somewhere else. The 10,000 soldiers that we brought today are not allowed to set up tents or cook. They can only lie in ambush at the prearranged location. If anyone dares to alert the enemy, don't blame this Marquis for being impolite." At this point, Li Zixuan's face began to turn cold. One of the officers couldn't help but ask, "Marquis, if we can't cook, what will the soldiers eat?" Li Zishuan said indifferently, "Dry rations. Provincial Governor Wang will soon send over a batch of dry rations for the soldiers to distribute to each camp. Everyone will suffer for the next 2 days, but when we capture Wuxia, all the suffering you've suffered today will be worth it." The officer paused for a moment, then cupped his fists and replied, "Marquis is wise." "Marquis, the provincial governor of Jiang Province, Lord Hong, requests an audience." Right at this moment, a soldier walked in quickly and bowed as he spoke. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Let him in." Then, he looked at the officers in front of him and said, "Everyone, go back and quickly set up the defense according to this Marquis's instructions." The officers cupped their fists and bowed before leaving. "Teacher Wenji, how do you feel now? Do you feel any discomfort?" Yunshan Courtyard. During lunchtime, Li Tai brought the others from Dormitory 001 to Sun Simiao's courtyard to visit the seriously ill Li Gang. Sun Simiao went to the Tang Alliance Medical Center early in the morning because Li Gang's condition was under control. Hu Jing was enough to take care of the courtyard, so he didn't need to waste time here. Seeing the haggard Li Gang lying on the bed in the room, Li Tai couldn't help but feel sad and hurriedly asked, "Qin Ke, Bao Lin, Huayu, Zifan, you're here. Sit down." Li Gang's eyes were originally closed, but when he saw Li Tai and the others come in, he opened his eyes and said with relief. Chapter 1539. Miss Jing, how is Teacher Wenji? Cloud Mountain, Sun Simiao's courtyard. Hu Jing was brought into the room by Yuchi Baolin. After taking Li Gang's pulse for a while, she put down Li Gang's wrist with a heavy expression. At this time, Li Tai hurriedly asked. The others also looked nervously at Hu Meng. Hu Meng was silent for a moment before he finally said softly, "Teacher Wenji said too much to you guys just now. His body can't take it anymore and he has already fainted. When Master comes back at noon, he will give Teacher Wenji acupuncture. His condition should be better. Teacher Wenji is already very old, and last night he was injured. Those injuries may only be minor injuries to ordinary people and will be healed in 2 days, but for Teacher Wenji, they can take his life. This morning, I heard someone say that although Teacher Wenji was injured last night, he was still fearless in front of Wuxia, and even righteously denounced Wuxia as a barbarian martial artist. Teacher Wenji must have been holding on for the sake of the academy. However, he has consumed a great deal of his life potential. Elder's pulse and aura of life are getting weaker and weaker. What Master and I can do is to keep him alive and try our best to keep him alive for a few more days." "What?" Hearing this, Li Tai, Qin Huayu, and the others all opened their eyes in shock. Sun Zifan anxiously said, "Miss Jing, is there really no other way? As long as we can cure Teacher Wenji, we will find any rare herbs for you." Li Tai's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded, "Yes. Zifan is right, Miss Jing. If you need any herbs, just tell me. If I remember correctly, there should be a ginseng that is nearly 1,000 years old in the palace. Do you think it will be useful for Teacher Wenji?" 1,000-year-old ginseng? Who actually opened her small mouth in surprise, then she frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "Ginseng is a great supplement to the vitality, it can heal the meridians and stabilize the broken bones. In order to save people in danger, the effect of the 1,000-year-old ginseng is even stronger. Just a root can also save Teacher Wenji's life. This 1,000-year-old ginseng does have some use, but Teacher Wenji is already at the end of his life. Even if we have the elixir, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do to save him." Hearing this, Li Tai and the other 3 couldn't help but reveal a deep sadness on their faces. At this time, they couldn't help but think of the kind smile that Li Gang had revealed in the academy in the past. And last night when the academy was facing a great enemy, Li Gang, as a scholar, had stepped forward without hesitation to stand in front of all the students and let out a deafening cry. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. "Miss, please take care of Teacher Wenji. Even if it can only increase Teacher Wenji's life by a few days, I will go back to the palace and ask Father for the elixir." Li Tai's eyes were a little wet. He quickly turned his back and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Then he turned around and solemnly saluted Hu. Hu hurriedly returned the salute and said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. I will take good care of Teacher Wenji." But Li Tai nodded, then waved to the other three and said, Huayu, Bao Lin, Ziffin, let's go. Don't disturb Teacher Wenji's rest. But the three of them nodded and said their goodbyes. Then, they followed Li Tai out of the room. Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Wei requests an audience. At noon, Li Er took a nap in the Suite Du Hall. As soon as he woke up, a chamberlain came in and bowed. Li Er frowned and said in a deep voice, Let him in. The chamberlain cupped his hands and left. After a while, Li Tai walked in quickly. Just as he was about to salute, Li Er waved his hand and said, No need to be so polite. Did Li Zishuan send you any news? Subconsciously, Li Er thought that Li Tai had come to the palace because he had received a telegram about the front line. Li Tai was startled at first, then he shook his head and said, Father, Yamacho has not sent back any new news. I am here today to ask Father for a medicinal herb. Medicinal herb? What kind of herb? Li Er was a little disappointed at first, but when he heard that Li Tai was here to ask for a medicinal herb, he couldn't help but be curious. Li Tai bowed deeply and said, I heard that there is a ginseng that is almost 1,000 years old in the palace's warehouse. I beg Father to give me one of the roots of this ginseng. Li Er couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice, What do you want 1,000 years old ginseng for? There was indeed 1,000 years old ginseng in the palace, but Li Er had prepared it for himself. After all, ginseng of this age was really hard to come by. No matter how rich or powerful you were, you might not be able to get it. This thing could save one's life at a critical moment. For Li Er, it couldn't be measured by money. It was definitely a priceless treasure. Li Tai said with a sad face, Father, Teacher Wenji is seriously ill and urgently needs 1,000 years old ginseng to save his life. I beg Father to give him the medicine. What? Li Gang is seriously ill. Li Er stood up in shock and asked, I heard that Teacher Wenji only suffered some minor injuries last night. Why is he in such a critical condition now? Li Tai cupped his hands and said, Teacher Wenji is already old. Even if it is a minor injury, his body can't bear it. At this moment, he is already at the end of his life. Dr. Sun can only rely on acupuncture to save Teacher Wenji's life. Li Er was shocked. He stood with his hands behind his back and paced on the spot. After a while, he stood still and ordered loudly, Zhao Song. Yes, Father. Zhao Song, who had been standing quietly at the side like an invisible person, stood up and bowed to Li Er. Li Er said in a deep voice, Cut half of the 1,000 years old ginseng that I have collected and send it to Yunshan immediately. Yes, Father. Zhao Song was slightly shocked. However, this was a decision made by Li Er after careful consideration. He couldn't say much and could only agree with it. After that, Zhao Song slowly left the hall. Li Tai said excitedly, Thank you, Father. Li Er closed his eyes and waved his hand. He sighed and said, Wenji is not only a teacher of Yanhuang College, but also a rare treasure of Tang Empire. I don't want him to leave this world. The hall fell into silence. After a while, Li Er asked again, Does Li Zishuan know about this? Li Tai cupped his hands and said, The Yamacho is currently setting up a defense line in the north to stop Wuxia. I was afraid that if I told them about this, it would distract the Yamacho, so I didn't tell the Yamacho. You did the right thing. Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but nod and praise. The most important thing right now is to keep Wuxia here and snatch back the Academy's information. You go back and guard the telegraph. If Li Zishuan sends back any news, report it to this emperor immediately. Once I'm done with my work, I will personally go to Yunshan tomorrow to visit Teacher Wenji. Li Tai bowed and said, Yes, Father. I will take my leave now. Wait. Li Tai was about to leave when Li Er shouted again. Li Tai quickly stopped and heard Li Er say, Qing Ke, bring some guards with you when you go out in the future. Cheng'an City has not been peaceful recently. These words had a deeper meaning. Hearing this, Li Tai couldn't help but be puzzled. Father, Cheng'an City is under the emperor's rule. How can it not be peaceful? Li Er looked at him and said, Where there is sunlight, there will be darkness. You can't go wrong by being careful. Li Tai didn't understand, but he still replied, Yes. Father. Imperial teacher, the Tang Empire's Dragon Gate is not far ahead. After the Dragon Gate, we are only 600 li away from the grasslands. I wonder if the Tang Empire's Imperial Court's arrest warrant has been sent to Jiang Province. On the main road to the west of Jiang Province, a black-robed man and 4 other warriors were hurriedly riding their horses towards the north. It was Wu Jie's group. At this time, a warrior next to Wu Jie pointed at the impregnable pass in front of them and said. Wu Jie frowned and said, "We will change horses along the way. Our speed will definitely be faster than the Tang Empire's messengers. The Dragon Gate is far from the Tang Empire's capital. Even if the Jiang Province's Imperial Court receive the arrest warrant, they won't have enough time to dispatch troops. Of course, for safety's sake, we don't need to pay attention to the Tang Empire's army. We will just ride our horses and rush over. After rushing out of the Dragon Gate, we will continue to take the small path to avoid being discovered. Imperial teacher is wise." As soon as Wu Jie's voice fell, a group of licking dogs began to crazily lick his boots. The sun set in the west, and the shadows of the few people were elongated on the ground. After a while, the sun had completely set and the sky gradually became dark. Wait! Stop! Seeing the Dragon Gate getting closer and closer, Wu Jie suddenly reined in his horse and shouted to the people next to him. The other 4 people heard his voice and quickly began to rein in their horses. Finally, they stopped 5 steps in front of Wu Jie. Then, they hurriedly controlled their horses and returned to Wu Jie's side. "Imperial teacher, why aren't we going?" a warrior asked in bewilderment. Wu Jie looked at the Dragon Gate not far away and said with a dignified face, "It's too quiet here. I'm afraid there's a trap. Be careful. You, go ahead and explore the path." At the end of his words, Wu Jie pointed to a warrior next to him and said, although he didn't believe that the Tang Empire's army would set up a defense so quickly, his intuition told him that there might be an ambush here. "Imperial teacher," the man responded and continued to urge his warhorse to gallop towards the Dragon Gate. "Or you quickly dismount. It's so late, why did you come out?" When the horses were still a few dozen feet away from the Dragon Gate, a general shouted. The warrior reined in his horse and stopped not far in front of the general. He then dismounted and cupped his hands. "General, this humble one lives in Yangji village in the north of Jiang Province. I have been helping people transport goods in the south. A few days ago, I received a letter from my family saying that my mother is seriously ill. This humble one hurriedly rushed home to see my mother for the last time. I hope the general can make it convenient for me." Listening to this person's accent, it was actually very standard Chinese, and there was a little bit of an accent from Chong. The general pondered for a moment and said, "Since it's urgent, for the sake of your filial piety, let's go." After saying that, he waved his hand and the gate of the Dragon Gate was immediately opened. The warrior quickly rode his horse and rushed to the gate. Chapter 1540. Wu Jie felt that there was an ambush in the peaceful Dragon Gate Pass, while Li Zishuan felt that there were Turks hiding in the forests around Dragon Gate Pass. Neither of them had any evidence, nor were they absolutely certain, they were just relying on their intuition. Intuition. The intuition of an expert was a very vague feeling, but many experts believed in this vague intuition. This was because they had escaped from death countless times and relied on this intuition. What's more, at Li Zishuan and Wu Jie's current level of cultivation, they often had a kind of vague premonition of danger. Although it couldn't be called foresight, it could only be said that their sense of danger was far sharper than ordinary people's. On the other side, Lantian County, Strange Interest Pavilion's new workshop. "Have you found little Yue?" In the Datang Daily's editorial department, Ma Zhou asked a middle-aged scholar with an ugly expression. He didn't feel anything when he didn't see Li Yu at noon, but after not seeing her for an entire afternoon, he had a bad premonition. Thus, he quickly mobilized the entire editorial department to search for Li Yu. "Steward Ma, we've searched the entire workshop, but we haven't found Miss Li Yu. We've also searched Plum Village and Han Village, but we haven't found her." The middle-aged scholar was an editor in the editorial department, and he had a bitter expression as he spoke. Li Yu had a lively personality and was very popular in the editorial department. Her sudden disappearance had raised the morale of the entire editorial department. Everyone had been searching for her the entire afternoon, but after searching the entire workshop, Han Village and Plum Village, they still couldn't find any trace of Li Yu. The middle-aged scholar was also feeling very uncomfortable. How is this possible? Since little Yu came to Chang, and last year, she hasn't been to many places. Where could she have gone now? Search. Continue searching. Ma Zhou's face was gloomy as he punched the bookshelf beside him and said in a deep voice. Not to mention that Li Yu was brought into the Datang Daily editorial department by Li Zixuan. Just by interacting with Li Yu for a year, Ma Zhou had already regarded Li Yu as his own little sister. Now that Li Yu had suddenly disappeared, he was the most anxious. Oma. Uncle Nyo from Plum Village said he saw Li Yu at noon. At this moment, Song Xiaoxi's panting voice came from outside the door. Then, Song Xiaoxi ran in, panting heavily. Ma Zhou was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked excitedly, "Little Four, what did you say? Did someone from the Han village see Li Yu? Where did you see it?" Huff huff. Song Xiaoxi took 2 deep breaths and replied, "Master Ma, Uncle Nyo said that when he came back from Chang, and at noon, he saw Miss Li Yu riding a horse and galloping on the cement road. She seemed to be in a hurry, so he didn't know where she was going." What? Li Yu left? Ma Zhou was shocked. Then, a look of worry flashed across his face. After a while, he sighed and said, "Where can this child go by herself?" The middle-aged scholar from earlier couldn't help but comfort him. "Steward Ma, Li Yu was able to come to Chang, and from Yuezhou alone. This means that she is very experienced. You don't have to worry too much. No matter where she goes, she will be fine." Ma Zhou waved his hand and said, "All right. Everyone, you can leave now. Thank you for your hard work today. I will go back to the academy and see if I can find any clues." "All right. We will take our leave now." Everyone in the room cupped their fists and said, Ma Zhou nodded, and everyone dispersed. After a while, Ma Zhou also left the room with his hands behind his back and walked towards the door of the workshop. What? Li Yu left Lantian County alone on a horse? When did this happen? Yunshan, Yanhuang College. After hearing Ma Zhou's words, Mo Huai was slightly surprised. The more Ma Zhou thought about it in the workshop, the more he felt that something was wrong. Li Yu had no relatives or friends, so there was no reason for her to go on a journey alone. Thinking back to the afternoon, he seemed to have heard Mo Huai mention that Li Yu had come to Yunshan. He went back to the academy to ask Mo Huai about it. At noon, a villager from the Han family village saw Li Yu galloping on a horse on the cement road from Yunshan to Chang. "Mr. Mo, I heard you say that Li Yu came to the academy. What did she come for?" Ma Zhou replied and then asked hurriedly. Mo Huai frowned for a moment before muttering. Li Yu claimed that Wuxia recognized the jade bracelet on her wrist and likely knew the whereabouts of her parents, so she wanted to go north with the Imperial Court's army, but General Qin refused, so she left. Ma Zhou was shocked. "Mr. Mo, you mean that Li Yu pleaded with General Qin but failed, so she went north alone to find Wuxia?" Mo Huai nodded, then shook his head. "Not entirely. Miss Li Yu is smart and courageous. She should know that she can't find Wuxia in the sea of people by herself. This old man thinks that she went north to find Yamacho and wanted to rely on the Yamacho's power to find Wuxia. How does she know where Yamacho is now?" Ma Zhou was puzzled. Mo Huai thought for a moment and guessed, maybe she got the news from Qin Ke. The two fell into silence. After some time, Mo Huai suddenly said, "Mr. Ma, do you think that Li Yu's parents have something to do with the Turks?" Ma Zhou was shocked when he heard this. He widened his eyes and said, "Impossible. I heard little Yu talk about her background. Her parents are definitely Han people." Although all the signs showed that Li Yu's parents had something to do with the Turks, Ma Zhou didn't dare to think in that direction. If that was the case, he couldn't imagine how painful Li Yu would be. When Mo Huai heard this, he wanted to say something but hesitated. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Mr. Ma, don't forget. During the end of the Sui dynasty, the Central Plains was in chaos, and millions of Han people chose to join the Turks. Based on Miss Li Yu's age, She was born at a time when the world's heroes were rising. With Mo Huai unraveling the final layer of packaging, Ma Zhou could no longer retort and fell silent. According to Li Yu's story, she had been born in a time of great chaos. These countless coincidences forced Ma Zhou to believe that Li Yu's parents were related to the Turks, but he had no choice but to do so. At this moment, Ma Zhou couldn't help but feel sorry for Li Yu. If the truth was true, then Li Yu must have suffered a lot. Imperial teacher, other than a few wisps of smoke near Longmen Pass, there isn't any other smoke. It seems like there really isn't an ambush here. Night fell. At the foot of a hill in front of Longmen Pass, a warrior whispered to Wuxia. Although they had rested for a while Wuxia was observing the situation, they weren't feeling well because they were hungry. Originally, they had thought that after passing through the Dragon Gate, they would be able to borrow some food from the villagers. But who would have thought that Wuxia would suddenly go crazy and refuse to come out, causing everyone to be both tired and hungry? Since that's the case, let's prepare to pass. Although the ominous premonition in Wuxia's heart hadn't weakened in the slightest, he also knew that hiding here wasn't a solution. If they delayed any longer, they really wouldn't be able to leave the Great Tang, so a vicious light flashed in his eyes as he sternly ordered. Even if there was an ambush, Wuxia was confident that he could break out of the encirclement and escape Longmen Pass. This was the confidence he had in his own strength. On Cloud Mountain, 3 Grandmasters and 2,000 Imperial Guards couldn't do anything to him, so Wuxia didn't believe that he would be defeated in a small Longmen Pass. Imperial teacher. The 3 martial artists responded excitedly, then mounted their horses one after another, adjusting the direction of their horses. At this time, Wuxia also jumped on his horse, and the 4 of them lined up in a row, intending to use brute force to rush out of the Dragon Gate. Because at this time, no matter what reason they had, the soldiers guarding the pass wouldn't let them out, so they wisely chose to break out of the pass. Charge! Seeing that everyone was ready, Wuxia roared and took the lead, spurring his horse forward and gripping his mace, he charged towards Dragon Gate Pass. Charge! Seeing this, the other 3 martial artists quickly followed suit, raising their weapons and following Wuxia's lead, charged forward. Dong dong dong. The rapid sound of horse hooves suddenly exploded on the official road, and the soldiers guarding Longmen Pass soon heard the abnormal movement here. They secretly sent someone to report to Li Zishuan, then shouted in a panic, "Who is it? This is the Dragon Gate Pass. Get off your horses quickly." But the 4 people on the opposite side didn't seem to hear their warning and continued to rush toward them. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Seeing that their warning was useless, the guards at Longmen Pass began to shout at the top of their lungs. Suddenly, more than 20 soldiers with Mo swords rushed out from the turrets on both sides and stood in a row in front of Longmen Pass. Seeing this, the 3 Turkic warriors couldn't help but think proudly, there are only 20 Tang soldiers, how could there be an ambush? Imperial teacher is too suspicious today, isn't he? Not only did they think so, but Wuxia also thought so. Seeing that there were only 20 Tang soldiers lined up in front of Longmen Pass, he couldn't help but wonder if he was too nervous and thought there was an ambush. But at this moment, it was useless to think about it. The most important thing now was to get rid of all the Tang soldiers in front of them and rush out of Longmen Pass as soon as possible. Therefore, Wuxia clenched the mace in his hand. He wanted to use this blood-stained mace to break a big hole in the fragile defense line of the Tang soldiers. Chapter 1541. Dugu 9 Swords. When Wuxia raised his mace and swung it towards Li Zishuan's head, Li Zishuan subconsciously chose to use the Dugu 9 Swords broken spear style. It wasn't because the Taishan 9 swords and Taiji sword weren't strong, but because facing Wuxia's mace, Li Zishuan felt that the best choice was still the Dugu 9 swords broken spear style. Because the broken spear style was a natural counter to the mace. Compared to Dugu Xen, Li Zishuan's cultivation was higher, his true qi was richer, and his understanding of martial arts was deeper. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the Dugu 9 swords broken spear style had been condensed. The wind-chasing sword and the mace collided in the air. Although the broken spear style had a natural suppressive effect on the mace, the gap between the martial scholar intermediate stage and martial grandmaster stage was too great. Li Zixuan suddenly felt a huge force pass through his wind-chasing sword, and what was strange was that in addition to the huge force, Li Zixuan also felt an electric current pass through his sword, causing his hand to feel numb. Regarding Wu Jie's true qi faintly containing the power of lightning, Li Tai had mentioned it before in the telegram, but after facing it for real, Li Zixuan was still surprised by Wu Jie's ability. He quickly tried to use his true qi to neutralize the huge force and the electric current passing through his sword hilt, because if his arm was electrocuted, it was likely that it would become completely numb and he wouldn't even be able to hold his sword. Seeing that his first attack had failed, Wu Jie quickly changed his stance, changing from a vertical slash to a horizontal sweep, intending to send Li Zixuan flying with his mace. However, the Dugu Nine Swords' broken spear style's power lay here. Based on the opponent's instantaneous movements, the user could quickly predict the opponent's next move and make the best response, achieving the goal of defeating the enemy first. Although the Dugu Nine Swords wasn't Li Zixuan's signature move, with Li Zixuan's superb talent in martial arts, Li Zixuan's Dugu Nine Swords was much better than Dugu Xianxia's. Therefore, just as Wu Jie was about to change from a slash to a sweep, Li Zixuan had already made a response. Li Zixuan's long sword moved slightly to the left. His chasing wind-chasing sword drew a perfect arc in the air. Li's powerful broken spear style's sword, spear style's mace's broken spear style was instantly neutralized by this nine swords, riding wind sword, S's, S sword instantly sword first sword riding the wind riding sword, sword wind sword. Sword, S, sword, S. The situation had changed too quickly. The surrounding soldiers had just seen Li Zixuan being suppressed by Wu Jie, but in the next moment, Li Zixuan had launched a counterattack. A youth who had just turned 20 years old had actually launched a counterattack against a martial grandmaster who had been famous for a long time. What was wrong with this world? Everyone couldn't help but have such a question in their hearts. In fact, it wasn't just the soldiers who had doubts in their hearts. Wu Jie was even more confused. At the moment when he fought with Li Zixuan, he felt that he was not fighting with one person, but three masters at the Grand Master middle stage at the same time. Li Zixuan had used three different sword intents at almost the same time, and each sword intent had been so pure. What's more, the three sword intents were seamlessly linked together. Wu Jie felt like he was facing three people who were using three different sword intents. In fact, this was mainly due to Li Zixuan's 9 Taishin swords, Taiji sword, and Dugu 9 swords. Using the Dugu 9 swords to counter the enemy's first move, he could predict the enemy's next move, then use the Taiji sword to resolve the enemy's attack, and finally use the 9 Taishin swords to switch from defense to offense. With these three sword intents, Li Zixuan was far more powerful than an ordinary martial grandmaster. To some extent, his strength was comparable to a peak martial grandmaster. Good. Facing Li Zixuan's attack, Wu Jie didn't show the slightest fear. Laughing loudly, he patted his horse's back with one hand, and with the force of the recoil, his whole body soared into the sky. Thunder Overlord Mace! Wu Jie shouted as he flew through the air, holding the mace in his hand as he spun rapidly. Lightning flashed across the mace's surface, and from a distance, it looked like a spinning wheel as it flew towards Li Zixuan. Facing such a strange attack from Wu Jie, the surrounding 10,000 soldiers were scared out of their wits, because in their eyes, how could a mortal control lightning? At this moment, Wu Jie was like a god of war descending from the heavens, insufferably arrogant and invincible. Although their hearts were all on Li Zixuan's side, none of them believed that Li Zixuan could block Wu Jie's strange attack. King! Peng! The wind-chasing sword and the wolf-tooth mace clashed. The wind-chasing sword let out an extremely loud sword cry, which cut through the entire night sky. Immediately after, the two collided with a loud bang. The violent zhenqi that scattered in all directions not only swept up the sand and stones on the ground, but also shook all the nearby soldiers back by more than 10 steps. Qi! Wu Jie's reaction was very fast, and his true qi was extremely vigorous. Li Zixuan was sent flying by Wu Jie's attack, and in order to stabilize his body, he quickly stabbed the wind-chasing sword into the ground. After sliding back 3 steps, Li Zishuan finally stabilized his body. At the same time, the lightning energy several times stronger than before entered his meridians through his palms, causing his breathing to become unstable and causing him to suffer a cultivation deviation on the spot. This was the gap between a martial scholar middle stage and a martial grandmaster. Not just a little bit, but a huge chasm. Old monster. In Li Zishuan's mind, these three words couldn't help but appear. The Wuxia in front of him was indeed worthy of the title Old Monster, because he was stronger than all the masters Li Zishuan had encountered before. Worthy of being the disciple of spiritual master Ling Su. With this talent, in another 10 years, the whole world will be under your controls. Wuxia didn't pursue the victory. Instead, he stood in place in his black robe, looking at Li Zishuan and using his hoarse voice to praise him. Don't pretend to be so righteous here. The dignified Tujue imperial teacher actually took advantage of this marquee absence to sneak into the academy and commit theft. Even if you win today, you will be despised by the world. Li Zishuan clenched his teeth, forcibly calming the chaotic true qi in his body, then stood up and looked at Wuxia, mocking him without fear. When Li Zishuan left Lantian County and brought the Sky Pheasant Brigade north to help the disaster-stricken areas clear out the locusts, he thought that when he wasn't in Lantian County, there would be Jianghu thieves who would take advantage of the academy's weak defense to cause trouble, so he left all his guards behind. But he never imagined that the dignified Tujue imperial teacher, a martial grandmaster-level super expert, would personally sneak into Yanhuang College, effortlessly destroy all the academy's defenses, and steal most of the academy's confidential information. This made Li Zishuan's heart burn with a nameless fire, and now that he finally had the chance to scold Wuxia, how could he let it go? Hearing this, Wuxia couldn't help but fall silent, because in this matter, he was indeed opportunistic, taking advantage of other people's difficulties, and in any case, couldn't be considered honorable. After a moment of silence, Wuxia finally opened his mouth. You're right. This time, this imperial teacher sneaked into Yanhuang College because Yunshan, which originally had 3 martial grandmasters, only has 1 martial grandmaster left. But this imperial teacher isn't afraid of you 3, he just doesn't want any trouble. Taking advantage of other people's difficulties was taking advantage of other people's difficulties, and Wuxia didn't try to hide it for the sake of face, instead openly admitting it. From this point alone, this old man could be seen as a straightforward person. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but look at Wuxia in surprise. He hadn't expected Wuxia to admit it so easily, making him unable to say the words he had prepared just now. It's not that this marquis looks down on you Turks, but the Academy's confidential books, even if you brought them back to the Turks, no one would be able to understand them. Moreover, your actions are tantamount to starting a war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Is Xieli ready to start a war with the Great Tang? Hand over the books you're carrying today, and this marquis can spare your life. Inadvertently, Li Zishuan saw the bag on Wujia's back, and his face couldn't help but turn cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Little baby, you've got some big words. If this imperial teacher wants to leave today, you can't stop him. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Wuxia couldn't help but laugh loudly. Li Zishuan snorted and said, This marquis's cultivation is indeed lower than yours, but today, there are tens of thousands of troops lying in ambush at Longmen Pass. Do you think you can still escape? Tens of thousands of troops? Little baby, you're too confident. Once this imperial teacher finishes you off, what can these tens of thousands of troops do to me? Wu Jie sneered, a look of arrogance on his face. Although his tone was arrogant, he wasn't wrong in the slightest. Li Zishuan was the strongest in this army, and if he was defeated, no one would be able to pin down Wu Jie, and the main force wouldn't have the time to effectively encircle and suppress Wu Jie. He could rely on his lightness skills to escape from the army at any time. Saying so, Wu Jie raised his mace and leapt into the air again. The mace flashed with cold lightning as it once again smashed towards Li Zishuan's head. Last night, when he was dealing with Duge Xen, Duging, and Mo Huai, Wu Jie's favorite move was this. 9 Taishan swords, second form, graceful grace. Li Zishuan let out a low roar, instantly activating the second form of the 9 Taishan swords. Like a giant dragon soaring through the sky, Li Zishuan shot towards Wuxia at full speed. At the same time, in the northern part of the Great Tang Empire, Yanmen Pass, Su Tingde led the 20,000 Bing province soldiers and the imperial edict that Li Er had given to Li Zishuan. They rushed all the way to Yanmen Pass before nightfall and took the initiative to take on the task of guarding Yanmen Pass. After half a day of rushing, the soldiers and horses were already tired. After Su Tingde arranged for night patrols, the rest of the soldiers returned to their tents to sleep. But what they didn't know was that a life-and-death crisis was approaching them. Closer and closer. General, the Tang army that arrived in the evening has already set up camp. Now is the time when their men and horses are tired. Should we send out the army now and directly take down the Tang army at Yanmen Pass? In the grass outside Yanmen Pass, a dense group of Turkic soldiers were hidden, each of them accompanied by a warhorse. But at this time, all the warhorses were kneeling in the grass. This way, even if someone passed by, they wouldn't notice the army hidden in the grass. Chapter 1542. Su Tingde's 20,000 soldiers had only reached Yanmen Pass in the evening. No, to be more precise, it was 10,000 soldiers. This was because Su Tingde had left 5,000 men behind at Madu Pass and Yonghe Pass. Now, he only had 10,000 men left. Moreover, after half a day of rapid marching, the soldiers were all extremely tired, and many of them were already asleep. Su Tingde felt that the Turks had chosen this time to attack, and his 10,000 men were completely incapable of stopping them. The most frightening thing was that he was holding the imperial decree that Li Erfa had given to Li Zishuan. However, he had only just arrived in the evening. Originally, he wanted to rest and reorganize for the night before transferring troops to the nearby prefectures. Who would have thought that the Tujue would launch an attack on Yanmen Pass so quickly? Go! Immediately send messengers to Yunzhou, Daizhou, and Yuzhou to ask for reinforcements. Tell them that Yanmen Pass might fall. Su Tingde's expression changed several times. At this time, he could also faintly hear the chaotic sound of horse hooves not far away. He took a deep breath and barely managed to stabilize his mind. He looked at the soldier and said word by word, "Commandant, what about you? The Turks have tens of thousands of wolf cavalry. We're definitely no match for them. Commandant, why don't you withdraw first?" The soldier hesitated for a few moments before bowing to Su Tingde. "Bastard! Do you know that a commanding general fleeing before battle is a capital offense? And besides, this general is the commandant of the Great Tang's Bingzhou subjugation prefecture. Even if I die, this general will die with my brothers. A general of the Great Tang can only stand and die. I will never cower before the battle. Hurry and send men to the nearby prefectures to ask for reinforcements." Su Tingde angrily bellowed. He was afraid of death, and he had not lived long enough. He still wanted to become a higher official, obtain more glory and wealth, and enjoy a more comfortable life. But at this moment, as a Great Tang soldier and the commander of this army, he could not sneak away alone. After all, Su Tingde had experienced the chaos of the Sui dynasty and the chaos of the rebellion against the emperor. He did not want his family to once more live a life of wandering about and destitute. The reason was that simple, nothing more. "Commandant, I want to stay behind and fight against the Turks with Commandant. Commandant, please send someone else to ask for reinforcements." The soldier hesitated for a moment, then clasped his fists and said stubbornly. Su Tingde was touched, but his face turned cold. He said coldly, "Zheng Hong, you dare to disobey a military order?" The soldier trembled and hurriedly said, "This general doesn't dare." Su Tingde snorted and shouted, "Then why aren't you sending the order?" After being yelled at by Su Tingde, the soldier was a little scared. After a moment of hesitation, he bowed and said, "This general obeys." Looking at Su Tingde, the soldier reluctantly retreated from the tent. Sighed. "Zheng Hong, oh Zheng Hong, you can't blame me. Who asked you to be the only son of your Zheng family?" Looking at Zheng Hong's back as he left, Su Tingde muttered to himself, "Kill." At this moment, a burst of battle cries came from the pass. Su Tingde's expression gradually turned cold. He stood up, took the long sword hanging on the wall, and walked straight out of the tent. "Commandant, the Turkic army is already attacking. Our brothers won't be able to hold on much longer. You should leave quickly." Su Tingda had just walked out of the big tent when a soldier hurriedly ran over and said, "How many enemies are there? Who's the leader?" Su Tingda frowned and asked. The soldier cupped his fists and said, "There are about 50,000 enemies, and the leader is the Turkic Khan, Xianxia. Commandant, Xianxia brought all the Turkic elites. We definitely won't be able to hold on. Please retreat as soon as possible." "It's him?" Hearing that, Su Tingda was stunned at first. Then, he said coldly, "We have to hold on even if we can't. Whoever dares to flee tonight will be killed without mercy. Yanmen Pass terrain is narrow. Even if we use a pile of orders, we have to completely block the pass. Quickly beat the drum and summon all the soldiers to kill the enemy with me. I've already sent people to the nearby prefectures to ask for help. We only need to hold on for 2 hours, and there will definitely be reinforcements coming to save us." "Commandant." Seeing that Su Tingda was so confident, a fighting spirit rose in the soldier's heart. He swallowed his saliva and cupped his fists. Dong dong. A moment later, a series of drumbeats sounded from the south of Yanmen Pass. As time passed, the drumbeats became louder and more frequent. At this time, Su Tingda had already climbed up the tower of Yanmen Pass. Although the Turkic people were not good at sieges, Yanmen Pass was far from being a city. This was because Yanmen Pass was situated on the official road in the middle. The horizontal width of the city walls was only a few hundred feet. As such, the number of soldiers that could be accommodated on the city walls was extremely limited. When the Turkic soldiers got close to the city gates, they abandoned their horses and directly carried a thick tree trunk and slammed it into the city gates of Yanmen Pass. Naturally, Su Tingda would not let the Turkic people crash into the city gates of Yanmen Pass just like that. He quickly shouted, "Release the arrows! Release the arrows!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of arrows were released in an instant, shooting at the Turkic soldiers charging at the city gates. After a round of arrows, dozens of Turkic soldiers fell to the ground in an instant. However, while the Tang soldiers on the city walls were reloading their arrows, the Turkic soldiers behind began to charge forward fearlessly again. "Hurry and release the arrows." Seeing this, Su Tingda hurriedly urged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another volley of arrows was fired, but the results were somewhat worse this time. Only 30-some Turkic soldiers fell to the ground, but the Turkic soldiers behind them were still charging at the city gates like a tide. Su Tingda inwardly frowned. First of all, the Turkic soldiers outnumbered the Tang soldiers by 4 to 5 times. At this rate, they probably wouldn't be able to kill all the Turks even if they spent the entire night. Moreover, the light at night was poor, so the accuracy of the archers was definitely not as good as during the day. Many of the arrows would miss. Most importantly, in order to maintain the speed of the march, Su Tingda's army had not brought many arrows, only 10-some thousand. Based on the current accuracy, it would be good enough if they could kill 1,000 Turkic soldiers. But the Turks had 50,000 soldiers. How was he going to fight the Turks with this? Rolling logs and stones? There were some remaining rolling logs and stones on the walls of Yanmen Pass, but there were not many of them, and they would not be able to withstand the assault of 40 to 50,000 Turkic soldiers. Should they use sabers or swords? But if they did so, their advantage as defenders would be gone, and in the end, they would still be unable to avoid defeat. Just as Su Tingda was deep in thought, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out. Su Tingda focused his eyes and saw a metal arrowhead shining with a cold light in front of him. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against a hidden arrow. Su Tingda felt that he couldn't dodge this hidden arrow. "Commandant, watch out!" At this critical moment, a soldier at Su Tingda's side leaped up and tackled Su Tingda to the ground. The arrow brushed past Su Tingda's cheek and struck the soldier's shoulder. Squelch! This was the sound of an arrow piercing flesh. The arrow was heavy and powerful, and it did not stop at the soldier's shoulder. More than half of the arrow had pierced through the soldier's body. "Protect the commandant!" Someone shouted, and 4 or 5 soldiers immediately surrounded Su Tingde. What a pity! If we could kill the Tang commander directly, we might be able to take down Yanmen Pass effortlessly. In the Turkic army, Xianxia put away his longbow and lamented regretfully. Clearly, that arrow just now was shot by him. General, there's no need to be regretful. The fact that the Tang army could reach Yanmen Pass so quickly shows that they didn't bring many arrows. These arrows can at most be shot 10 more times. When they run out of arrows, we can break through the gate and enter. A soldier beside Xianxia could not help but laugh. That's right. When the Tang army runs out of arrows, we will enter the pass directly. Then we will welcome the state preceptor. Xianxia laughed heartily. Taiji sword techniques 38th style. Phoenix wings spread. Taiji sword techniques 28th style. Shooting stars chase the moon. 9 strategies beyond the swords. Broken spear style. Taiji sword techniques 18th style. Black dragon swings its tail. Taiji sword techniques 20th style. Lotus leaves whirlwind. 9 Taishen swords 3rd style. Snow treading, leaving no trace in the snow. Taiji sword techniques 34th style. Moon in the ocean. Taiji sword techniques 50th style. Immortal guides the way. Over at Longmen Pass, the battle between Li Zishuan and Wuxia had already reached its climax. After exchanging blows with Wuxia, Li Zishuan was very clear about the huge gap between himself and a martial grandmaster. This gap was not something that could be made up with exquisite moves. Therefore, Li Zishuan wisely gave up on attacking and began to fight a defensive battle from the start. With the 9 solitary swords advantage, the unparalleled defense of the Taiji sword technique, and the extreme speed of the 9 Taishen swords, Li Zishuan's figure flashed through the battlefield, not letting Wuxia even touch the corner of his clothes. After a dozen exchanges, he actually did not suffer any external injuries. Although there were no external injuries, of course there were internal injuries. In addition to Wujia's powerful true qi, what annoyed Li Zishuan the most was the strange power of lightning that Wuxia sent out with his mace. If Yang Kai were to use his true qi to resist and neutralize this thing, it would be a huge waste of his true qi. In this situation, his true qi was his life, and his true qi was definitely not as vigorous as Wujia's, so he had to use it sparingly. However, if he completely ignored it, his arm would soon become numb from the electricity, affecting his reaction speed, and if he wasn't careful, he might even be seriously injured by Wuxia. Therefore, although Li Zishuan had withstood Wujia's attacks for a dozen exchanges, this impressive achievement was not something he could be proud of, because his situation was not good. Facing Wujia's seemingly endless true qi, Li Zishuan's true qi was running out. Chapter 1543. Commander, you should leave. Yanmen Pass can't be defended. On Yanmen Pass, the Tang army was about to run out of arrows. Seeing this, a soldier came to Su Tingde's side and urged him anxiously. Su Tingde was unmoved and said coldly, "I would rather die than retreat." After saying that, he turned to the soldiers on the city gate tower and shouted, "Generals, listen to my order. Follow me to open the gates and fight to the death with the Turkic army. Behind us are our parents, wives, and children. Tonight we would rather die than retreat." Su Tingde had been forced to give up the advantage of terrain and open the gates to meet the Turks. Their arrows were about to run out, and without any long-range attacks, the Turkic soldiers would be able to easily break through the gates. Rather than hastily engaging in battle, it was better to open the gates now and gather all the soldiers to engage the Turks in a battle of life and death. Rather die than retreat. Rather die than retreat. Su Tingde's words influenced the Tang army near Yanmen Pass, and they all shouted. A solemn and stirring atmosphere suddenly pervaded the air. Reporting. General, the Tang army has taken the initiative to open the gates and want to fight us outside Yanmen Pass. At the center of the Turkic army, a Turkic soldier ran over and bowed to Xianxia. The Tang army actually dares to come out? Xianxia raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then, his face turned cold as he said, "Pass down my order. The left, middle, and right armies move out together and take down Yanmen Pass as quickly as possible." The soldier cupped his fists and turned to leave. Ooh! Not long after, the desolate sound of a bugle horn could be heard in the open space outside Yanmen Pass. This was the bugle horn for the Turkic army to launch an all-out attack. Thus, countless Turkic soldiers mounted their horses and brandished their scimitars as they galloped toward the Tang army that had just exited the city and gotten into formation. Listen up. Tonight, I, Su Tingda, will advance and retreat with my brothers. I swear to defend Yanmen Pass to the death. Below the city wall, Su Tingda pulled out the sword at his waist and pointed at the Turkic army. Defend Yanmen Pass to the death. Defend Yanmen Pass to the death. As soon as Su Tingda finished speaking, the 10,000 Tang soldiers roared in unison. Follow me and kill. Su Tingda roared as he led the charge into the Turkic army. Seeing this, the Tang army at the back quickly urged their horses to catch up. A great battle had officially begun. Su Tingda had come from a poor family, and he had relied entirely on his own abilities to reach his current position. Thus, there was no need to doubt his personal strength. Under his command, the Tang army was able to break through the heart of the Turkic army like a hot knife through butter. But the disadvantage of this was obvious. They would be easily surrounded by the Turkic army. After all, the Turkic army outnumbered them by 4 to 5 times. Get out of the way. Wait for me to meet him. Seeing that Su Tingda was unstoppable in the army, taking down several dozen Turkic soldiers in just a few moments, Xianxia finally couldn't stand it any longer and roared. Hearing this, the Turkic soldiers around Su Tingda immediately scattered, creating an empty space. Su Tingda's eyes focused as he looked at Xianxia approaching on horseback. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his right palm to the Tang soldiers behind him and said, "All of you, withdraw as well." A general duel. In the blink of an eye, a large-scale group battle had transformed into a one-on-one duel between generals. In ancient war dramas like The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was common to see the commanders of two sides fighting one-on-one, and the one with superior martial strength would emerge victorious. Many people would be confused. Was there really such a phenomenon in history of generals fighting generals? In truth, this sort of situation had happened before, but it was not a scene from The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but there were many restrictions. First, generals fighting generals had already appeared in the spring and autumn period. At that time, it was called Jishur, and after the Han Dynasty, it was called Duan General. Both had the same meaning. In the middle of the spring and autumn period, there were records of the Great War between the Jin and Chu states. At that time, King Zhuang of Chu led an army to attack Handan and met the Jin general Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng was unable to resist and abandoned his carriage to escape. In the end, Zhao Cheng threw away his clothes and armor, as the armor would affect his speed. This was the first time in history that a general fought a general. This was because King Zhuang of Chu's physical strength was exceptional, and he was considered one of the strongest amongst all the emperors. During the Warring States period, such a phenomenon rarely occurred. At that time, the 7 kingdoms had already been perfected, and they relied on large-scale armies to fight. During the Han Dynasty, when Hua Zubing and Li Guang were repelling the Xiongnu, they also fought with enemy generals. However, this was a battle between the soldiers of the Central Plains and the nomadic enemies. It was somewhat similar to the current situation between Su Tingda and Xianxia. During the War of Chu and Han, Xiangyu and Liu Bang fought, and such a phenomenon also occurred. However, when Liu Bang sent his own general to challenge the overlord, he was defeated by Xiangyu in 3 moves. The end of the Eastern Han Dynasty was also the Three Kingdoms period. It was recorded that Sun Tzu and Taisher Ci fought at Shunting Ridge, and Sun Tzu accepted Taisher Ci as a fierce general. There was also a duel between Ma Chao and Chao Wei. Other than that, there were no other records in the Three Kingdoms period. Generally speaking, there were situations where generals fought before a battle, but it was not as common as in ancient dramas. After all, the generals of ancient times were all well-versed in military books, and they understood the principle of a good man destroys schemes. Thus, the purpose of these generals in battle was to win. Unless they were at the end of their rope and wanted to fight to the death, they would not engage in a direct confrontation with the enemy generals. And now, to Su Tingda, he was indeed at the end of his rope. Although he had killed many Turkic soldiers, his subordinates had also suffered many casualties. If this continued, in less than an hour, the 10,000 Tang soldiers would be defeated by the Turkic army. You are called Su Tingda? Good. If this general wins against you today, you will have all the Tang soldiers retreat. If you win against this general will immediately withdraw. How about it? Ashina Shirchu stared at Su Tingda and spoke in a booming voice. Even if you win against this Su, the army behind this Su will not retreat even half a step tonight. The soldiers of the Great Tang can only die standing, not kneel and drag out an ignoble existence. Su Tingda said with a cold expression. Hearing this, Ashina Shirchu's face sank. He had proposed a duel with Su Tingda partly because he wanted to reduce the number of casualties on his side, and partly because he wanted to save time. After all, Wuxia was still waiting for them. Since that's the case, this general will kill you first. Let's see if these Tang soldiers will do as you say and hold their ground. Ashina Shirchu coldly snorted. He knocked an arrow on his bow and shot 3 arrows at Su Tingda's forehead, neck, and heart. General, be careful. Many soldiers in the Tang army cried out in alarm. Su Tingda was lying on his back. The 3 arrows missed his body and brushed past the bridge of his nose. But on the other side, Ashina Shirchu took advantage of the moment when Su Tingda was dodging the arrows to rush forward and slash at Su Tingda's neck with a slender sword. This person was actually proficient in both long-range and close combat. Moreover, the speed of these 2 attacks was as fast as lightning, making it impossible to guard against. For a moment, Su Tingda was caught off guard. He hurriedly brandished his sword to block Ashina Shirchu's killing blow. However, Ashina Shirchu was a grandmaster. The speed of his sword was astonishingly fast. How could Su Tingda's hasty sword block it? King! Pung! First, there was the sound of metal clashing. Then, Su Tingda was sent flying by the powerful internal energy attached to Ashina Shirchu's sword and fell to the ground. In just 1 round, the chief general of the Tang army was knocked off his horse. The surrounding soldiers were shocked and rushed to Su Tingda like a swarm of bees, trying to protect him. But someone was faster than them. After Ashina Shirchu knocked Su Tingda back, he dashed forward and stabbed his sword at Su Tingda's throat. Su Tingda was alarmed as he hurriedly raised his sword to block in front of him. Ashina Shi's sword stabbed into Su Tingda's sword. Su Tingda took advantage of the situation to retreat. With this force, he finally stood up from the ground. Under the illumination of the torches, the sword flashed and the 2 of them fought again. However, although Su Tingda was not weak, he was still not a grandmaster. Ashina Shirchu was not only at a higher level than him, but he also fought in close combat, took 3 steps back, and drew his bow in one breath. With such a combination of long-range and close-range attacks, Su Tingda could not withstand it. After a few rounds, it was obvious that he was going to lose. Charge! Protect Commandant Su! When the surrounding soldiers saw this, they understood that Su Tingda wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Someone shouted, and immediately, more than 10,000 soldiers rushed up to protect Su Tingda. It's time to end this! When Ashina Shirchu saw that the Tang army was rushing towards him, he raised his sword and slashed at Su Tingda. Su Tingda swung his sword to block, and then Ashina Shirchu used his left palm to hit Su Tingda's chest. Bam! Su Tingda was like a kite with a broken string after receiving Ashina Shirchu's palm strike that was filled with true qi. He fell heavily to the ground. Commandant! Commandant! The 10,000 soldiers were shocked. They hurried forward to help Su Tingda up. Kill. Flatten Yanmen Pass. Ashina Shirchu guessed that Su Tingda was not going to live. He waved his hand and ordered the Turkic soldiers beside him. Charge! Bam! 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 Hearing the order, the 50,000 Turkic soldiers immediately charged at the Tang army. What was worse was that the Tang army's commander-in-chief had been severely injured by Ashina Shirchu, and the 10,000 soldiers were in a desperate situation without their commander-in-chief. Chapter 1544. Pu! Li Zishuan was heavily injured by Wuxia and fell to the ground. Just now, Wuxia's berserk true qi had been transmitted into his body through his sword, crazily wreaking havoc in his meridians, causing Li Zishuan, who was already in a weakened state, to the point where he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood was also mixed with blood, clearly showing that Li Zishuan's internal organs had also been injured. But this wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that when Li Zishuan's sword had struck Wuxia's chaotic thunder body had transmitted a considerable amount of lightning energy to Li Zishuan, causing Li Zishuan to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was numb, and he couldn't even move a finger. This was because he didn't have any true qi in his body to neutralize this lightning. Peng peng peng. On the battlefield, seeing Li Zishuan heavily injured by Wuxia, the 10,000 soldiers from Bing province charged towards Wuxia without fear of death. But at this moment, Wuxia was abnormally strong. None of the Tang army soldiers who got close to him could withstand a single blow from him. All of them were sent flying by his mace. In an instant, the Tang army's formation was in chaos. Seeing this, Wuxia very wisely chose to fight while retreating. Because of the battle with Li Zishuan just now, although Li Zishuan hadn't been able to injure him, he had paid a heavy price. At this moment, he only had less than 40% of his true qi left. If he continued to fight with the Tang army, Wuxia believed that there would only be one end for him, and that was death from exhaustion. As for the heavily injured Li Zishuan, Wuxia didn't think of taking advantage of the situation to kill him, because he was very clear on his goal, which was to escape back to the Turks with the confidential information of Yanhuang College. As a result, under his brute force, the surrounding Tang army was quickly torn apart. Wuxia resisted the attacks of the Tang army while relying on his lightness kung fu to gradually close in on the northern opening. It was worth mentioning that Wuxia's lightness kung fu was also quite good. Without a master like Li Zishuan holding him back, he was like a bolt of lightning in the night, able to go wherever he wanted. Seeing Wuxia trying to escape the encirclement, the soldiers became even crazier, rushing towards Wuxia without any regard for their own lives. But now that they had lost their formation, and with no one to command them, they were like a swarm of bees, running around randomly, unable to pose the slightest threat to Wuxia, who was constantly dodging left and right. Quick! Formation! Stop Wuxia! Jiang Provincial Governor Hong Wenxing saw Li Zhan sitting motionless on the ground healing wounds, completely unable to pay attention to the battle situation, so he quickly stood and shouted to the soldiers. Formation, formation, formation. Quickly, formation, formation. The nearby soldiers quickly followed Hong Wenxing's orders, but the soldiers further away couldn't hear Hong Wenxing's orders, so the effect of Hong Wenxing's shout was extremely limited. At most, it would only be able to delay Wuxia for a short while. At this time, Li Zishuan, who was meditating and healing, suddenly experienced a mysterious change in his body. The spirit qi in his body suddenly came to life. Last year, when the bearded man wreaked havoc in Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan and Mo Huai had fought together. In that battle, Li Zishuan had relied on his understanding of another mysterious gas between heaven and earth, spirit qi, to directly advance to the middle stage of the martial scholar realm. Since then, Li Zishuan had felt that his body had changed, especially the true qi in his body, which seemed to have been mixed with something else. At that time, Li Zishuan had called this spirit qi. Heaven and earth had spirits, and all living things were born. Li Zishuan didn't know what spirit qi was, or what kind of elements it was made of, but he was sure that it wasn't oxygen, but he was very sure that his meridians could directly absorb a special kind of qi from the natural world. Without any experience in this area, he could only attribute it to spirit qi. But strangely, since the last time when he had broken through to the middle stage of the martial scholar realm and crazily absorbed the spirit qi, the special spirit qi in his body had completely quieted down. Usually, not only could he not feel its existence, he basically couldn't use it. Just like just now, when his true qi was exhausted, the spirit qi didn't move at all. At this moment, Li Zishuan, who was numb from the powerful electric current, suddenly felt the spirit qi in his body begin to stir. Li Zishuan could clearly feel the spirit qi in the air around him crazily rushing into his body, and the remaining electric current in his body began to quickly converge towards his dantian. Gradually, the numbness in his limbs was lifted and he could move again. The electric current that Wuxia had transmitted to him was actually completely swallowed up by the spirit qi in his dantian. Not only that, at this moment, Li Zishuan's true qi, which had originally dried up, was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a small dried-up pond. Originally, it could only rely on manpower to pour buckets of water into it, but now, with the addition of more than a dozen water pumps, the dried-up pond instantly became dry and the water level began to rise. Half a quarter of an hour. In just half a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan's true qi had been restored to 60%. Although he hadn't recovered to his peak state, for the current situation, 60% was just barely enough, because Wuxia was about to escape from the encirclement. 9 Taishen swords, 7th style, phantom, all that the heart sees is an illusion. Li Zishuan raised his wind-chasing sword and directly soared into the sky. In the sky, 8 more Li Zishuan appeared and rushed towards Wuxia from different directions. Marquis is fine? Great. Marquis's strength has been restored. Let's see how the Turkic imperial teacher can act arrogantly now. Seeing Li Zishuan soar into the air and once again join the battle, the great Tang soldiers cheered loudly, greatly encouraged. What? Impossible. Feeling the familiar murderous intent behind him, Wuxia hurriedly turned around, and when he saw that it really was Li Zishuan, his eyes widened in disbelief. In the last exchange, Wuxia clearly felt that Li Zishuan's true qi had been exhausted, but now that Li Zishuan was flying towards him with his sword, how could he explain this? Could it be that in this short period of time, Li Zishuan had not only dissolved his thunder and lightning, but had also recovered most of the real qi that he had consumed in his body? How was that possible? In Wuxia's view, this obviously didn't conform to common sense, even subverting his understanding of the world of martial arts. But now that Li Zishuan was coming at him with his wind-chasing sword, Wuxia had to find a way to block him. Li Zishuan was using the 7th style of the 9 Taishen swords alone, not all 7 like before, so the power was naturally much lower. However, the current Wuxia was far weaker than before. Therefore, Li Zishuan's 1 sword, no, 8 sword strikes, because there were 8 phantoms, Wuxia had to use all his strength to deal with it. Thunder Overlord Mace. Wuxia shouted, and in the air he spun rapidly with his mace in hand. Lightning flashed on the mace, and from a distance, it looked like a spinning wheel as it collided with the Li Zishuan, coming from all directions. He wanted to break through them one by one, and not directly block them with his body like before. Ding ding ding. Every time Wuxia's mace collided with the wind-chasing sword held by one of the phantoms, a metallic clanging sound rang out. Relying on his movement speed secret art, Wuxia quickly broke through the phantoms one by one, and the number of Li Zishuan's phantoms in the sky gradually decreased. Everything looked the same as before, but when there was only one Li Zishuan left, a sudden change occurred. 9 Taishen swords, 8th style, return to origin. 10,000 swords returned to origin. When Li Zishuan's sword strikes were about to be broken by Wuxia, his momentum suddenly changed. First, he changed direction in the air and retreated 2 meters, then he waved his hands, and all the swords in the hands of the nearby soldiers were sucked towards him. The 8th style of the 9 Taishen swords quickly flashed through his mind, and he gathered all the true qi in his body, finally managing to display the 8th style of the 9 Taishen swords. In fact, it was completely impossible to perform the 8th move of the 9 Taishen swords in the Supreme Power middle stage, but Li Zishuan had already stepped into the threshold of the Supreme Power late stage, so he could finally perform the 8th move. More than 20 swords floated in front of Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan's long hair fluttered without any wind. Drawing a circle with his hands, he used all the true qi in his body to shake off the 20 swords, and quickly sent them flying towards Wuxia. Seeing this, Wuxia was shocked and hurriedly waved his mace to defend himself. With a series of ding-ding-ding sounds, almost all of the swords were deflected by Wuxia's mace, but this was only almost. There was still a fish that slipped through the net. Cheese! One of the swords very luckily dodged Wuxia's all-around attack, and with a chi sound, cut open the black package on Wuxia's back. Suddenly, the white papers and books scattered all over the ground, and all the confidential information in the package fell to the ground. Wuxia wanted to pick up the papers and books on the ground, but Li Zishuan didn't give him the chance. With a loud shout, Li Zishuan used the Tai Chi sword's Azure Dragon out at sea on Wuxia's face. When the rest of the soldiers saw this, they knew that now was their best chance to kill Wuxia, so without waiting for Li Zishuan's orders, they formed the Mo sword formation and rushed towards Wuxia's position. Wuxia dodged Li Zishuan's Azure Dragon out at sea, and then looked at the Yanhuang College's confidential information that was scattered all over the ground. He gritted his teeth, knowing that it was impossible for him to take all these things away today, because the Tang army had already formed the formation and was about to surround him again. Great Tang Marquis Yong, and you really are different from other cultivators. Today, this master has underestimated you. Wuxia looked deeply at Li Zishuan, then his feet moved slightly, and in the blink of an eye he retreated several dozen feet away. He was actually preparing to escape. Li Zishuan wanted to give chase, but suddenly felt a sense of exhaustion in his body. His physical strength had been completely overdrawn. Besides, if a martial grandmaster wanted to escape, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to catch him no matter what. Fortunately, the academy's information was recovered. This was the last thought in Li Zishuan's mind before he fainted. Yanmen Pass. The battle here had already entered a white-hot stage, but the Tang army's defeat was becoming more and more obvious. The number of soldiers left on the battlefield was decreasing, and the Tang army's commander, Su Tingda, had already been seriously injured and was in a coma. Directly rush out, don't care about these remnants, rescue the imperial teacher is more important. Seeing that only a few of the 10,000 soldiers Su Tingda brought with him were left, and they were no longer a threat to him, Ashina Shirchu decisively gave the order. He didn't lead his troops to Great Tang to break through the pass, but to rescue the imperial teacher. As for how many Tang soldiers they defeated, it was completely meaningless to him. General, the messenger immediately passed down Ashina Shi-er's order. Immediately, the Turkic soldiers pushed their horses to the limit and charged straight for the city gate. The Tang army had rushed for several hundred li during the day, and not only were the men tired, the horses were also tired. Facing the Turkic army at full speed, how could they resist? Not long after, a torrent of soldiers passed through Yanmen Pass and headed south. Chapter 1545. Quick, let's go to Longmen County and get a doctor. Dragon Gate Pass, inside the tower. Li Zishuan had already been helped to his bed. Jiang Province's provincial governor Hong Wenxing hurriedly ordered the soldiers beside him. This time, Li Zishuan had borrowed troops from Bing Province. In order to ensure the speed of the march, there was no doctor accompanying him. Hong Wenxing could only send people to Longmen County to find a doctor. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier immediately cupped his fists and replied. After the soldier left, Hong Wenxing turned to the soldiers in the room and said, "You guys stay here and take care of Marquis. This official will return to Zhengping Province to mobilize troops to pursue Wuxia." Zhengping Province was the administrative center of Jiang Province. The provincial governor's office and Jiang Province's Shichong House's camp were both located there. Hong Wenxing only brought a few dozen guards with him to Dragon Gate Pass and didn't bring many troops. Dragon Gate Pass was filled with Li Zishuan's troops from Bing Province. Hong Wenxing didn't have the authority to mobilize them, so he could only go back and mobilize more troops. Wuxia is alone, so his speed of escape must be very fast. The military situation is urgent. I'm afraid it's too late for Senior Hong to return to Zhengping Province to mobilize troops. This general, Fang Gongteng, is willing to lead the troops here to follow Senior Hong north to pursue Wuxia and avenge Marquis. After Hong Wenxing finished speaking, a young general stepped out and cupped his fists. During the day, Su Tingda took 20,000 soldiers to Mado Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Yanmen Pass to set up defenses. At the same time, he left behind a few capable generals for Li Zishuan, and this Fang Gongteng was one of them. Hearing this, Hong Wenxing's eyes lit up. He nodded and praised, "Good. Then I'll have to trouble Fang Gongteng to lead 8,000 soldiers to pursue Wuxia with this official." Just now, during the battle between Li Zixuan and Wuxia. Because Hong Wenxing wasn't good at martial arts, he couldn't help much from the sidelines, which made him feel quite apologetic. What's more, Li Zixuan had been seriously injured by Wuxia at the Dragon Gate, so if Hong Wenxing, as the Jiang province's provincial governor, didn't do anything, he would definitely be punished by Li Er. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, Hong Wenxing had no choice but to lead troops to pursue Wuxia. Not long after, Hong Wenxing and Fang Gongting led the 8,000 prefecture soldiers out of the Longmen Pass and headed north. The rest of them stayed at Longmen Pass to protect Li Zixuan. At the same time, the news that Yanmen Pass had been broken quickly began to spread. The governors of Yunzhou, Shuo, Yuzhou, and Daizhou, the 4 prefectures of the Hedong circuit near the northern border, began to move. Overnight, they mobilized soldiers from their local prefectures to Medu Pass and Yonghe Pass, hoping to stop the Turkic army from advancing further south. After all, 2 years ago, Shili Khan had taken advantage of the change in power in the Great Tang Empire to send an army of 100,000 soldiers to attack the Great Tang from Yunzhou. They had been unstoppable, first attacking Jing province, and then advancing all the way to the capital of the Great Tang, Chang. Many people could still vividly remember that scene. Who could guarantee that the 50,000 Turkic soldiers wouldn't run to the gates of Chang and show off their might to Li Er? If that really happened, all the officials of the 4 prefectures of the Hedong circuit would probably be demoted by Li Er. Thus, when they learned that Xianxia had led 50,000 Turkic wolf cavalry into the pass, the governors of these prefectures instantly lost their composure. They hastily dispatched soldiers to pursue and trap the Turkic army in the Hedong circuit. The soldiers of these 4 prefectures added together numbered at least 70 to 80,000, but they had come from different directions. If they really did run into the Turkic army, they would still suffer a significant loss. Hiya! On the official road north of Longmen Pass, 2 men in black were madly galloping. In this era, there were no headlights or street lamps, so traveling at night was very dangerous. Fortunately, there was still some moonlight tonight, and the official road was relatively wide. Thus, even though these 2 were running so fast, they didn't fall into the ditches on either side of the road. State teacher, will reach Horsedoe Pass soon. Since that Li Zixuan was able to set up an ambush at Longmen Pass, there might also be a large number of Tang soldiers at Horsedoe Pass. Are we still going to force our way through? The man who was following behind said. There's no need. Our men should be arriving soon. The black-robed man riding at the front said in a hoarse voice. This man was Wuxia, who had escaped from Longmen Pass. The other man was an experimental subject that Wuxia had released at the beginning to see if there was an ambush at Longmen Pass. Wuxia hadn't expected that the experimental subject would successfully escape while the other 3 Turkic warriors were left behind in the Tang army camp at Longmen Pass. The warrior in black couldn't help but be alarmed by these words. He couldn't help but whisper, "Our men? Did the Khan send people to the Tang Empire to pick us up?" Wu Jie didn't respond. It wasn't that he didn't hear it, but that he wasn't in the mood to answer this question. Right now, his mind was full of Li Zixuan. To be more precise, he was thinking about Li Zixuan's last counterattack. During the time he escaped from Longmen Pass, Wu Jie had already deduced countless times in his mind, but the result of each deduction indicated that after Li Zixuan was knocked down by him, it was impossible for Li Zixuan to prepare a second round of attacks in such a short time. This was because Li Zixuan was only at Grand Master middle stage, so it was impossible for his true qi to be so vigorous. The only explanation was that Li Zixuan had recovered 50 to 60% of his true qi during the short time he was entangled by the Tang army. But how was that possible? This kind of recovery speed was something that even Wu Jie himself couldn't achieve, so how could Li Zixuan, who was only at Grand Master middle stage, do it? The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't understand, so Wu Jie had no choice but to give up. But what made him feel regretful was that the books and confidential information he had stolen from Yanhuang College with great difficulty had been cut open by Li Zixuan's returning to origin. This meant that his mission to infiltrate the Tang Empire had completely failed. This made Wu Jie very unwilling to accept. 10 days ago, Han Lijing had seen several Turkic warriors sneaking into the Tang Empire on Mount Baishan, and Wuxia was among them. At the end of June, a locust plague had broken out in the Guangzhou region of the Tang Empire. Shili Khan saw this as an opportunity, so he sent Wuxia to infiltrate the Tang Empire to see if there were any good opportunities. After entering the Tang Empire, Wuxia had originally planned to go straight to Chang'an City, but along the way, he had heard many people talking about how Li Zishuan had led the Sky Rooster Brigade to eliminate locusts in the northern provinces. In fact, the Turks had many spies in the Tang Empire, so Wuxia naturally knew about Li Zishuan, a rising star in the Tang Empire. So when he heard that Li Zishuan had gone north to eliminate locusts, he immediately had an idea to weaken the Tang Empire's strength and strengthen the Turks' national strength. That was to sneak into Yanhuang College, steal all the engineering books and information, and bring them back to the Turks to slowly study. Wu Jie had been patiently waiting for a good opportunity to sneak into the college, and he hadn't expected that it would really happen. On the third day after he arrived at Yunshan, the bearded man bid farewell to Li Gang, Wang Ji, and the other Yanhuang College teachers and left Yunshan, saying that he was going out to sea. In just a few days, Yunshan, which had originally been guarded by 3 grandmasters, only had Mo Huai as its sole grandmaster. Wu Jie believed that it was time to sneak into Yanhuang College. But in order to ensure that nothing went wrong, he had patiently observed the surroundings of Yunshan for several days, and after confirming that there was no danger, he had chosen to sneak into the college last night to steal the books. But he hadn't expected that after stealing the books, on the way back to the Turks, he would encounter Li Zishuan's ambush. It had to be known that he and the 4 Turkic warriors he had brought with him were all riding 2 horses, and they had been rushing through the night. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their speed was much faster than the speed of the messengers from Chang into the northern provinces and counties. Looking at it this way, at first, he had schemed against Li Zishuan, but later on, Li Zishuan had schemed against him, and in the end, the 2 of them had fought to a draw. Thinking of this, Wu Jie's eyes couldn't help but become dignified. In his heart, he thought that Li Zishuan would definitely become the greatest enemy of the Turks in the future. Kills. Sure enough, by the time Wu Jie arrived at Horse Dipper Pass, the 2 sides had already engaged in a fierce battle. Ashina Shi was truly worthy of being a Turkic general. After breaking through Yanmen Pass, he had broken through Yonghe Pass as quickly as possible, and now he had arrived at Horse Dipper Pass before Wu Jie. Hiya! Hearing the battle cries in front of him, Wu Jie understood that reinforcements had arrived, and he quickly urged his horse forward. General Ashina, quickly give the order to retreat to the grasslands. The Tang army should be here soon. Arriving in front of Ashina Shi, Wu Jie ordered in a hoarse voice. Ashina Shi nodded subconsciously, but then he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, Imperial teacher, I heard in the letter that you stole a lot of books from Yanhuang College. Where are those books now? Wu Jie's face sank, and he turned around and said, Li Zishuan set up an ambush at Dragon Gate Pass, and those books were taken back by him. What? Ashina Shi was shocked when he heard this, and he asked in disbelief, why would Li Zishuan set up an ambush at Dragon Gate Pass? Shouldn't he be fighting locusts in the north of the Great Tang Empire? Wu Jie sullenly said, how did this king know about this? Losing the books was a very shameful matter for Wu Jie, and now he was being questioned by Ashina Shi, so how could he be happy? He was the imperial teacher of the Turks, second only to one person. Hearing the unfriendly tone in Wu Jie's voice, Ashina Shi couldn't help but be startled, and then he wiped his nose and asked as calmly as possible, dare I ask imperial teacher, how many people did Li Zishuan set up at Dragon Gate Pass? Wu Jie lightly said, about 10,000 people. Li Zishuan was seriously injured by this king, and the Great Tang army should also have 700 to 800 people injured. Only 10,000 people? And Li Zishuan is seriously injured? Ashina Shi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and after hesitating for a moment he said, Imperial teacher, why don't we give Li Zishuan a surprise attack and take back those books from Li Zishuan? Chapter 1546. Something happened? We gave him the authority to mobilize the soldiers of the northern 32 provinces. What could possibly happen to him? Within the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er couldn't help but speak out after hearing Li Tai's words that were filled with worry. In Li Er's view, no matter how powerful Wuxia was, how could he threaten Li Zishuan, who had so many soldiers under his command? A martial grandmaster was still a human, not a god. Li Tai was slightly relieved to hear this, but then his brow furrowed again. Imperial Father, Wu Jie suddenly sneaking into the Great Tang, was it Khan Xieli who ordered him to do so? And could Khan Xieli still have a backup plan? For example, he might have hidden a large number of soldiers on the northern border of the Great Tang. Once Wu Jie succeeds, the Turkic army will enter the pass to receive him? Li Er's expression suddenly turned grim. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Qingke, your analysis is correct. This situation is extremely likely. It should be that Li Zishuan has made many divine weapons for the Great Tang in the past year. After Xieli heard about it, he sent Wu Jie, a martial grandmaster, to sneak into Cloud Mountain to steal. This way, Xieli must have a backup plan. I really didn't expect that Xieli, a fierce and ruthless character, would send someone to do such a shady business. Li Er couldn't help but slam the table and stand up. Li Tai stood up and clasped his hands. Imperial Father, if this is really the case, then Yamacho's situation is not good. This afternoon, Your Eminence and the other generals calculated that Wu Jie would most likely arrive at Longmen Pass in the evening. Mountain Chieftain is an intelligent man and should have been able to guess Wu Jie's route, but time is tight. Even if he can transfer soldiers from Bing Province, it would be impossible for him to gather more than 50,000 soldiers in such a short amount of time. If Wu Jie and the Turkic soldiers lying in ambush in the Great Tang's territory work together, Mountain Chieftain leading a lone army at Longmen Pass will not be able to stop Wu Jie from fleeing north. The little fatty who had wanted to compete with Li Zishuan back then was now racking his brains and thinking about Li Zishuan's safety. It had to be said that Li Zishuan had a special kind of charisma. Charisma? How could Li Er not understand what Li Tai was talking about? Li Zishuan was the most promising talent of the Great Tang's younger generation. He didn't want anything to happen to Li Zishuan, but what else could he do? At this moment, Li Zishuan was several hundred li away from the capital. If something were to happen, it would have already happened. Thinking of this, Li Er couldn't help but walk back and forth in front of the hall with his hands behind his back. Beep beep beep. At this moment, the telegraph on the small square table beside Li Tai suddenly beeped. Swish, swish. Both father and son turned their gazes to the telegraph at the same time. Soon, Li Tai came back to his senses. He quickly picked up a pen and paper and began to record. A moment later, the telegraph stopped beeping. Li Er quickly asked, "How is it? Is it from Li Zishuan?" "Father, it's not a telegram from Yamacho." Unexpectedly, Li Tai shook his head. Seeing the doubt in Li Er's eyes, he quickly explained, "It's from Meng Wenhao." As he spoke, Li Tai had already sent out a string of codes to indicate that he was beside the telegraph. "Is it news about Shu Bao, Jijie, and the others?" Li Er's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice. Li Tai nodded and said, "It should be." Beep 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 beep. As soon as he finished speaking, the telegraph beeped again. This time, the telegraph beeped for a long time. Li Er looked on anxiously from the side. The main reason was that he couldn't understand this non-human language, so he felt that time passed very slowly. After some time, the telegraph finally stopped beeping. Li Er knew that Li Tai was going to start translating the codes, so he didn't say anything to disturb him. However, as Li Tai compared the translated codes to the codebook, his expression gradually became serious. Seeing this, Li Er's heart sank. He quickly asked, "Qingke, is there a change in the situation at the front line?" Li Tai took the paper with the translated report and stood up. With a solemn expression, he said, "Imperial Father, General Qin's army has already arrived at Puzhou. Just a moment ago, the scouts at the front sent news that the Turkic army of 50,000 is attacking Yanmen Pass. Yanmen Pass has been broken, and the armies of Yunzhou, Daizhou, Yuzhou, and Shuozhou have all moved to stop the Turkic army from continuing south." "What? The Turkic army of 50,000 broke through Yanmen Pass?" Li Er's expression changed. He rushed in front of Li Tai and asked, Then what about Li Zishuan? Did he stop Wuxia and take back the information about Yanhuang College? Li Tai handed over the paper with both hands and said, replying to Father, Wenhao said that the situation at Yanmen Pass is still unknown. General Qin and his troops are marching through the night towards Yanmen Pass. They are estimated to arrive at Yanmen Pass in the middle of the night. When the provincial governors of the 4 provinces in the north found out that Yanmen Pass had been breached, they dispatched many messengers riding fast horses down south, telling the various provincial governments to make preparations to guard against the Tujue. Therefore, although the army led by Qin Qiong, Qing Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingde were still in Puzhou, the scouts they sent out were able to receive the news that Yanmen Pass had been breached in the north. Could immediately send a message to Xu Bao. No matter what, we can't let the Turkic army receive Wuxia and take the books out of Great Tang. Li Er's face was as calm as water as he nodded and ordered. Li Er wasn't worried about an army of 50,000 Turks entering the Great Tang. After 2 years of recuperation, the Great Tang could be considered a powerful army. It was impossible for a mere 100,000 Turks to reach Chang, and in the 9th year of Wuda to happen again. His main concern was that after receiving Wuxia, the Turks would flee back to the steppe with the Academy's secrets. If that really happened, the Academy's secrets would truly be lost. Yes, Father. Li Tai replied and quickly sat down beside the telegraph machine to continue sending messages. A few hundred li away from Chang and Baoding County in Puzhou, both sides of the official road were filled with soldiers. They were taking a temporary rest. General Qin, His Majesty wants us to rush to Longmen Pass. We can't let the Turkic army meet up with Wuxia and take the books out of Great Tang. Meng Wenhao took out a piece of paper and cupped his hands in front of Qin Qiong and Yu Qigong. Qin Qiong couldn't help but nod. His Majesty can also see that Wuxia will definitely pass through Longmen Pass. Since that's the case, let's continue our march. We must reach Longmen Pass within 4 hours. Not only were Li Er, Li Jing, and the others able to predict that Wuxia might encounter Li Zishuan at Dragon Gate Pass, Qin Qiong, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the others, who had experienced hundreds of battles, could also predict this. Therefore, the route of their army was very clear. After leaving Chang and city, they went straight to Dragon Gate Pass, basically taking no detours. That's right. Military intelligence is like fire, and time waits for no one. Come, pass on my order. All soldiers of the 3 armies are to immediately mount and continue marching. Yuqi Jingde shouted loudly, instructing. Yes. A few moments later, the 10,000 elite soldiers mounted once more and galloped forward under Qin Qiong's lead. This time, Qin Qiong was leading all light cavalry, and their specialty was their mobility and speed. In addition, Meng Wenhao had followed the army to Zhengzhou and was quite proficient in riding. Otherwise, he would have suffered a lot on this expedition. Marquis's internal organs were injured, and then he forced himself to circulate his energy. This is damaging his vitality. This old man doesn't know martial arts, so I can only give Marquis a calming and nourishing medicine. As for when Marquis will wake up, that's hard to say. Longmen Pass, inside the turret. 2 soldiers finally kidnapped a famous doctor from Longmen County to treat Li Zishuan. After the old doctor checked Li Zishuan's pulse, he couldn't help but shake his head with a heavy expression. What do you mean? Dr. Liu, aren't you the best doctor in Longmen County? Why can't you treat Marquis? One of the soldiers who brought the old doctor to Longmen Pass asked anxiously. The other 3 soldiers in the room also looked at Dr. Liu with red eyes. The white-bearded old man suddenly looked troubled. He sighed and said, I don't know martial arts, and I'm only good at treating external injuries. However, Marquis has internal injuries, and I can't do anything about it. Please find someone else. I'll give Marquis a prescription. Perhaps it can slightly reduce Marquis's injury. After that, he ignored the angry stares of the people in the room and started writing the prescription. No. You have to save Marquis. Marquis is a good person. Longmen County was also affected by the locust plague. If it weren't for His Highness, Prince of Shu, who led Marquis's Sky Pheasant Brigade to eliminate the locust plague, Longmen County would definitely be in famine this year. If you don't cure Marquis, how can you live with your conscience? A soldier with a big beard stood out and said unwillingly to the old man. In fact, not only did Li Ku's team eliminate the locust plague in Longmen County, but many counties in Bing Province also received the favor of Li Ku and Li Zishuan. Therefore, when they saw that Li Zishuan was unconscious, many soldiers who followed Li Zishuan to Longmen Pass were secretly anxious. They wished they could take his place. This was the will of the people. This was what it meant to be repaid with kindness. When the old man heard that, he couldn't help but pause. He slowly straightened his body and said with a pained expression, "How can I not know that Marquis is a good person? How can I not know that the locust plague in Longmen County was eliminated because of Marquis's Sky Pheasant Brigade? It's just that I really can't do anything. If possible, I'm willing to exchange my life for Marquis. But I can't. If you want Marquis to wake up as soon as possible, you have to find an inner force expert who is proficient in the art of healing. According to what I know, I'm afraid only Dr. Sun is qualified to do it." Dr. Sun? Dr. Sun should still be in Cheng. How can he make it in time? The soldier with the big beard couldn't help but ask. "Lieutenant Liu, this is bad. A large number of cavalrymen with torches have been spotted 20 miles to the north. They are rushing towards Longmen Pass." At this moment, a soldier ran in quickly and bowed to the bearded soldier with cupped fists. It turned out that this guy was a lieutenant of the Bing Province barracks. "What? A large number of cavalrymen are approaching Longmen Pass? Are they soldiers from other places?" The bearded lieutenant's eyes widened. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly changed his expression. "I can't see clearly which place they are from, but their marching speed is very fast. It won't be long before they reach Longmen Pass." The soldier cupped his fists and replied. The bearded lieutenant's face darkened. He said, "Let's go. Follow me to the city tower to take a look." Then he remembered the white-haired old man beside him. He said, "Dr. Liu, you don't have to worry. After you finish writing the prescription, someone will send you back to the county. Even if they are the enemy, they won't be able to hurt you." The old man shook his head and said calmly, "Lieutenant Liu, you can go. I've lived to this age. What's there to be afraid of?" The bearded lieutenant couldn't help but nod. He secretly thought that this old man was a good person. He must pay more for the consultation fee later. At that moment, the bearded lieutenant led 2 mansion soldiers out of the door.